Yeah. Oh, yes. Did you do a picture of it? I think so. Oh, yeah. You do realize
Okay, the juice is on.
Yeah, that's the better technique.
Between H and R, because with I. This is really nice for policy. I've got to get my text ready because, yeah, we're live, yeah. So, what's her name? Hill? Huh? Okay. G 4567. All right. I would like to call this meeting to order. First off, we recognize that the entire council is present and prepared to make the most important policy decisions of this coming fiscal year. In addition, Mr. Sutherland, the city administrator, is present, and Ms. Hughes, the city clerk, is present. If you would all please join the city council in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So let me start off in a very positive note, in that we'd like to recognize I have to get to my notes here. And they're buried. So I'd like to recognize that Mr. Sebastian Shields is here. He is the 7th grade student who has won the state spelling bee and is going on to the national contest at, is it National Harbor, Maryland? And can you tell me when? May 27th. May 27th is when it starts. And so I'd like to ask Mr. Shields to come forward. I've got a gift for him, and I'd like to have him get the lucky handshakes from our entire council. So Mr. Shields first, if I could present you. Excuse me. Let me go around. And, the city administrator's job description includes stage management. So I'd like to present you with a Saco Maine coin. The challenge going challenging you to do your best, and a t-shirt, which I believe is the correct size, that says Saco Friendly by Nature. With your Saco. I hope you get a chance to wear that. And Mr. Shields, I'd like to introduce you to Bill Doyle, the Ward 3 counselor. Roger Gay, the Ward 2 counselor. Marshall Archer, the Ward 1 counselor. Myers Smart, the Ward 6 counselor. Nathan Johnson, the Ward 7 counselor. Alan Menthorn, the Ward 5 counselor. Justin Stepdad right there. Okay? And then, certainly not least of all, is Lynn Copeland, our Ward 4 counselor. So I have a nice write-up. They have 5 paragraphs long that I'll submit for the record rather than actually read it out to you. Next is I'd like to point out also that on May 17th at 10 a.m. at the C.K. Burns School, there will be a naturalization ceremony. And we want to congratulate all those who will be naturalized at that. And then finally, the county budget public hearing is going to be Wednesday, May 22nd at 6:30 in the EMA training room of the York County Government Building. And then next, Councilor Doyle has some recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out that this is Police Officer Week, National Police Officer Week, so make sure that when you see the police, you thank them for their service, the hard work they do for this community. So thank you.
In addition, it's National Hospital Week, so if you happen to go into a hospital, wish them the best also. And hopefully you won't be in any hospitals, but. So next up is public comment, and I see that Mr. Scheinman is here. Do you have anything to communicate to us from the school board?
Hi, everybody. I don't have too much, except that I hope that you supporting our good budget, and hope for your support on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Ms. Coleman. If you would step forward, state your name and address for the record, please.
Barbara Coleman, 45B Stockman Avenue. Welcome, council, city administrator, public, and ultimately the mayor. Mayor Lovell, I have watched this budget process, which has been chaotic from day one, and this time, I really can't put the blame on the administration, or particularly the administrator. You control the agenda. You have been sitting behind closed doors, well, no, open doors, with other members of the council, determining the timelines and all that. We have had major issues going along at the same time, and instead of calling special meetings, which I know is difficult on the council, you have piggybacked them to regular meetings with executive sessions and timing out things so that it makes it very difficult for the public to participate. So for the evening of the event that should have occurred on April 29th, where the public could have gone through the budget with council, line by line, with their concerns, at 8:45, that was not going to be possible. It was too late. Everybody was gone. They had listened to 2 more hours of a presentation. I would hope tonight that the councilor or two would put a motion forward that the public could speak during the presentation of the budget, whereas each RAD is presented, if there is input that can be gathered, or comments, so that as councilors, you can hear from some public members, other than what you have seen or heard, what is going on. That is council to approve, but granted, the mayor can veto you down. Then it requires a 5-2. Not sure you're going to get that from this council. It's sad because this is one of the biggest budget increases with a huge amount of people. And not that I don't support some of the staff that's being added, but we're adding staff to departments that are so dysfunctional that they need to be cleaned up before we add the staff. Because adding more staff doesn't fix the problem. It's going to create more of a problem. And I would hope that the city would see that and the councilors would see that. Just think of how you operate a business. The more you add on, the more chaos created. So at this moment, I need to leave, but I'm hoping by the time I get back, I've heard a motion that says that we can move forward and speak publicly during the presentation of the budget, because that's the only way people are going to be able to be heard from the outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Harkin. State your name and address for the record, please.
John Harkins, 4 Christopher Terrace. Who is doing due diligence for this community? A lease for a preschool program has been executed close to $30 a square foot, while next door, a nicer building is available for $12 a square foot. Council, you approve the dollars, while the school board approved the location. However, the use may not be permitted at all according to the zoning requirements. We were told a while back that we could save money by converting our proven Munis system by converting it to another. Since the startup in January, the new vendor system has not worked well for all our departments. Countless hours has been spent recoding for the city's payroll by our human resource and finance personnel. Our former grant writer, working from home a distance away, obtained no grant dollars for the community. Have we set aside training dollars for another person that has been requested in the budget? Did we report for the new maintenance director's position that was to save dollars? No, we haven't had a report. Maybe the dollars approved for contracted maintenance services that were shifted to full-time employees is the answer. Again, was council approval obtained for this shell game for salaries, medical, insurance, or pension benefits? Was this approved in executive session without public knowledge? Moves like this have resulted in 45 new employees added to this administration in 4 years, considering the 17 in this year's budget. Many require training to learn a job at an additional cost. As one department head stated that after 2 years, her employee still does not have the skills. In summary, taxpayers, if you like what you see, how your tax dollars are being used, then sit back and watch your favorite show. If not, come out and let your voices be heard during the upcoming election. P.S. Stay tuned to the Main Street TIF and Senior Citizen Program, which is still a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Garrett Abramson. Please step forward and state your name and address.
Garrett Abrahamson, 18 Blake Ave. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I unfortunately couldn't make it on Thursday to mention Teacher Appreciation Week. We mentioned several others, so wanted to make sure I mentioned Teacher Appreciation here. When I moved to Saco, we had a philosophy or a saying that just felt like we have great teachers, but over the last couple of years, we've done a lot of prospective thinking about our school department, turning it into, we have great teachers and that's what I hope you take away from our budget tonight, from last year leading into tonight's budget, and moving forward, that the goal is proactive thinking so we become we have great teachers and. I will pass this around just as a reminder of what our schools do. It's called the Vollmer List. Over the last few decades, down here at the bottom, the number of things that our schools are asked to do. So with that, thank you for all you do. Thank you to the board, as well as all the school administrators who have worked through the last, now we started our budget process 5 months ago. So I look forward to tonight. I'll be in the back if there are any questions, and thank you.
Next up, former Mayor Don Pylon. Step forward and state your name and address, please.
Don Pylon, 16 Glen Haven Circle. Mr. Mayor, I don't want to preempt you, but can you tell us how you're going to orchestrate or conduct this, the meeting this evening? So as you present the RADs, as the RADs are going to be read, is the public going to have the opportunity to comment on these RADs?
No.
Oh. Okay. So I guess my concern is that there are some RADs that I have some concern about. Is that something I should address now, or?
Please.
Oh, okay. In the, let me just get my paper, excuse me. There was a position that was added or is being added or suggested to be added for a cyber analyst, I believe. My concern is that yes, I believe that it's a position that needs to be evaluated, but perhaps we might want to consider talking to our neighbors like Biddeford and Old Orchard Beach and perhaps Scarborough, and see if they have this position If they don't, maybe it's an opportunity to share a person with maybe Biddeford, maybe Old Orchard Beach, and in Scarborough. We all have, I'm speaking for the municipality, the municipalities do all have the same concern. Does Saco need a full-time position? Maybe there's an economy of scale, perhaps, by sharing that position with other municipalities. So that was something to consider. The other thing was, I think Mr. Harkins mentioned it, there seems to be an accelerated pace of hiring additional people. In 1985, there appeared to be about approximately 177 people here in the city, and the recommended budget amps it up to about 192.5 people. I think that's another issue with budget. Obviously, the more people they have, payroll goes up, benefits go up. The consul and you and the city administrator need to seriously reconsider and evaluate the people that we have on staff and consider if these are positions that we truly need, and or, going back to my first comment, is there the ability to share some of these responsibilities with the towns, other towns, in an effort to look for economies of scale. Okay, thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. Next up is Mr. Kevin Roach. Would you step forward and state your name and address for the record?
Hi, Kevin Roach, 18 Vines Road. Over the weekend, I don't think many people could ignore some news that came out of Thornton Academy. And once the circular firing squad kind of toned down over the weekend, you know, we're all one community. And so it's not the time right now for budget, but that's our kids up there that are struggling with some cuts, some dear to their hearts, their interests. And this goes back to the original contract that was signed with Thornton Academy coming out of the RSU. Yeah, I know some years they win, some years, well, and I hate to use win or lose, but I really think both parties, the city and Thornton, should get back together and try to level off the funding from the city. You know, you can blame international students, you can blame, you know, they have their own issues with operations, no question. You know, a lot of us saw the writing on the wall, but a way to see some of these things coming, because when funding drops by $500,000 each year, that's going to hit the kids. You're not going to be able to compensate for other things. So, hey, look, they don't deserve any free pass. I'm going to say it out loud for the public. I left a message directly with Thornton Academy today based on the letter we received as parents. My daughter graduates in 4 weeks, and I just want you guys to take that account. Really?
No, keep talking.
I didn't want to go too long, but
reset the clock.
But
You still have over.
but just to take that account, if working with the school department and Thornton Academy and bring you guys together a little closer to what's happening right now, because all the bad stuff comes out on both sides, which, you know, it's just going to diminish the diploma for my own daughter. It's going to diminish the standing in the community. And again, we're one city, one community. Let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to address the council? Seeing none, before we get to agenda item A, I'd just like to point out that the motions and the voting are all done by the council. At the end of the process, particularly at the point where the council votes on the adoption of the municipal budget. I may veto that budget, which means that we'll have to come back in a meeting on the 20th and assess, and the council will assess each of the line items that I vetoed in order to determine whether they will override that veto. So it is a vote of the council, and they will be speaking to each of these matters, I'm sure, because they know how important this is. So let's start off with Councilor Archer. Do you have a motion?
I do, yes, Mr. Mayor. The City Council establishes and approves all fees and charges required by ordinances or policies of the City of Saco. This includes permits, licensing, approvals, and application, as well as fees and charges collected by the City of Saco that are authorized by state law or require the city to set the amounts of fees, such fees and charges. The council may establish any new fee or charges that the council deems necessary or appropriate to offset the cost of operating programs, delivering services, or administrating any ordinances or policy. Those fees shall be included in the fee schedule and updated on an as-needed basis. Be it ordered that the City Council approve the amended fee schedule for fiscal year 2020. I move to approve the order.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Archer, seconded by Councilor Smart. No, Councilor Johnston. And so when I glance over in your direction, if you have your hand raised, I'll know who did that. So to my councilors to my left and right, excuse me. So I have a motion on the floor to accept the fee schedule. Do I have any discussion to my right? Do I have, I'm going to go with Councilor Doyle, and then I'll go to my left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You have,
There were some amendments talked about last week during the workshop. Does this encompass those?
Need to be read into the record.
They just need to be read into the record.
right, so no other to my right. To my left, Councilor Copeland.
I'd like to propose an amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
Be it ordered that the City Council amend the fee schedule for fiscal year 2020 as follows: increasing the mooring fee from $137 to $150. Reduce the boat launch and daily parking from $14 to $10. Increase non-resident parking permit weekly to $25, and increase non-resident parking permit monthly to $75.
So I have a motion to amend the main motion by Councilor Copeland, seconded by Councilor Doyle. Do we have any discussion on these changes? To my right? Seeing none. To my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The amendment passes 7-0. We're back to the main motion. Any additional comment? Councilor Johnston?
Just for clarity,
Yes, sir.
we can amend the fee schedule at any point in time during the year, and it's a one-meeting process, correct?
I believe so, Mr. Sutherland?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
So the fee schedule can be amended throughout the year, and it's a one-meeting process, but we would workshop it first
Okay.
before that meeting. Any other comments to my left? Seeing none. To my right, Councilor Archer, on the main motion that you made.
It is...
We're in favor of it.
Yes.
Councilor Gay.
Yes.
Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
The main motion passes 7-0. And a question for the city administrator. Is that going to be able to be calculated into the mill rate calculator
The
when we reach the point where...
assumptions of changes?
Yeah, the impact of the changes in fees
The changes in these fees,
won't be able to be measured by then.
they
Okay.
go into a separate fund.
Separate question. All right, thank
Go
you.
into the Bayview Fund.
So next up, Councilor Gay, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The fiscal year 2020 operating budget for the Water Resource Recovery Division is $755,900, which is supported by a sewer user fee rate of $4.82 per unit. In the fiscal year 2020, there is zero use of fund balance budget. The City Council discussed this item at a workshop on April 8, 2019. Be it ordered that the City Council move to adopt an appropriation order for the adoption of the fiscal year 2020 Water Recovery Division budget for the City of Saco, Maine as follows. Approved gross expenditures of $2,755,900 to be offset by $2,755,900 in accepted revenues and other credits, which represents no increase in the sewer user fee of $4.82. I move to approve the order.
Second.
So, thank you, Councilor Archer. So the motion was made by Councilor Gay, seconded by Councilor Archer. The motion on the floor is the adoption of the Water Resource Recovery Department's budget. Any comments to my right? Seeing none, any comments to my left? Seeing none, Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
And Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Kay.
Yes.
And Councilor Archer.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0, whipping right along. So the next item up is, Councilor Doyle, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In order to facilitate the development of a dedicated capital projects fund to house the capital improvement plan and to clean up other language that was outdated or no longer relevant, Finance Director worked with senior staff to revise the capital improvement policy. City staff recommends approval. Be it ordered that the City Council approve the revised purchasing policy dated May 13th, 2019, and further move that the capital funds be appropriated within transfer accounts for the fiscal year 2020 budget. Move to approve the order.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Doyle, seconded by Councilor Minthorn. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Gay.
Yes.
And Councilor Archer.
Yes.
The change in policy is approved at 7-0. Thank you very much. Next, Councilor Copeland. Do you have a motion?
The Capital Plan Committees met several times from January through March to develop and recommend a capital program that would be included as part of the city administrator's recommended budget. On March 25th, 2019, the finance director presented a recommended fiscal year 2020 budget, which included as Section 3 of the overall budget, the 5-year capital program. The council discussed the capital program as part of April 1st workshop. Be it ordered that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2024 capital program.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Copeland, seconded by Councilor Minthorn. Any comments to my right?
Sorry, Smart.
Any comments to my left? No changes at all. Thank you. Councilor Doyle. Oh, you have I'm sorry, you have a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
so Councilor Doyle.
So I just want to make sure that for everyone in the audience and those watching at home, that this does not include the RAD for the $302,175 that we'll be taking up later on this evening. Is that correct?
At this time, that is not part of it. That is correct.
Okay, and then the other question I had is about the capital improvement program. Are we taking money out of that for the wash bay? Is that where that money is housed? The 325 that we have allocated for the wash bay?
So the council at a prior meeting earmarked $215,000 of those assigned fund balances for the expansion of the Public Works facility to include a wash bay. There's still 110 sitting in that unassigned, or that assigned fund balance, and without any further appropriation, that will fall to the unassigned fund balance at the close of this fiscal year. So it is not part of the next year's dollar amount.
Was there a discussion on Thursday night about utilizing the remaining 110 of that to fund a couple of RADs, or at least one RAD that's in here? And I think that was brought up by both myself and Councilor Johnston, to make it so that Director Fox could make improvements at the new Public Works site.
So we can do one of two things. We can recognize it now as part of the capital program and ask council to support moving those, and actually get a vote from the council to support moving those 110,000 for this purpose now, or we can do it during the line item operating budget. Either one. Monies will be in those accounts for those purposes, if the council approves it.
Thank you.
So Councilor Johnston, so you were referred to by Councilor Doyle, and would you like to take that up associated with the capital plan, or later with the...
Well, my original intent was to take the 110 that's left over to use to add to the capital program, thereby reducing the mill rate. But I think Councilor Doyle had wanted to support the metal fabrication equipment as part of this budget, which was $35,000 or so, and then Director Fox had said that he could find a way to use all of the 110 at the new facility. So I guess it makes sense. I mean, we're going to spend it either way, so.
Right. So, Mr. Southern, leave it as is, and it will get spent for the, for that capital piece of equipment, and also, as Director Fox anticipates, in the construction of the building. Is that true?
Yeah, I believe we can address it during the next item on the agenda.
Okay, excellent. Councilor Doyle?
So we're going to address it during the main motion of the budget?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments to my left? Seeing none, Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle? Yes. Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. We now, I think, have a capital budget. Next up, Councilor Minthorn.
To start the fiscal year 2020 budget process, the Finance Director and City Administrator presented a budget forecast and workshop on February 4th, 2019, which established a directive for staff. On March 25th, 2019, the Finance Director presented the City Administrator's fiscal year 2020 budget, which included an appropriation for the school budget as approved by the school board. The council met with departments and agencies to review and discuss budgets and workshop every week through April. Be it ordered that the City Council move to approve the appropriation order for the adoption of the fiscal year 2020 budget, excluding all school and county-related items per Section 6.06 and 6.07 of the Charter of the City of Saco, Maine, as follows. Approve gross expenditures of $24,139,361 in municipal expenditures, $40,190 for the Senior Volunteer Tax Credit Program, $2,035,667 in TIF transfers, and $2,707,257 in capital improvements for municipal operations. Expenditures are to be offset by $28,922,475 in anticipated revenue and other credits, which represent $8,885,869 in anticipated municipal revenues, $872,669 in transfers from other funds, $148,505 in use of fund balance, and thereby raising gross taxes of $19,015,432. I move to approve the order.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Copeland on the adoption of the budget. Any discussion to my right? Any discussion to my left? Councilor Copeland, do you have an amendment?
Here?
This is the right point for that amendment, right? Yeah. So it's the amendment right after, it's the E amendment that's got your name on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
Oh, okay. So it's not mine. I would like to put forward the RAD titled 1.1% increase for non-union employees for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $41,205 in ongoing expense to fund a 1.1% increase for non-union employees as recommended by the City Administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Copeland, seconded by Councilor Smart, on a 1.1% increase for non-union employees to be, for non-union employees. Any comments to my right on the amendment to the main motion? Any comments to my left on amendments to the main motion? Seeing none. Councilor Minthorn.
No.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Councilor Doyle.
No.
Councilor Gay.
No.
Councilor Archer.
No.
The motion fails 4-3. Thank you very much. The next motion, the next amendment, Councilor Johnston.
I'd like to put forth the RAD titled Communications Coordinator for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council appropriate $43,500 for cable television or from cable television franchise revenue to fund a communications coordinator in the City Administrator's budget. Furthermore, be it ordered that this appropriation of revenue be offset by savings found through the elimination of the grants and project specialist role. This motion has a zero net impact on the budget. I move to approve the order.
Yeah, second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Smart, that would appropriate from the cable franchise revenue to fund a communications coordinator in the city administration budget. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Minthorn.
For, oh gosh, back as far as when Justin was still at TA, we have been talking about trying to use some of the franchise fees to improve the equipment, to get more of the word of council and the word of the schools and the word of everything out to this community. And the problem we have now is we've improved the audio, we've improved the cameras, but we haven't funded a position to run it all to make it happen. So, you know, using these funds to support a salary for someone to be up there running this night after night for these meetings is very important. In addition, those skills can be used for other things in the community. One of the recent videos that was done by Emily Roy, our Director of Communications, helped facilitate 15 different applications for employment in the police department. So, you know, people use media, it does work, but we need to staff accordingly. And this is one area where this individual, using the money that's coming from the cable franchise fees, can do that very thing. And we have put in, as part of our negotiated package, which has yet to start with Spectrum, to improve more of the broadcast equipment, so we'll actually be able to do even more. So I hope council follows my lead.
So any other, oh, Councilor Johnston.
Yeah, I think Councilor Minthorn said it very well. I mean, the intent here is that we utilize those franchise fees to pay for a position that's been sorely needed for as long as I can really remember. And I'm hoping with the creation of this position, we'll now start to see other boards and commissions be recorded, such as Planning Board, because, as I've said before, they really play a key role, and a lot of people don't know what's going on there as far as the development of the city. One question for the administrator. This position will also have some form of grant writing responsibilities, correct?
This position will not have grant writing responsibility. There's the business development specialist under
Okay.
planning and development who will be responsible for CDBG grants and other grant opportunities to work with departments on.
Okay, thank you.
So just a point of information, in a conversation that I've had regarding this with Mr. Menard and Mr. Christianberry of Thornton Academy, one of the problems they have with having students come in is that our meetings last so long, and it's a school night. And so if it's not a school night, then there's probably school is on vacation, and the possible Thornton Academy students who would be manning the booth are away. And if it is a school night, then they have a difficult time getting in and staying for the entire meeting. So, Counselor, on that point of information, Counselor Johnston?
Is there, and I know it's early in the process, we haven't even put anybody in the position, but is there potential for some kind of cross collaboration with TA students that between Mr. Christianberry and this position, we could come up with more content utilizing TA students to produce that content?
That was
I got a nod yes in the back of the room from Emily
a
Roy.
nod, yes, from the back of the room. I have to say that didn't come up in the conversation I had with Mr. Menard and Mr. Christianberry, but Mrs. Roy, or Ms. Roy, points out that it's certainly possible because she is networking with other communications people, and it may very well be that there's some sort of nexus that can be made that promotes communication across the city. Any other questions to my left? Any questions to my right? Yeah, Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to remind the council that this department has fluctuated over the past 3 to 4 years. First with a position that was needed, or excuse me, a position that wasn't needed, but then a year later, another position was needed, the same position that wasn't needed, and then we had the grants writer position that was all too important that, you know, that there was conversations about. Now that's not needed, and now we have this that's needed. So when you have a lot of fluctuation with that, you have to really look at, is the position needed? I don't disagree with my colleagues on the other side of the dais here, but, you know, is it needed this moment? And that's the question we have to ask ourselves when we make the vote. Is it needed? Is it so important today that we must have it? Or could we wait until all the ducks are in a row and then look at the position? And that's what I'd like to remind the council. Because franchise fees, we can say it comes out of franchise fees, but as we talked about in the workshop, the franchise fees go into the regular budget. It's not a special fund. It goes into the regular general budget, so you're still taking money out of the general budget. So let's not get focused on the wrong area. So, thank you.
Additional comments to my right? Mr. Sutherland.
I just want to add a few other points. Right now, all of our meetings are being recorded by our IT staff, who then have to take time off during the regular workday or at other points in order to make up comp time. The projects piece of this, I hope to shift more of those back to Emily, who can shift some of the responsibility she has to this individual. So I do intend to carry on a lot, and as I mentioned before, the grants piece, I'm looking to utilize staff to make sure that we are applying for and are recognizing our grant opportunities. Between the three of us and the team of 4 within administration, I think this is the best solution going forward.
Additional comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Copeland.
I agree that we need to be transparent. Would this person, as Councilor Johnston mentioned, cover the commissions like the Planning Board, Coastal Waters?
So what I would like to do is get somebody on board to work with us to think about how we might reorganize this room There's a lot of dead space in here, and it might make sense to actually create a space for cameras on another table, because I don't necessarily know if you want all of the boards and commissions sitting at this dais. This is the only way the cameras can access the group that's sitting here. So I think there's some shifting around, but I want to make sure that there's somebody here to support those needs and desires for the council.
And I also am, I don't know, disappointed or whatever. I think we need a full-time grant writer. I think that if we're putting more on our department heads, then they're doing less there. If we get someone who does it, I realize that all the information is with the department heads, but that's a position that can pay for itself. And I really don't like to see that position go away.
Thank you. Councilor Menthorn?
One final thing I want to put out is, as part of, as I said, the negotiation with Spectrum is going to be the bringing in of new equipment. Having that equipment housed here with a person to support it allows us content control and that from this location. Right now, we have been at the mercy of TA for the last decade plus. And if you look and turn on 1301, pretty much you see Old Orchard Beach or you see TA, unless it's specifically when the school board has a meeting or we have a meeting. There's no community calendar on there to speak of or other things that we would like to see and have said we would like to see as a council. So I think by having the new control equipment installed here gives us the ability to put up those calendars for not only the city but the schools as well, and as well as give TA their access point at the same time. So I think there's a lot we should be doing this way, and this is the next step as that equipment comes in to take control back of the bandwidth, if you will.
Thank you, Councilor. In fact, I'd like to make another point of information. I have gotten requests from residents of Saco who are tired of turning to the Saco's cable channel and finding it's actually Old Orchard. So just a point of information there. Any additional comments to my left? Oh, Councilor Copeland.
Not everyone has cable. Some people have satellite, some people don't have anything at all. Just a point of information.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to point out that a lot of the meetings are downstairs in the conference room down there, so I don't think that it's needed to revamp council chambers, which, by the way, was renovated years ago at the expense of a bond. So we really need to look at that. It was a point of controversy years ago. So we need to look at that. I mean, they could be recorded downstairs. The meetings could be recorded downstairs and easily put onto the town hall stream or onto any kind of programming. So, just make sure we have all the information when we make a decision here.
That's true, Councilor Doyle. And just one point of information, that mayor actually found the money in various funds, and it actually never went to referendum. Very shrewd mayor back then. So, any additional comments to my right? Any additional to my left? Thank you.
Would Director Roy like to come up and say anything, since it falls under her purview?
Well, she's walking toward the microphone, so Ms. Roy, do you have anything to add to the conversation before we get to a vote?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So I just wanted to share with you, we did a test. I worked with the IT department during the last meeting that had an executive session, and we tested the use of informational slides, and we found that at the meeting prior, when there was an executive session, the average watcher watched for about 12 minutes. With the additional informational slides, we were able to capture them for 46 minutes. So people were consuming that content. That was 15 slides that we were able to put together promoting different things going on in the community, and I see this person being able to do that, as well as adding more for digital users who are participating in the meetings or watching remotely to help them follow along with what's being discussed. And then to answer your question, with the different social platforms, we're able to take video content that we're airing on the public channel or the shared government education channel, and we can share that across the different social platforms as well. So that way, if somebody doesn't have Spectrum, they can still use that content on our website, on our Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube.
Thank you very much. Councilor Johnston.
You're all set. Yeah, I was just thinking as she was speaking that, and again, I'm sure we'll address it at the time, but another aspect we could have, I'm actually excited about this because, as I've said, it's something that I think used to exist more when I was a kid. I used to remember watching CTV 30, and it seemed like 24 hours a day there was content. And it's kind of strange that in today's world where we have so much content and media that channel sits, pretty much bare. But I was thinking, I'm hoping that we'll not just Thornton Academy, but also work with the Saco School Department, because there's a lot of, programs that they put on that, we don't have any clue what's going on. So that's just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments to my left? Additional comments to my right? Thank you very much. Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
No.
Councilor Doyle?
No.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-2. Next up, Councilor Doyle. The presidential primary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would like to put forward a RAD titled Presidential Primary, March 2020, for consideration by council. Be it ordered, the City Council approve $13,343 in one-time expense as requested by City Clerk to fund a presidential primary, March 2020, as recommended by the City Administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Doyle, seconded by Councilor Gay, on the funding for the presidential primary. Yes. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Johnston.
This is adding the primaries, right? Adding a second primary in March?
Correct.
Correct. Do we know where this stands as far as coming out of Augusta?
I have it right here. It has been voted on not to be passed.
So it's not to pass out of the committee, not out of the.
So I would say
Senate and
that
House.
it probably doesn't make much sense to approve the expenditure if it's probably not going to pass coming out of committee. So that's just throwing it out there.
Mr. Sutherland.
And I'll just make a note that, again, this is a use of one time, so we reserve some of our fund balance to pay for this if it does come up. So we wouldn't have to come back to the council in March of next year and say, well, we ended up having to do this and now we got to allocate some more resources for this purpose. So it's a placeholder, essentially.
So at this point, we're just talking about an allocation of some funds that otherwise are not part of the general fund, and they pertain to a possibility that's unclear. Additional to my right, yes, Councilor Archer.
Yes, this is also something that could just be budget amended at a later date. If they're
Yes.
saying you're forced to have a presidential primary, I don't
Yep.
see an average counselor saying no to that.
That's true.
So I'd rather have it
When
under-
it's passed by the Senate, by the House and Senate, and signed by the governor,
I'd rather
Then
vote
we can do it
no
as a
on
budget
this,
amendment.
and then if needed,
Right.
we'll bring it up at a later date.
okay? Additional comments to my right? Comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
No.
Councilor Smart?
No.
Councilor Minthorn?
No.
Councilor Copeland?
No.
Councilor Doyle?
No.
Councilor Gay?
No.
And Councilor Archer?
No.
And the motion fails 7-0. Next motion is Councilor Minthorn's.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to put forward a RAD titled Zoning Ordinance Revision for consideration by council. Be it ordered, the City Council approve $8,000 in one-time expenses requested by the City Clerk to fund a zoning ordinance revision as recommended by the City Administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget. Furthermore, be it ordered that the $8,000 be paid out of TIF funds as approved by the Planning and Economic Development Director.
Second. So I have a motion made by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Smart, to approve $8,000 in a one-time request to fund a zoning ordinance revision. So any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Johnston.
This is in addition to what was budgeted for last year, correct?
Yes, this is specifically to, by law, we have to advertise for any zoning change or any ordinance changes, and our zoning ordinance is another law that would have to be published in the paper. So this money would be used for the publishing.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments to my left? Any additional to my right? Seeing none, Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
And Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
That amendment passes 7-0. Next, Councilor Smart, do you have a motion?
I do. I would like to put forward the RAD titled 2% Union Increase for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approves $40,000 in ongoing expenses requested by fire ambulance to fund an additional 2% union increase above the currently budgeted 3% as recommended by the City Administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Smart, seconded by Councilor Copeland, to approve $40,000 in ongoing expense requested by our fire ambulance, fund for an additional 2% union increase. Any comments to my right? Seeing none. Any to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
That that amendment passes 7-0. Next up, Councilor Johnston.
I'd like to put forward the RAD titled Increased Stipends for Call Division Firefighters for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $5,000 in ongoing expenses requested by fire ambulance to fund an increase in stipends for Call Division Firefighters as recommended by the City Administrator in his FY 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Johnston and seconded by Councilor Minthorn for approve $5,000 in ongoing expense for the Call Division firefighters. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Copeland.
I think that the Call Division firefighters are fantastic, and I really admire them, and they have a great place in our community, but they are a volunteer group, and I think it's wrong to give $5,000 to the volunteers, then they're not volunteers. I mean, we up here, we give of our time, we do get a little bit, but we put a lot out there, and we do it from the heart. So I don't see that we should be paying volunteers, then they're not volunteers.
So just a point of information, call firefighters are actually paid, but they're paid by going on calls. And so they actually have to fill out a W-4 and receive a W-2 at the end of the calendar year. Councilor Johnston.
The challenge that I think the fire department has been having is one that seems to be apparent across the state. This weekend I was looking at several other communities, and in particular, I noticed that Scarborough in the 1980s had 300 call firefighters, and they're significantly less. I want to say about 80 today. And I think that this was presented by the chief, thinking that, hey, if we gave him a little bit more, we might have more people volunteering, which would help offset the need to continually hire new firefighters. So I support it.
So any additional comments to my left?
Would the chief like to come up and speak to them?
Certainly. First, Mr. Sutherland, do you have something to say? Oh, you're going to point out the chief.
I
So
just
let
wanted
me
to ask
point
if the
out
chief could
that
come up.
we've recently, another point of information, we've recently, come on ahead, chief. We've recently had some retirees. One of them who retired or stopped being a call firefighter, a classmate of Marshall Archer's, Matt Duross, is now no longer a call firefighter. He's a full-time firefighter in South Portland. Sir.
Just for clarification, should be considered a pay raise to bring them in somewhat comparison to other communities and what other communities are paying their call division firefighters. They are not volunteers. Call firefighters have been paid in Saco, I can tell you, for 40 years. So this is a paid position.
Any questions of the chief to my left? Any questions of the chief to my right? Thank you very much, chief. So, any additional comments to my left? Any additional comments to my right? Councilor Archer.
Aye.
Councilor Gay.
Yes.
Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Hesitating, but I'll say yes.
Oh, yes, okay. To the floor.
Yes.
Councilor Smart
Yes.
and Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Next up, Councilor Archer. You have a motion? The comprehensive ongoing training for new employees.
Page 47.
Withdraw.
Oh, you aren't interested in making this motion?
No, I want to speak against it. I can't make the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Johnston, will you speak in favor of making this motion?
I'd like to put forward the RAD titled Comprehensive Ongoing Training for New Employees for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $4,000 in ongoing expenses requested by assessing the fund comprehensive ongoing training for new employees as recommended by the city administrator in his FY 2020 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a second for this?
Second.
And Councilor Minthorn seconds the motion. So, any comments to my right? Councilor Archer?
Yes. My concern is that these are for new employees. There's a period of time in that first, 6 months do we have? HR's here that they're considered probationary. And I have a concern that we're spending all this money in a probationary period for comprehensive training, not initial training, but comprehensive training. So that's why I withdrew my motion to make this, because my concern is related to that probationary period status.
Okay, so before I go to other councilors, let me ask Mr. Sutherland, do you have anything to say, or does Ms. Cadlick wish to come forward and speak to that question of whether it's initial, for initial training or comprehensive ongoing training?
So this is training that assessors need in order to become certified assessors.
Oh, this is for assessors, yes.
Yes, this is for assessing. They need
Yes, and that's my
this, they need this training in order to become certified assessors. If it would help the council in supporting this, then I could argue that it wouldn't be provided to those that are still in their probationary period.
I'd make that amendment that this would not be available to probationary employees.
Second.
Okay. I have an amendment on the floor, not available to probationary employees. And it was made by Councilor Archer and seconded by Councilor Johnston. Any comments on the amendment? To my right. Seeing none, any comments to my left? Councilor Smart first.
Thank you. I'm wondering if anyone can answer whether or not this would have any effect on this hire's ability to do their job if during their probationary period they're not provided this training.
No.
Thank you.
I think the assessing has been down at least 2 employees, correct? The last year or so. And they've filled that position or those positions now. And I think the intent is to get them certified in assessing. So they're doing the job currently. It's just in order to have that credential, they need to get the training through the state. And we want our employees to be as trained as possible.
Well, they have to be to move up, so, thank you. Any other comments to my left? Councillor Copeland?
Don't we hire people with that certification, or?
As the primary assessor, yes. As the deputy assessor, yes. But the hires that we're talking about is filling the real estate lister's position, and with the thought that that individual would be moving up should there be turnover. So, for example, Min was the real estate lister, got certified, and then ended up filling Nick's position when Nick became our assessor. So it was sort of a musical chairs where somebody left. Mr. Sutherland, was that true?
You are correct.
All set? Any other questions to my left? Any additional questions to my right? Seeing none, on the amendment to the amendment, which is these funds will not be available for probationary employees, made by Councilor Archer, seconded by Councilor Johnson. Do you wish to speak to that before I ask for a vote? Councilor Doyle?
No, but I want to speak on the main motion.
Okay, all right. So Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes?
Councilor Mintor, Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 7-0. We're back to the main motion, the amendment to approve $4,000. Any comment to my right? Councilor Doyle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to wrap my head around this. In fiscal year 2019, we approved $2,000 for training, for tuition training, and $2,000 for travel. Current as of February, and this hasn't been updated since February, the budget book, we had only spent $163 in training, and we spent $2,394 in travel. And so the change that we're looking at is a reduction in $500 in training, an addition of $1,100 in travel, and then another RAD for $1,500 above the $1,500 in training, and $2,500 above the $3,100 in travel. So my question is, I understand that we've had some onboarding, but it seems like we should have a lot left over from the initial 2,000 that we budgeted for. Why aren't we utilizing that in this fiscal year as part of the onboarding rather than funding additional monies in the next year?
Mr. Sutherland?
Because this time of the year is the busiest time for the assessors, and they're really focused on making sure that we get our numbers correct for the
Right, they
commitment.
close their books.
How can
on
they
April
be out there doing their official job if they don't have the training to do the official job? Is a real question of mine.
Separate issues here. One is there's a job that has to be done, and there's two, there are assessor certifications that they all will need to take over time. But it's not the right time of the year. The positions were filled this February, so they haven't even been here long enough to utilize those resources.
So how much money is left out of the 2,000 in line item 500, 322, left out of the 2,000?
I don't know.
Well, okay. All right, thank you.
Any additional questions to my right? Councilor Archer?
Yes, what is the cost of assessor training?
I think it's a series of courses. I don't think it's like a course.
Okay.
But Mr. Sutherland or
I don't have anyone here from
Mr.
assessing.
Desjardins is not here, so but it's a series of courses with
4,000?
tests and
Is it 2,000?
Say again?
Is it 4,000 or is it 2,000 for one?
4 people in that department.
Yes. And what is the cost of the assessing, the process for whatever this 4,000 is going to cover?
They will submit the applications for events they go to. I don't know how much assessing certification costs.
Councilor Archer.
I'd like to make amendment to reduce that to 2,000.
Okay, we have a new amendment, so reduce to 2,000, and that's made by Councilor Archer. Do I have a second on that?
Second?
Councilor Gay seconds that. So again, we have another amendment, and that is a reduction of the $4,000 by $2,000 to $2,000, made by Councilor Archer and seconded by Councilor Gay. So, any additional comments on that amendment? To my right, Councilor Doyle.
Just a clarification question, not on the amendment, but, so of the 4 people in that department, 2 of those are part-time positions, the tax assessor and then the personal property field lister?
That is correct.
And I'm guessing that the tax assessor and the deputy tax assessor already have the trainings?
Yes.
So we're really talking about the personal property field lister and the administrative listing assistant,
Yes,
and neither one of them have the training?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Additional comments to my right? Comments to my left. Councilor Johnston.
Are these positions, I know there's several municipal jobs that you have to have the job before you can actually go and get the training. You basically be sponsored by a municipality. Are these, is that the case with these?
They're supported by the director and the deputy director in terms of making, final decisions are made by those who have the
Right.
certifications. So they're learning from their bosses as well as hopefully taking courses to work on getting their own
So I'm just saying that they couldn't, it's not likely that these people would already have had the training because it's not a school you go to that's, University of Maine, for example. It's like through MMA or some state-run course that you have to be sponsored.
10 years ago, we might have been able to hire somebody who had their assessing certification prior to even coming on board.
Yeah.
Today, that's very hard to find. And in fact, we found very good, smart, capable people to fill these roles. But they just now need to learn the field.
I'm all set.
Any other comments to my left? Any comments to my right? Councilor Archer.
So as Council Doyle put it, initially I asked how much it was, and the city administrator said it's about 1,000 per person. 2 of them are already trained. That's why I came up with the number 2, is it still comes out to the 1,000 per person, but 2 people already have what they need.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my right?
They still have to get their certification. They have to recertify every year. So there are courses that they have to take in order to get their stay certified.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my left? Councilor Smart.
So, Mr. City Administrator, if I heard you correctly, even though 2 of the 4 are already certified, they still need to take ongoing classes, which would presumably cost money on an ongoing basis, even though they are already certified?
Yes. But again, you do have you have one position who works for Biddeford and does part-time over here, or half-time over here. So that person can probably get funding for training over in Biddeford.
Any additional comments to my left? Councilor Johnston.
I guess my concern is, I don't think this number was just plucked out of the sky. I understand that the administrator might not know what it is, but I'm assuming that Mr. Desjardins came up with this number for a reason, and we're talking about reducing it by $2,000 when that could ultimately affect whatever he was thinking. That's just my concern. I'd hate to underfund it by $2,000 to save a few pennies, not even.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my left? To my right, Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think all of us up here want the most qualified and trained personnel working for the city. However, when you train somebody that's a part-time employee and you give them all these certifications, it makes it easy for them to go apply other places and then leave our great city and leave the employment of the city of Saco. So when we look at this, we have to look at this globally and not just at the here and now. We have to look what's going on in the future. And I think with these departments, once we approve the line item, if there's money other places, they can utilize that money to fund any gaps. As we've seen time and again in different departments, that there is money left to fund problems, and they don't come to council with things because they found money in some of the other lines. So I think, the amendment does provide some does provide some monies allocated for training, and the rest can be found. Thank you.
Councilor Archer.
Again, just because what the RAD is requesting, it's not the training budget of assessing, it's the comprehensive ongoing training for new employees. So we really can't count some of the long-term employees because this RAD's not supporting that, it's supporting the new employees, not the ongoing training. I mean, the totality of training of the whole department.
Thank you for that point.
Mr. Mayor?
Any additional comments to my right? Just a second. Any comments to my left? Ms. Salas.
I just wanted to provide 2 points of clarification. The first is that the part-time headcount in the assessing department is actually a shared full-time position with Biddeford. The second clarification is Councilor Doyle had asked where we were in terms of the training spending year to date through the end of April, and it is unchanged. It's still $163.
$153?
$163. So it's unchanged since February.
Right. So, any additional questions on my right? Yes, Councilor Doyle.
Thank you for the update, and that just kind of goes along with why we need to look at this and look at all the line items and make sure that we're using funds appropriately. Remember, we have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers to make sure we're spending money appropriately.
Thank you very much for that point of information, Councilor Doyle. Any other comments to my right? Any additional comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Archer.
Yes.
Councilor Gay.
Yes.
And Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Menthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
This is on the amendment,
This
correct?
is on the amendment to reduce the
No.
allocated money by $2,000.
No.
So that amendment passes 6-1. Next, we're back to the main. We're back to the main motion, and I ask if there are any comments to my right on the main motion. Any comments to my left on the main motion?
$1,000.
Okay, so let's start off with Councilor Menthorn.
No.
No, you seconded the motion. Okay, so Councilor Johnston.
On the main motion,
The main motion.
which is now $2,000?
Now $2,000.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Gay.
Yes.
And Councilor Archer.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-1. Thank you very much. Moving right along, Councilor Copeland.
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Forestry Bucket Truck for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council reduce $20,000 in Parks and Recreation ongoing expense and increase the capital program by $29,752 to support a new forestry bucket truck for Parks and Recreation as recommended by the City Administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget. And I would like to ask our Parks and Rec Director to come up and talk about this for a quick moment and tell us how is going to be reducing expenses.
We don't have a motion on the floor yet. Do I have a second on the motion? Seconded by Councilor Johnston. So any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Mr. Summer.
Good evening. So obviously, we're back here talking about the bucket truck, the forestry truck. For my department, It's an essential apparatus to have. You have a charter in the city code that requires us to maintain all city trees. And every year we put out, we have trees that come in that we can't take care of because of the size of the tree or the location of the tree by power lines, or it's hanging over somebody's house and we don't have a bucket to get up high enough. And so they go on a waiting list. Sometimes they go on a 3 to 5 year waiting list, depending on the severity of the tree, depending on the decay of the tree and so forth. And what we're doing is we're passing the buck to an outside group, and at some point we're going to get caught with the buck, and it's going to be detrimental to the organization and the city. But really what this does is allow us to take care of trees at the time of need, not when we can get to it, but at the time of need. And when you take over the value of the truck over the next 5 years, over through the lease, we're going to spend $45,000, or roughly about $9,000 a year, over what the department's giving back to operate this truck. In the long run, if you take from year 6 to year 15, which is the truck should last for about 15 years, you're going to save, the city's going to save almost $200,000 on that truck. Yes, there'll be some repairs, and yes, there'll be some maintenance on it and some gas and stuff like that. So if you break that down, you're still probably looking at about $150,000 saving from year 6 to year 15 for a very small upfront cost over the next 5 years. I think it's important for us to do. I think it's a necessity for my department to continue to maintain the trees at a high rate. And my hope is that you will look favorably on this truck.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments to my right? Any questions or comments to my left? Councilor Johnston.
Admittedly, last year I was pretty opposed to this. I didn't particularly like the approach buying somebody else's used problems versus buying new and spreading the cost out. In addition, in the last year, I've had more information, directly come from Director Summers. And, admittedly, I didn't know at the time last year that there was an actual ordinance that required us to maintain the trees. And so I would say now, thinking about it, this in the long run could save us a lot of money, not just in long-term cost from the operation of the department, but a libel lawsuit. So,
thank you.
I support it.
Interesting. I didn't realize there were any ordinances that you didn't know. So.
Oh, there's one.
There's one. Any other comments to my left? Any additional to my right? Thank you. Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. You got your truck.
Councilor Gay, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Almost.
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Temporary Election Help for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the city council approve $2,045 one-time expense as requested by city clerk to fund temporary election help as recommended by the city administrator in his fiscal year 2020.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So the motion is made by Councilor Minthorn.
No, Councilor
I'm sorry.
Gay.
The motion is made by Councilor Gay and seconded by Councilor Minthorn to add $2,045 as a one-time expense to the city clerk to fund a temporary election help position. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Councilor Gay.
Yes.
Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
And Councilor Archer.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Next up, Councilor Minthorn, do you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to put forward a RAD titled Life Safety Violations Elimination for consideration by council. Be it ordered the city council approve $35,000 in one-time expense as requested by code enforcement to fund a life safety violations elimination as recommended by the city administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a second? And that was Councilor Johnston. So a motion has been made by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Johnston, in order to fund a life safety violations elimination cost. So any comments to my right? Councilor Archer and then Councilor Doyle.
This is a one-time expense to come out of the reserves and not affect the mill rate, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Essentially to create a fund.
So, Councilor Doyle.
I may be mistaken, but I think that we heard this once before in last year's budget, and it didn't make it through the budget process. And sometime throughout the year, we have done some urban blight issues that we've dealt with. And so I don't understand why we need to have a fund for this when if there's a life safety issue, just bring it before us, and if we need to, we allocate the money to take care of it. We don't need to set a fund aside to do it. When the fund is already there, it's called the undesignated fund balance. So that's my thought.
Thank you very much. Additional comments to my right. Councilor Archer.
The way I understand it is if it was to happen the way Councilor Doyle presented, they would actually have to ask the council in a public setting for assistance for money. Whereas this fund can create a little bit of dignity and privacy.
And
still an
and
application
speed.
form, but it would not have to be presented directly to us.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Any other comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Johnston and then to Councilor Copeland.
So as Councilor Doyle indicated, I think it was last year and maybe even the previous year, that it was presented, and I think in both years I was opposed to it. I know in the past this existed, and the mayor may remember it. I don't know exactly what happened to defund it. Maybe all the funds were expended and never got replenished, but the intent is to have a self-replenishing fund as the Code Enforcement Office issues out, funds to get rid of a building or fix a building. They would lien the property and the money would come back in, and thereby, making the fund whole again. Again, I didn't support it in previous years, but now thinking about it, using contingency the way we were for these uses, it wasn't well tracked. So this way, as a counselor, exactly what's being expended from those funds before it's sat in contingency, and I couldn't tell you what was spent out of contingency last year or the previous years for these uses. So I look at it more of a tracking manner than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Copeland.
I think I'm all set.
Oh, okay, thank you. So the motion on the floor is Councilor Doyle. Do you have anything?
Thank you. I'm not suggesting that we put it in a contingency. I'm suggesting that we keep it in the undesignated fund balance, and if something comes up, then we do a budget amendment to pay for it. Then the tracking is very simple. It's connected to a project, and therefore it doesn't create this fund, this self-replenishing fund, which adds more administration to the code enforcement's already busy job and busy duties. So we don't need to put on more red tape, as they say. If there's a project that needs some attention, we'll take care of it, or we'll look at it, and we'll have robust discussion about it, and then we'll take a vote on it.
Councilor Archer, and then Mr. Sutherland.
Would the code enforcement officer like to talk on this
You want to
subject?
speak to this? Mr. Sutherland, do you want to say anything before Mr. Lambert comes forward?
I was just, again, this is one of those attempts to try to reduce the amount of workload that the council has to deal with, allows the code enforcer to handle situations that come to his desk without it necessarily becoming a public charade.
Well, Council Doyle's concern was it was a little bit too, it could provide additional duties for them, and I'd like to hear his perspective of, is this something that can be easily handled?
Well, we'll hear from Mr. Lambert, and then Mr. Sutherland. But I think it doesn't reduce anything because the money has to be spent, the paperwork has to be done. It is just, what's the framework for this as a policy? Does it need replenishment or a new motion, or is it a matter of getting the paperwork done, et cetera? Mr. Lambert.
Mr. Mayor, currently the way we operate to fund these things is we have to go into the contingency account to get the money to carry out the court orders that we receive when we take violators to court. This is just a process by which we would have a fund to be able to draw off of without having to raid the contingency account. The other thing is if I have to come to the council every time I have one of these court orders to enforce, it does delay the ultimate process. And if there's one thing I hate to do is to write up item commentaries. So it just simplifies the matter if this fund is established and is automatically replenishing.
My recollection is that it existed prior to the Great Recession and when we were emptying funds out to keep the tax rate down.
I don't recall that there was ever a specific fund that we drew off of. Of recent memory, we've used the contingency account to take care of
Yes.
these matters.
Okay, any additional questions or comments on my right? Anything, Councilor Johnston?
So, again, I guess my concern, I mean, I fully understand what, Councilor Doyle is saying, but the challenge with that is, one, you have to have 5 votes to amend something. So you could potentially have a council that doesn't approve something that the code enforcement officer deems to be life safety. We may not, but that's another issue. And second, it's a 3-vote or a 3-meeting process. So the code enforcement officer may have something that he deems needs to be done immediately, and he would have to come to council and wait the 3-step process just to get an order that, again, I don't think today we necessarily have the same challenges that I see across the river with several of their buildings, but it's a reality. It could happen. So I think that, you're basically empowering the code enforcement officer to do what his job really is.
Thank you. Any other comments to my left?
Part of his job.
Right. Any other comments to my right? Councilor Archer?
I believe in the fall we addressed this with a property in Councilor Gay's, constituent of Councilor Gay. And it did have to go through, it took about a month for us to address that issue.
That was the abatement of a
fairly
malfunctioning
repair,
septic
rundown.
system. Yes, sir.
It also, did that apply to our city trailer at the dump? I don't remember if that, I remember that was in disrepair as well.
I wasn't involved with that
That wasn't
one.
through that, yeah, that
Wasn't
was.
through that? Okay,
no.
sorry.
Any other comments or questions to my right? Any additional to my left? Thank you very much. Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
No.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-1. Next up is Councilor Smart.
Thank you. I would like to put forward the RAD titled Headcount Staffing to bring shift staffing to 9 on all 4 shifts for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $126,402 in ongoing expenses and $17,650 in one-time expense as requested by the fire ambulance to bring shift staffing to 9 on all 4 shifts as recommended by the City Administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Smart and seconded by Councilor Johnston. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Just a point of information, Chief Duras can correct me, but we received a report, a very thick report, earlier this year, and this was a recommendation of that report. Is that true, Chief? Yes. Thank you very much. That's it. So, Councilor Doyle?
No.
Councilor Archer?
No.
Councilor Gay?
No.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes by a breathtaking 4-3. So next up is Councilor Johnston.
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Headcount Administrative Assistant for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $37,196 in ongoing expense and $2,305 in one-time expense as requested by Human Resources to fund an administrative assistant as recommended by the city administrator in his FY 2020 budget. This position is partially funded by savings found in the elimination of the grants and project specialist role.
Second.
Thank you very much. I have a motion by Councilor Johnston and seconded by Councilor Smart. To add a position at $37,196 in ongoing expense and $2,305 in one-time expense for human resources. Any comments to my right? Councilor Archer.
Yes, one of the things we got to look at is how many full-time employees we're currently going to be adding. Next year, they're running a census. So in about a year or two, we're going to have more data on how many how many citizens we have.
Right.
I would say let's not approve every single employee at this time due to that fact that we'll have better data in 2 years. I think this position, I think I mentioned that it could have been shared, it could have been probably better utilized somewhere else. So I'm no on this fact, just because we are creeping up on how many full-time employees the city of Saco employs.
Thank you very much. And any other comments to my right? Seeing none, councilors to my left. Any comments or questions? Seeing none. Councilor...
Mayor.
Sir,
Thank
Councilor
you.
Doyle.
My apologies, I had to get to the right page and get my information
sorry.
correct.
Yeah.
I just want
I
to...
actually was looking for you to make a comment.
Thank you. Just want to point out that in 2017, if you go back online and you go to the 2017 budget information, the Finance Department and Human Resource Department was combined, and their presentation of their full-time employees was 8.5 combined. 8.5 combined. Now, the Finance Department, according to this budget book, has full-time 8 employees. Human Resources has 2.5 employees for a total of 10.5 employees, and we would be adding an additional employee for 11.5 employees. Now, I just want to remind everyone that we've outsourced payroll to Paychex. So we've switched software. We keep adding folks to these areas and reducing their duties. There's some real concern on why we're doing that, right? I don't believe that we need the added folks. We have good trained personnel, at least that's what I believe that we've done over the past years. We've provided training for those folks. So I don't see why we continue to add folks, add full-time employees and reduce what their, some of their job functions. So just remind everyone.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Sutherland.
So I think this might be an appropriate time to try to address this misconception about headcount within this organization. So since the fiscal year 2017 Saco budget approval, we've had 14 total full-time equivalents, or 8.5% increase over the prior years then. That's less than a 3% growth per year. Administration has had 2 additions, grants and projects, marketing, communications. Assessing has had 0 increase in FTEs. A reorganization with Biddeford resulted in the same number, but now more people physically around. City clerk has had no change. Code enforcement has 1.5. One is a code enforcer, one is shared with Old Orchard Beach until our discussion tonight. You've had 2 increase in the fire department. You've had a half a position in finance. Human resources, the HR deputy position became the HR generalist, part of the reorganization. So you've added 1 to HR. The other half was part of the assessment department before. That was a stipend position, and no longer can we call it a stipend position, so that's an employee, part-time employee. Parks and Rec has had 1 additional, and that was made during this fiscal year. Planning and Development has had 1. Police Department has had 2. Public Works has had 1, and that position's covered through the construction inspection. And then Facilities has had 2. So that's a total of 14 within this organization in 3 years. I'm not sure where the other numbers I've heard that are out there. And as part of this recommended budget, it would add 6 additional positions to the organization. They're all greatly needed. It doesn't address the 7 other that were requested but not supported as part of this budget. And again, these RADs, I've tried to balance the needs of the departments with that of our residents' ability to support an increase. But we are challenged, we are stretched thin. And I ask that you really keep the positions that are here and you continue to support the departments and the needs of the departments. Thank you.
Any additional comments to my right? Councillor Doyle.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. While I can't speak to all the full-time employee numbers that were just thrown out by the city administrator, what I can speak to is if you go to the Saco main budget section, you will see Finance and Human Resources Department organization chart with a total full-time employees of 8.5. That's right on the website. And if you go to the budget book, you will see that the separated departments, you have finance with 8, and you have human resources with 2.5. That's 10.5, and this one would be another additional employee for 11.5. That is a fact, as you can see with the books, and as you can see with the online data. So, notwithstanding all the other, whether some people have said it's 57 or 38 or 14, we're talking about this one RAD at this moment, and whether this administrative assistant is needed. And if you look, we have reduced some of the duties over there. So that needs to be looked at when we make our decision here.
Thank you. Any comments to my left? Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I wonder if the HR director might speak to the, I don't know,
Ms. Cadlick, would you come forward, please?
The relative duties and job requirements related to paychecks and the switchover, and if that's taken any duties or alleviated any work from that department.
So I'd like to at least correct the statement that Councilman Doyle indicated that we outsource payroll. We did not outsource payroll. We have a different software package. The Paychex runs our paychecks and then delivers them back to us. So we're not running the paychecks. But the payroll, the HR generalist payroll specialist is still responsible for monitoring all the timesheets, all the information that is put in from each of the department heads or respective employees. She approves after the directors have approved it. She has to go back and approve, and she works and looks at if there's any discrepancies. From there, she'll call the director or the individual in the department and indicate that there's a problem with processing that particular paycheck. After that's corrected, she then works with Paychex to roll out the paychecks to the other side of the house. So there's a time and attendance, and then there's a payroll piece. So that's what the specialist does. In regards to indicating that we have lessened the job responsibility, I would definitely say that's not true. What you've done is I have her working on the pay side where someone had indicated we didn't train our, or she hasn't been trained. She's been in the process of being trained for over 2 years. She is supposed to be doing admin and benefit compensation data input. She's supposed to be working on compliance tasks. She's supposed to be preparing EEO, OSHA, DOL statistics and workers' comp, maintenance and collection of employee-related databases, whether it's Munis or whether it's the paychecks, and preparation of management reports when they've asked about what is our vacation accrual, sick time accrual, the things that we have to monitor so that if they do terminate, that the city's not paying out the full amount. We go back to the directors and work with them to address those issues. She has been, in the 2.5 or whatever years she's been here, she was working on the Munis side. When we hired her, she was hired as the generalist. It wasn't until December 2017 that the AP, the payroll specialist, came out of finance.
And from there, it was decided that we were picking up the payroll process. So when I hired her, it wasn't with the idea that she would be doing any kind of payroll, that she would be running the general side of the house, so that I could actually get back and try to assist Kevin with strategic planning, employee relations. I work hand in hand with our legal counsel. So to say that we've lessened our responsibility, I would say that's not true. Anything.
Thank you. Any other questions to my left? Councilor Smart.
And when the time comes that this specialist is fully trained up on paychecks, would that alleviate the need for this position, or would it?
She's trained. I mean, and I'll say I could also ask Glennis to chime in, because Kristen has done a phenomenal job. The issues that we have, like I've said the past two on my presentation and last week, are that we're trying to work on technical issues with paychecks. So in trying to merge our systems that we would normally have done with Munis, we've been building those with Paychex. Now, Paychex indicated that they were municipal friendly, but they also, after we started working with them, indicated that they've never done the detail and the depth that they've had to do with this process with the city in order for it to happen. And I do want to go back and say that with the first check, as I said before, the first payroll in February, we were 98% okay. That is phenomenal for what we tried to do, or what we did. So it's not that she's not able to do payroll. She's a phenomenal payroll specialist. It's that payroll was taken out from HR, so when I hired her, it wasn't a payroll position. It was a generalist with being able to be the front person in HR, answer and work with the employees on benefits, compensation, and that's taken away from right now.
Any additional comments or questions to my left? Councilor Minthorn.
Now that we're 3 months into Paychex, have they met their obligations under the contract, or did they oversell and underdeliver? And maybe what we should be doing is looking at that as a contract violation, go back into Munis where we were. Not that it was perfect, I understand it wasn't, but if Paychex, are we throwing good money after bad at this point?
I don't believe so. I feel that the accuracy of the checks have been right on and spot on. And then I think by going back to Munis, what we risk, what we've indicated all along, is the compliance under the W-2s and the taxes. And I defer that to Glennis, because she's been working on that piece of it. So I don't believe we're just throwing money out the window. No, I think when this is up and running, and we've talked about, give it a year. I don't believe we paid anything yet, Glennis.
So I've been asked, so I'll chime in on this. Any time that you have a software transition in any organization, it's an incredibly complicated procedure, right? And we're talking about software transitions. I've managed a lot of software transitions in my career. It's never simple. You have some large group of people that now has to learn a new process. They have to learn new buttons. They have to learn new screens. For some people who are described as change agile, jumping from one software package to another is very straightforward and simple. For some people who are less inclined towards change, that can be very difficult. And so the first couple of months in the transition to payroll, a lot of the time that's been involved and that has occupied, I would say, human resources time is in just creating comfort with a new software package where the buttons are in different places, where the menus look different, where people are becoming accustomed to how things operate. Now let's layer on top of it some of the more complicated reporting, right? So there are a number of benefits providers, and some of the challenges with Paychex come back to a payroll and benefits package provided to our employees that far exceeds the complexity of anything I've seen in the private sector. The city of Saco actually has not one, not two, but 3 retirement benefits providers, which in the private sector is unheard of. You've got 1 retirement company, that's it. We have 3. So 2 out of our 3 retirement benefits providers have received the data file format that they need in order to be able to manage the accounts, and we're still working actively with Paychex on getting the 3rd file. Now, we've made updates, we're up to date in terms of our filing and reporting, but whenever you're building a report that's new, it's extremely time consuming. So there were questions about the general ledger, as an example. I did 4 rounds with Paychex. Each one of those rounds to get the general ledger entry correct cost me 4 hours. And we're in a similar place with this one last reporting piece that Mary Lou has been referencing on the HR side. Now let's circle back to a couple of questions that have been brought up and that Mary Lou's addressed, but I want to support her. The first is, she's absolutely correct. Initially, when the generalist role was created, there had not been a conversation about the need for someone to really manage and spearhead payroll. The city was spending thousands and thousands of dollars in overtime on the finance department because the payroll and accounts payable functions have been combined with one person. She was already doing a full-time AP job. She was handed payroll. In 1 year, we spent $20,000 in overtime to cover the cost of that. So I identified when I came on that it was critical that we migrate payroll over to a resource that was available, and that was Kristen at the time, and that we then offer her a software package that assured compliance. Mary Lou mentioned challenges with Munis. In the last W-2 round, we had pay types that were supposed to be federal tax qualified, where our Munis system failed to take any federal taxes out. And so we had to reissue W-2s, and we had to pay out those additional taxes, of course, to the IRS on behalf of the employees. Relatively small amounts, but it was impossible for us to identify why it is that the system had failed to appropriately allocate our FICA and federal tax obligations for those employees. That's a serious liability. We go to Munis, we say we need support, we need to understand why our system isn't complying with federal and state regulations, and they said, that's not our job. So here we are left with no support. So Paychex offers us a full, comfortable confidence that what we're doing in terms of compliance with the IRS is correct, to avoid some of the issues which I've discussed in the past, where we had to negotiate significant debt with the IRS down because of these filing issues. All of that to say that the decentralizing of finance and HR has had a strong ROI for the city. By alleviating the responsibilities of managing both employee relations and finance from my job, I've been able to save the city $630,000. So if you look at my salary alone, again, that comes back to that $475,000 ROI. But let's set that aside. Let's say the decentralization of finance and HR, which has created so far 1 additional headcount, potentially another one, depending on how the council votes, that's a 385% return. Because I've had the bandwidth to dig down into the finances to identify found money that can then go into the surplus and be used either to support our capital program or to reduce the mill rate. I think that there is definite benefit in adding another headcount. And I think one thing that Mary Lou is too humble to address is that her and her team have a very strong customer service focus. That means that when you have 230 full-time and part-time employees expecting that they can call HR and get an answer right away, HR wants to provide that service. And I think senior staff really expect HR to provide that level of service. And if you're going to pick up the phone every time someone calls, that's where this kind of additional headcount's important. Also, if we're going to continue to support the complexity of our benefits package for our employees, that costs money at the end of the day. So those are some of the thoughts that I had on this issue.
Thank you. Any additional questions to my left? Councilor Johnson.
Could we just clarify, and maybe you already have and I missed it, but how many individuals we have in HR, full and half-time, presently?
Is myself, the generalist, and Mary Stars in the senior volunteer program part-time.
Oh, yes, that's one other item. That half head count in HR, that was a transition from, I'm not even sure if the senior volunteer coordinator was even captured in our head count calculator in 2017.
I don't think so.
But she is entered into the HR department as a part-time, but that's not an expansion of HR, that's a transition of the senior volunteer coordinator from Parks and Recreation, where she was paid out previously, into the HR department. So it's really one head count.
And prior to that, it was an assessment.
Yes,
Well
thank you very
before.
much. Any additional questions or comments to my left? Councilor
So
Johnston.
looking to two surrounding communities, and I'm not going to give you the exact details of what their job titles are, but in their HR departments, Scarborough has 3 full-time, 1 part-time. Biddeford has 2 full-time, 1 part-time, looking to add a full-time employee this year. So I would say that very small picture,
Yes.
we're in line with the surrounding communities, at least where they are with their HR.
Any other comments or questions to my left? Thank you. Councilor Archer.
Yes, this is a discussion. I just wanted to make sure that we're aware that we have 40 other reds to approve, and I would like to make a motion. What? I'd like to make a motion to limit debate to other than council members and the mayor to 2 minutes per question.
Thank you. Let's handle this matter, get this matter off the floor, and then we'll put your motion on the floor. Councilor Doyle.
Appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate that in 2017, we were able to do more with less. We had a Finance and Human Resources Director. Now we have 2 different directors. We have a Human Resources Director and a Finance Director. With the department head wages at $97,610 for finance. Department head wages for human resources, $94,461. And if you look back to 2017, the department head wages was $105,310. So you can do the math, but you can see as we add headcount, we're also increasing the money that we're spending in these departments. And at the same time, while we might not be outsourcing the entire payroll, we are reducing some of the duties that they do. So, let's just be mindful of that. As I indicated before, we have a fiduciary responsibility to the tax base and to the taxpayers.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my right? Seeing none. Additional comments to my left? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is to increase headcount in HR by a headcount administrative assistant. Motion is made by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Smart. Councilor Archer.
No.
Councilor Gay.
No.
Councilor Doyle.
No.
Councilor Copeland.
No.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
The motion fails 4-3. Councilor Archer, you were interested in a motion that would limit comments other than those being made by the mayor and council and city administrator?
That's correct. And then under discussion, I'll discuss why.
And so that motion would be to limit other speakers to how much time?
I said 2 minutes, but I'm open to that.
How about 3, since
3
we have
minutes
that
is
on it? So
appropriate.
we'll allow, so the motion on the floor made by Councilor Archer is to limit comments by department heads or city staff.
By speakers that are other than council and the mayor.
Well, okay.
Well, and to include city administrator, my apologies. So
But
people have to
that-
DS,
So, and they would have an unlimited period?
just as, well, per Robert's.
So Councilor Archer has made that motion. Is there any, a second on that motion?
We don't need it.
Motion dies for,
I'll second the motion.
oh, okay, Councilor.
discussion.
So Councilor Doyle has seconded for discussion purposes only. So Councilor Archer, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, the reason why I bring this up is we do have 40 other reds to discuss. We also have to approve the budget, and then we have many other items on our agenda. To the public who's watching, for the last month, we've had every department answer these questions, and it's actually redundant at this time. So to advocate at this time, we're just looking for clarifying questions, and to continue conversations that are 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes means we may not be able to finish this budget tonight. So,
We'll finish this budget tonight.
well, tonight could mean after midnight.
It may not be tonight
Tonight is 11:59, tomorrow
Tonight-
morning is a
that's
different
right.
story.
Tonight, it will be finished.
We do it every year.
Or before we adjourn this meeting,
That's correct. That's
it will be finished. So that is, Councilor Archer has spoken to his motion. Does anyone wish, Councilor Doyle, do you wish to speak to your second?
No, I just have a question, rather.
Yes.
Are we including the public in that
No,
comment?
no, we're not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments to the left or right? Seeing none, Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
No.
Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Gay.
Yes.
And Councilor Archer.
Yes.
I believe that's 4 yeses. The motion passes.
6.
Sorry, what? 6 yeses. Oh, who was the no?
Yeah, I know, but we're not going to be there for another hour.
Okay, 6.
5. We got to have 5 minutes. We've been here 2 hours.
Just, I was going to say, just
Yeah,
go.
you're not going to, you're going to get to page 100
We're going to,
before we break?
yeah.
No, just,
I have a motion on the floor made by Councilor Minthorn to recess for 5 minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Minthorn and seconded by Councilor Copeland to recess for 5 minutes. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
no.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
We're going to be back.
On a rest?
On a 5-minute recess.
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
No.
And Councilor Archer.
How many yeses and nos do we have?
It's 3-2 right now.
3-2? Oh, only 3-2?
Well, Councilor,
Then I'll say yes.
Councilor Minthorn would have said yes, so I think it's 5-2. So we are in 5-minute recess. We're in recess until whatever time that is, 8:40. We're so chipper earlier today. Oh, we did.
Wow, this is sort of intimidating. Well, yeah. I'm scared to death every time I go in.
Oh, well, you'll get over
You just
that.
learn to hide it. No, I always get nervous, but frankly, I think that's a good thing. You know, heightens the
Keeps you on your
senses.
toes.
That
Yeah.
definitely keeps you on your toes. When I get bored being in court is when I need to maybe think about doing something.
Do you deal with Adam?
Not as much as others, but I've started running across him more often. He's a nice guy.
He is. He just had a birthday. We went through a whole text.
Oh, did he?
He's really a great lawyer and
Bruce sent me an email from where he was this past week, saying, "Hey, could you print this article out that Adam wrote about a case that's going on right now, and so we could discuss it?" I feel like I'm about to just get into I can't remember the name. It's a federal case that the court was asking for guidance on foreclosure, the state law foreclosure issue. Which
We still have 40.
I mean, well, we had
Like you
that
said,
very
we're
big,
already
large
Some
for a long time. And we made some law.
Questions to go before we go to the
It should be like a cut and dry.
Clarifying questions. Yeah. Clarifying answers.
Right.
Do we have 8 staff or 7 staff? You have 7.
Yeah.
most of the
5-6, Councilor Doyle.
not necessarily been great for my life.
Councilor Doyle, I know.
Inviting people.
If I can,
Just, you know, the pendulum has swung
I
so
figured,
far.
so win-win no matter what.
And I think the pendulum has just swung so far to the other side, where it needed a bit of a correction. You know, there needed to be reasonable checks and balances. Exactly. You know, he's only
I think there's 70, there's a 72 on the spreadsheet.
That's exactly right. That's exactly
It's going to be 2 o'clock in the morning before we get done at the rate we're going.
Just go straight to work.
You probably will be able to. We all ought to go out for breakfast after this. I know. All right.
Yes, Councilor Doyle. And so we are back in session, and I have a motion by Councilor Copeland. Page 53. Yep.
Okay. I would like to put forward the RAD titled Recruitment Advertising for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $11,600 in ongoing expense as requested by Human Resources to fund recruitment advertising as recommended by the City Administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Do I have a second on this motion?
Second.
I have a second by Councilor Smart. So I have a motion by Councilor Copeland, seconded by Councilor Smart, on recruitment advertising to approve $11,600 in ongoing expense, made by Councilor Copeland and seconded by Councilor Smart. Councilor Archer.
Yes, I have a question. How many, what's the best way to say it? How many openings do we currently have? I noticed on the website that we only have 3, but that may include, 3 titles, but that may include multiple opens per title.
We have policemen, too.
So, Mr. Sutherland, do you know how many openings we currently have?
I do not. I'd ask the HR director to respond to that.
Yeah, Ms. Cadlick, would you come forward, speak into the microphone, and tell us how many openings there are across the city? Yeah, excuse me, not including the schools.
That's correct.
And in 3 minutes.
2 fire, 3 PD. 5. And those are the hardest ones to recruit for. We talked about that last week.
2 fire, 3 PD, and what else?
Nope.
You had 3 job titles?
I think there was like a Parks and Rec.
Oh, it's a part-time, but
Yeah.
it's what
Okay.
he wants to do full now for the
Oh,
RAD.
okay. All right, thank you.
Yep, and
Mr.
follow up on that.
Councilor Archer.
Last week I spoke, I had just finished, or Thursday, sorry, not last week, Thursday, we had just finished our county budget, and I talked to the sheriff and asked if he needed,
Wednesday.
it was Wednesday when I attended the county budget meeting, Thursday when we were here. I asked the sheriff who needs to fill 40 correctional officers' position if additional money would help him. And I gave him pretty much a blank check to say whatever he wanted, and he said no. His explanation with the county administrator was that it would not even assist. It's actually an issue throughout the field and throwing additional money towards that. Now, with 11,600 going to what I presume that cause, and the sheriff saying it's not appropriate, I would vote this down. If you go to page 82, which is the HR, and you look at the line item for advertising, you'll notice that there's still $2,544 allocated to advertising, so we're not zeroing it out, we're just not adding the additional expenses that the sheriff himself said he would not benefit for hiring 40 correctional officers out of his 80.
Thank you very much. Additional comments to my right? Comments to my left, Councilor Smart.
I just want to reiterate what Councilor Minthorn said and what I was told as well, that even though these are some of the hardest positions to fill, we did get 15, I believe, candidates for the open police department positions, and a lot of that was credited towards the money that we have spent and the advertising efforts that were made. And I believe that some of those were very promising candidates. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you very much. Additional comments to my left? Seeing none. Additional comments to my right? Seeing none. Councilor Archer.
Yes. The other thing I wanted to point out, which could be an amendment, is that this is an ongoing request, not a one-time. If we're short by, if it's just a temporary shortage, this seems to be more of a one-time expense, not an ongoing expense. If you look at the last couple of years, we're averaging, I'm even just going to go from the low is 2,000, the high is 50, 45, 69. So I'd even amend this down to 5,000 total if people are still interested in assisting in funding, but we don't need to make it an ongoing. We can make it, we don't have to make it ongoing if it's just a one-time, and we can reanalyze, reassess next year.
Councilor Archer, do you have a amendment to make?
I make amendment that this is transferred from ongoing to a one-time at the amount of $11,600.
Second.
So I have an amendment made by Councilor Archer, seconded by Councilor Doyle, to make this a one-time expense of $11,600. Any comments to my right? Seeing none. Comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland? Yes, this is on the amendment.
Yes.
To change to one time. Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The amendment passes 7-0. Back to the main motion, which is now that $11,600 be allocated to Human Resources to fund recruitment advertising as a one-time item on the city budget. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Johnston?
Sorry,
Councilor
I do have
Smart.
one. So does that mean that this would hit the reserves as opposed to
Yes.
the mill rate?
That is correct.
Okay.
Wonderful. So, any other comments to my left? Councilor Johnston.
So as I said last week, I'd just like to emphasize that we take this effort and spend it more, maybe less on LinkedIn and more focused on, say, running like Facebook ads and hopefully using our new communications position to also create that content. That's it. And yes.
Thank you. What we're looking for would be, I guess, a policy that would take up later on having an advertising policy so that your point can be made. So, Mr. Sutherland, can you see putting together an advertising policy sometime after the beginning of this coming fiscal year?
We can add that to the list of policies to be drafted and/or revised.
Thank you very much. So, any other comments to my left? Any comments to my right? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
No.
Councilor Gay?
No.
Councilor Doyle?
No.
Councilor Archer? Councilor Archer. Nobody gets to vote after you.
No.
Whoa.
You can't.
Oh.
I can vote,
Can't.
no, I can't speak against what I bring up.
So all I can say is, no, this is the main motion.
Yeah, you amended
This is
the main
This has
motion.
been amended.
So you can't
it's
vote against the main
a
motion.
one-time 11,600.
You can't vote against it if you...
Your
amended it.
motion. And it was, the original motion was made by Councilor Copeland and seconded by Councilor Smart. So anyway, you still voted no way.
Yes.
Okay. So the motion fails 3-4.
Point of order, you can't do that.
So, Councilor Minthorn, do you have a motion, please?
I thought he could not, because he amended the motion, he couldn't vote against the motion because he amended it and his amendment passed
No?
under Robert's rules.
Yeah, no, he is allowed to vote against it under Robert's rules.
Thank you. I'd like to put forward a RAD titled Head Count Cybersecurity Program Manager for consideration by council. Be it ordered the City Council approve $115,822 in ongoing expense and $5,805 in one-time expense as requested by the Information Technology to fund the Cybersecurity Program Manager as recommended by the City Administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Oh. Okay, Councilor Smart. So I have a motion to add a particular headcount for a cybersecurity program manager, made by Councilor Minthorn and seconded by Councilor Smart. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Plenty. So, Councilor Copeland?
That's an awful lot of money. And we heard from one of my constituents earlier, former Mayor Pylon, about maybe sharing things with other cities. So this might be an opportunity for that. I believe that I've heard that from other councilors as well. And it makes sense. That's an awful lot of money for us to be, taking the solo oar on that. So would our department head, our IT department head, like to speak to that?
Absolutely.
You are limited to 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh, boy. All right. So, yes, it is absolutely possible. However, the thing is, we need to ensure that if we're going to offer this to other communities, we need to be able to package a solution that would be available and easy to implement for all communities. It is something that we actually talked to the city manager about initially during the discussion of this position.
So then we would be having a position for $115,000.
Yes.
And then we'll gather everything, package it up nice and sweet for everybody else, and we'll still be paying somebody $115,000?
So the salary is high, and I understand that. However, with the position that we're looking to get, the current unemployment rate is 0 or near 0. So wherever we grab someone from, they're going to probably be highly paid. The average salary for a professional, so this isn't someone coming out of college. This isn't someone that kind of learned on their own. This is someone who's certified and is ready to secure our network. It does cost a lot. So.
What about outside services who do that professionally?
So we can do that, and that's completely up to you all. If that's something you want to outsource, an incident is very expensive. So I talked to a friend in Augusta who on the 18th of April, they were attacked. They were hit with a variant called Raikou.
I don't think there's anybody going to dispute the fact that we're going to be attacked. It just seems to be a matter of time. I get that.
Sure.
But how are we going to handle it, and how is it going to best serve us and still be reasonable for the taxpayers?
So how are we going to handle a compromise or?
Right. What are we going to
Sure.
do to lessen this $115,000 and still be secure?
I'm sorry, I don't really understand the question. How are we going to lessen the salary?
How are we going to spend less and be safe?
Oh. That's a good question that I don't honestly have an answer for.
Thank you, that's an excellent answer.
That is a good answer.
So, any other questions, Councillor Copeland? Councillor Minthorn is next. Would you like to speak to your motion, sir?
What has Augusta spent so far, and have they fully vetted and finished recovering what they lost from that attack?
So as of Friday, they have not fully recovered, and they've spent about $40,000 so far to recover.
Okay.
Yes, it is. So their ransom was, what's in the papers was about $100,000 is what they put out. Talking to my friend, it was much more than that.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 10, would you say, where would you comfortably, publicly say our vulnerability is?
Let's just leave it
I
at
think
that.
that's something that we'd more than likely like to talk into an executive session about.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Johnston.
Publicly disclosed vulnerabilities is probably not a good thing.
Thank you, Mr. Pinero.
Yes, sir.
Councillor
So
Johnston.
I have two challenges with this. One being, again, as pointed to earlier, the salary is high, and in fact, it's higher than you are paid as a department head, which in my own personal opinion, that's going to eventually, whether it's you in the position or somebody else in future years, wants a correction, so they're at least at the same level. And then the biggest issue, I guess, is that I know that the threat's real because you tell me it's real, and I trust you to tell me that it's real, but I don't think the public fully understand what that threat is. And I think a better approach would be doing some kind of study, having somebody come in and tell us what these threats are and what the potential cost could be, and we could, come back to this during the year and address it later on than currently.
Absolutely agree with that. So what you're speaking about is a penetration or vulnerability assessment. A good pen test where we actually have someone not only try to break in but also exploit weaknesses and vulnerabilities can range anywhere between $15,000 and $30,000. That would give you that full assessment on where we're at and what we absolutely need.
Thank you.
Any additional comments to my left? Any comments to my right? Councillor Archer, then Councillor Doyle.
Yeah, so I think this is connected to the next two items of Sophos and Discovery. I'm not a computer expert by any means, but I did check out their websites and what they do. Sophos is...
Did the same thing.
Sorry, that distracted me. Sophos is for malware, ransomware, various other things. It targets and searches for what's out there. It tells you or tells someone what to look for. And then the next one is the managed threat protection. We're adding these at $23,500. Why do we also need this cybersecurity program manager when when we're paying for it? Sounds like two really good products from what I've seen. Does this limit our risk? And I mean limit as, does it reduce our risk, our threats? Because I'm for the next two items, not for this item.
Sure. So the idea here is a defense in depth, right? So we want to look at something and say, if they penetrate through the first layer, what do we have to protect us as they traverse into our network? We want to ensure that we can see them going east and west in our network, which means traveling from internal network to another internal network, and how can we track and see what they're doing. The products, the Sophos is going to give us that root cause and analysis. There's still, we have about 170 assets that we're constantly monitoring. From those, we get about a log every half second. So that's data that has to be consumed. Typically, it's me. On a good day, about 3 to 4 hours consuming logs, checking out what's happening. I'm also remediating those issues and vulnerabilities that we find, because we do find things every day. We see about 60 attacks onto our firewall daily. previous, we had a remote server that was attacked about every half second. Looking at reports from large corporations, you know, we see about 72% of attacks will be cyber espionage, miscellaneous errors, and privilege misuse. 75% external and about 30% internal. Cyber espionage is that thing that I'm really concerned about right now. We see that 2018, that number has gone from, in 2017, up about 17% total. So it's not like, so it's great we have these assets. However, these are much smarter people and much more, they have more funding than us, because it's typically nation state actors that are, you know, we may think, oh, it's just little Saco, Maine. If you want, you can watch Sunday 60 Minutes. They talk about Atlanta, which is a very large population, and they talk about Leeds.
Yeah, you're giving us way more information.
Okay.
And you have, by the way, Counselor, just so you know, he burned through the 3 minutes.
That was per question, if you want to go back.
That was per question.
That was.
So
And now I have a follow-up. That's why I put that in.
We're clocking more and more.
Yes. So this one says, potentially, I'm looking for a quick answer.
Sure.
Is that,
can
okay,
try.
I understand that you're looking for this triple level layer of security. Could this headcount, instead of being a cybersecurity program manager, be a subordinate to you?
Absolutely.
And that would be a significant cost savings. And if that's so, I'm still no on this, but I would be in the future with a job descriptions of essential functions and duties be for an amendment for that triple layer threat position.
Thank you. Counselor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out that I agree with Councilor Johnston and that we actually should get an assessment you know, of our vulnerability and then go in executive session and discuss that. However, I do think that we need to look at partnering with our other communities, and a perfect opportunity would be in the joint city council, City of Biddeford, City of Saco partnership that we had, and I know that hasn't met for quite some time, but I know we do have a meeting of the upcoming council scheduled. And you know, perhaps the standing committee that's already in there should meet and kind of discuss some of these issues, and then maybe bring Old Orchard in as we partner with them on the Chamber of Commerce. Maybe this is an area where we can also partner with both communities for any kind of cyber threats to all three communities.
Sure. Absolutely. You make it happen.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, just any other questions to my right? Seeing none. Questions to my left? Counselor Johnson.
It's not a question. I'd like to
Comments?
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
Be it ordered that the City Council approve $30,000 in one-time expenses to fund a penetration test or risk assessment.
Second.
So I have a motion by Counselor, an amendment to this motion by Counselor Johnston, seconded by Counselor Archer, to make a one-time expenditure of $30,000 for a penetration test. Motion was made by Counselor Johnston, seconded by Counselor Archer. Any comments on the amendment to my right? Counselor Archer?
So is it still going to include the position? Because we're going to have, are we zeroing out the position so we can figure out?
Yes, we're zeroing
I want
out.
to
The
make sure that's clear.
the motion was, that it is only a one-time expenditure of $30,000 for a penetration test. So, do you have any other comments or questions, Councilor Archer? Any other questions or comments to my right? Seeing none, to my left? Seeing none, this is a vote on the amendment to make this expenditure a one-time expenditure of $30,000. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The amendment passes 7-0. The motion that is on the floor now is that $30,000 be expended as a one-time expense for a penetration test. Any comments on that to my right? Seeing none, comments to my left? Thank you. Counselor Johnston?
Yes.
Counselor Smart?
Yes.
Counselor Minthorn?
Yes.
Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Gay?
Yes.
And Counselor Archer?
Yes.
The main motion passes 7-0 as amended. Next up, Counselor Archer.
Yes, just one item. With us doing this cybersecurity threat, is it worth us investing in these two programs? What happens
Well,
with that?
why don't you, are you going to refuse to make the motion?
I'll make the motion. but-
Okay, fine.
All right.
Let's make the motion, see if there's a second. If there's no second, then it dies. If there is a second, we can discuss it and vote it up or down.
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Sophos Intercept X and EDR for consideration by the council. Be it ordered that the city council approve $13,500 in ongoing expenses requested by IT Information Technology to fund Sophos Intercept X plus EDR as recommended by the city administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Archer and seconded by Councilor Minthorn.
Yes, we need this.
You did second it?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, this is a separate item. This is talking about a change in antivirus protection software from whoever they're using now. So, Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To answer a question that was brought up, I think I'm looking at my notes from the directors. It says we're going to this regardless, so this is not we're replacing current software with this software. So I think to answer the question that was brought up by Councilor Archer, I think we have to go through this. So.
I think so. So, any other comments or questions to my right? Any comments or questions to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Minthorn? Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnson?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Next up, Councilor Gay.
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Discovery, Managed Threat and Protection, citywide for consideration by council. Be it ordered, the city council approve $10,000 in ongoing expense as requested by Information Technology to fund and Discovery. Managed threat protection, citywide as recommended by city administrator in fiscal year 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Doyle, a motion by Councilor Gay, seconded by Councilor Doyle, in order to buy another piece of software associated with managed threat protection. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left?
Yes, we need it.
Seeing none. Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Next up, Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put forward a RAD titled Aerifier for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the city council approve $17,907 in one-time expense as requested by Parks and Rec to fund an Aerifier as recommended by the city administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Doyle and seconded by Councilor Minthorn in order to purchase an aerifier as a one-time expense by Parks and Recreation. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Next up, Councilor Smart. Do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you. I would like to put forward the RAD titled Program Coordinator for consideration by the council. Be it ordered that the city council approve $2,000 in ongoing expenses as requested by Planning and Economic Development to fund a program coordinator as recommended by the city administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Smart, seconded by Councilor Doyle, in order to expend $2,000 in an ongoing expense for a program coordinator. So, any questions or comments to my right? Any questions or comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Next up, Councilor Copeland.
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Head Count, Increase Police Patrol by 2. It says 2A, I don't know. For consideration by council. Be it ordered that the city council approves $137,536 in ongoing expenses and $1,650 in one-time expense as requested by police department to increase police patrol by 2 as recommended by the city administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Thank you. So I have a motion by Councilor Copeland, seconded by Councilor Smart, to increase police head count by 2. Any comments to my right? Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, we've heard a lot about the problems with recruiting and the actual great job that the city has done with getting the 15 applicants that are currently in the process. But I don't think we should be increasing head count when we're not fully staffed as it is, and fully staffed with fully trained personnel. We have a lot of folks that are in the process, in the pipeline, as I understand, and those folks still need to be trained. So they need to be backfilled with folks using overtime and such. So adding more head count to that situation when we've been understaffed for so long in that department doesn't really make sense at this time. I'm not saying that I don't believe that we need more police on the road and out there in the Detective Bureau and doing different things like MDEA, and then also patrolling the river. I absolutely do, because as the city has grown, we need to increase the patrol to also grow. But at this time, I don't think it's necessary to do so. Thank you.
Any additional comments to my right? Councilor Archer.
Again, I would also say that let's see the census data first before we start spending significant money on an ongoing basis.
Thank you. Any comments to my left? So let me start with Councilor Copeland. You wish to speak to your motion.
I would. I would actually like Deputy Chief Clement to come up and spend 3 minutes with us. And I'm sure he can tell us why we have this great need now.
3 minutes, Chief.
Yes, sir. I'll keep it under 3 minutes.
I know you will.
So I understand exactly where you're coming from. Unfortunately, what I will tell you is that, as I spoke before, any organization at any given time is 15 to 30% down because people are in training, they're on vacation, they're sick, military leave, those types of things. So our folks are getting ordered in, they are getting worked, they're getting tired. I really think we need to move the needle. We have some very good applicants, people that are coming here or looking to come here from out of state. Those folks would not need to go to the academy if the academy accepts their training, which typically in New England they do. So that would be a significant savings as far as sending people to the academy. And I'm concerned about making sure that we provide the services that you need. There's a lot of speed details in all of the wards that people want us to come out and spend time in the neighborhoods addressing speeding complaints and other issues, and we just are not able to do that. And I think for the city, I want to maintain a great level of service. I'm a little concerned that, you know, going down the road, if we continue to kind of kick the can, that we're going to fall too far behind. We're at a point now where we have a good amount of people that are applying, and I think it would be a benefit if we could do this. I won't promise you'll see immediate relief, but I feel pretty good about by the fall you'll start seeing more folks out there.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Smart, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, thank you. I'm probably a lot of the reason that you're getting so many calls for speed details. And thank you.
Let's not do confessions over
not me personally, but passing on others' concerns. And I want to say thank you to you and your department for being so responsive to that. Also, obviously, funding 2 extra positions, they wouldn't actually be paid out unless they were filled.
Correct.
And so even though we're allocating money to this, obviously that line item would only be paid out if you do end up finding qualified candidates that you can hire.
That's correct.
Thank you. Additional comments to my left? Councillor Johnston.
I was going to hold off this time. I'll be quick. I agree with Councillor Doyle as far as having the concern that we have openings now, and beyond that, how do I put this correctly? I have concerns with the department presently, so I'd like for that to be rectified first, and then we could potentially look at this again.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments to my left? Any additional comments to my right? A bunch of them. So, Councillor Doyle first, and then Councillor Archer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out that if we do approve it, it hits the mill rate now. Right? Whether the funds are utilized, it hits the mill rate now, which hits the taxpayers now. So if we're going to look at this, which I absolutely think we need more police on the road. I absolutely think the department needs to increase, as it hasn't in a long time. But it has to be a managed increase, and I don't think we're at the point where we add 2 additional folks on at this point. So just
Councillor Archer.
Yes, and just kind of piggybacking off Councillor Johnston is that I'd like to see this, what's going on, just currently wrapped up, but I wouldn't be against a budget amendment in the future. Should there be a demand, say we fill the positions and then you're like, hey, we should have 2 open one, I'd be more. I'm also concerned that there's actually another RAD requesting 2 other police officers, 10 more requests down, give or take. So that's where my concerns come from.
Mr. Sutherland.
So if there isn't support around the council for funding the monies behind the positions, would the council be open to allowing us to go get these positions and then come back to the council for the monies?
That would be an
because
amendment.
right now you have 15 applicants that we want to look at, and if we can only pick 3 of them and they don't make it all the way through.
Actually, sir, actually 1. We have 2 people in backgrounds that are pretty deep into the background process.
And we have 3 openings currently.
Well, we have 3, but I have 2 people that are deep in the background process there as far as polygraph.
So you have 15
So I'll have,
1 open position and 15 applicants for that 1 position. It'd be nice to, at this time, try to attract those individuals to our organization.
Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Chief Clements. So of the 2 people that are in the background process, you said they're deep in the background process. They come on board. They have a 6-month probation period.
Actually, they have longer than that, sir. It's
Year?
It's 18 months.
Oh, 18 months. Okay. So they have an 18-month probation period, and that's 2. And then these other 2 would have also an 18-month probation period if we were to hire them.
Yes, sir.
And then you have another one.
We have 1 vacancy.
1 vacancy, so you hire that one. That would be 5 people on an 18-month probation period. Not to mention how many patrol officers now are on probation at the current moment.
I have 4 people in the academy. When they come out, they're going to be on probation.
So that would
It's a
be
year
9
after the
folks.
academy.
That would be 9 folks in a department on probation for roughly anywhere from 0 to 18 months. So, that's a lot of folks to be betting on during the probation, because remember, probationary periods work both ways. It's an employee's opportunity to check out their employer, and it's an employer's opportunity to check out an employee. So, if we're going to do this, maybe we should wait until the department is fully staffed with non-probationary folks, or with a lesser amount of probationary folks before we look at adding more staff.
Any additional comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Yes. First, Councillor Johnston, and then Councillor Minthorn.
I'd just like to add that I found personally the assessment report that the fire department did last year or the year prior helpful in being able to justify the addition of staff in the fire department. So perhaps the police department could do a long-range plan so that next year, we could justify these positions to the public.
Councillor Minthorn.
Am I correct in understanding that we moved the DEA person left that was being federally funded?
It's the MDEA position.
Right,
That's
the
state
MDEA.
funded. And due to somebody leaving the department out of the Detective Bureau, I
Right.
had to bring him back
Okay.
into the Detective Bureau. Currently, I only have 2 detectives and a detective sergeant, which is down from where we've been in the past. So I had to bring him back. I didn't have anybody else that was a detective.
Okay, so if we were to bring on one of these two, could we caveat it that we go back to that so that we actually have a body in there, but it's being paid for by the state?
I can certainly look at that, sir. I mean, some of that I have to
Okay.
have conversation with MDA, and as we discussed, I do currently have a young workforce, as does most of the surrounding agencies. A lot of the agencies around here have people that are probationary. A lot of folks have a young workforce.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Smart.
Couple comments. First, I know from conversations and from what you've said today that we do need additional police officers, and probation or not, I'd rather have more police officers than none, even if they're on probation. Second, do you have concerns that the time frame that it would take for us to go through the budget amendment process would cause you to lose a candidate if that need and the process got to the point where you came to us at some point during this year and asked for a budget amendment to bring on additional staff or additional officers?
Well, I will tell you that it has been in the past. It's kind of been feast or famine. And so there have been times where we have been out there and trying to recruit people, and we haven't been able to get anybody. It's very, very competitive in southern Maine. A lot of agencies are looking for people, so it is extremely competitive. I think that we have done a very good job. I would tell you that I would commend Emily for the video and the work that she's done. You know, we send our folks out to different places to try to recruit. Those efforts are paying off, in my opinion. We've got a lot of people that have applied, including some folks that are currently certified police officers in another state, which probably can transition to here. If they accepted the out-of-state, you know, were we to offer somebody a job from, say, New Hampshire or Massachusetts, the Maine Criminal Justice Academy would probably accept that training, and we would not have to spend $6,000 starting in January for 2 people to go to the academy. They're upping the training cost from $2,500 per person to $3,000 per person.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Copeland.
I would like to make a motion to reflect what City Administrator Sutherland was talking about, that the council authorizes the interviewing process, but not funding it just yet. So it doesn't appear on our mill rate. Kevin, can you clarify that, please?
Sure. I think with enough vacancies that are currently exist and may exist for another couple of months, I just would like to have some flexibility to go and try to recruit these officers. And should we be at full staff before middle of the fiscal year, so come December, I would want to come to the council and explain a need to amend the budget. Again, amendments of the budget require a workshop and 2 meetings, plus a 5-2 vote. So my only concern is that in December, if the makeup of the council is any different, I'm back to square one and trying to explain this. So that's the caveat here.
Okay, so the amendment would read?
Amendment would read, authorize the police department to increase the number of FTEs by 2 and approach the council for a budget amendment when they're at full staff for fiscal year 20.
Anybody have a second?
Just a moment. Request a...
It's one of the issues
So the motion made by Councilor Copeland is, and correct me, it's an amendment to authorize police to increase their full-time employment by 2 and request a budget amendment when the
Department is at full
department is at
staff.
full staff. Is that your motion?
Well, full staff, we're asking for 2 additional, so I don't know how that reconciles with full staff.
So how does that reconcile with full staff? Does it add 2 to it?
Yes.
So full staff would be when they're approaching hiring those 2 additional people that currently are not funded.
When those 2 positions are hired, we will start spending more than we have in the budget.
Okay.
So I would
Right,
say,
but-
We'll
once
need
those
a budget.
positions are hired, and we are at full staff with the additional 2 that the council authorizes tonight,
Okay.
when we
As long
reach
as
a
it's
point,
understood, it's 2 additional,
headcount.
We're adding 2 additional headcount, but we're not increasing the budget by any amount.
right?
But when the 2 are hired, then the police department will come back to the council, say, we've hired these 2, we're out of budget. I'd like to have this budget amendment that funds these 2 officers.
Yes.
So that's the motion. Do I have a second on that motion? To my left, a second. Do I have a second on that motion?
Let's just pass it.
I'm sorry, dies for lack of a second. Darn it. So, any other comments to my left? Thank you. Comments to my right, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate that, we really should wait until we're fully staffed, until we understand the fluctuations that are going to happen in the police department
Opportunities.
over the next 3 to 4 or 5 months before
Okay,
we
no.
make a decision and have a budget amendment to bring on 2 new staff.
Thank you.
You know,
No, I believe that you've made that point and made it clearly 2 or 3 times before, and I understand it, and I would believe that the council understands that. So what I'd like to do is ask, any other comments to my right? Any additional, Councillor Copeland?
Very quickly, just want to say that we were talking about $11,000 to advertise for these positions. I mean, I don't want to miss the opportunity, is what I'm saying.
Fine, thank you. Any additional comments? Seeing none. The motion on the floor, made by Councillor Copeland, seconded by Councillor Smart, is to increase the police department headcount by 2 at a cost of $137,536 ongoing and $1,650 as a one-time expense. Councillor Archer? No. Councillor Gay? No. Councillor Doyle? No. Councillor Copeland?
Yes.
Councillor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councillor Smart?
Yes.
And Councillor Johnston?
No.
The motion fails 4-3. Thank you very much. The next motion, Councillor Johnston.
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Patrol PC Upgrade for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $12,800 in one-time expenses as requested by the Police Department to fund and Patrol PC Upgrade as recommended by the City Administrator in his FY 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Minthorn. Correct? So that would approve $12,800 in one-time expense for the purpose of upgrading PCs in the patrol cars. Any comments to my left? Any comments to my right? Councillor Archer?
Yes.
Councillor Gay?
Yes.
Councillor Doyle?
Yes.
Councillor Copeland?
Yes.
Councillor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councillor Smart?
Yes.
And Councillor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Next, Councillor Johnston, do you have a motion?
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Solid Waste Curbside Collection Program Enhancements for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $32,000 in one-time expense as requested by Public Works to fund the solid waste curbside collection program as recommended by the City Administrator in his FY 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Smart, in order to fund $32,000 as a one-time expense for a solid waste curbside collection program. Any questions to my right? Any questions to my left? Seeing none. Councillor Johnston?
Yes.
Councillor Smart?
Yes.
Councillor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councillor Copeland?
Yes.
Councillor Gay?
Yes.
Councillor Doyle?
Yes.
And Councillor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Councillor Archer, do you have a motion?
I do, yes, Mr. Mayor. I would like to put forward the RAD titled Additional Resources to Cover Attorney Fees for Consideration by Council. Be it ordered that the City Council approves $5,638 in ongoing expense as requested by solicitor to fund additional resources to cover attorney fees as recommended by the City Administrator in his fiscal year 2020 budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councillor Archer, seconded by Councillor Gay, in order to have an ongoing expense of $5,638 in support of the city solicitor. Any questions to my right? Any questions to my left? Seeing none. Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
No.
Counselor Minthorn?
No.
Counselor Smart?
Yes.
Counselor Johnston?
No.
Counselor Gay?
No.
And Counselor Archer?
No.
So I
It's a
have the
long career
motion
life.
fails 5-2. Next up, Counselor Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to put forward the RAD titled Reduce Ambulance Transfer to replace Ambulance 3 for council consideration. Be it ordered, the City Council reduced $52,377 in ongoing revenue transfers from the ambulance fund so that the ambulance fund can subsequently cover the costs required by replacement ambulance 3 as recommended by the city administrator in fiscal year 2020 budget.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
The motion is seconded by Counselor Smart. So Counselor Gay has made a motion, seconded by Counselor Smart, in order to reduce by $52,377 in ongoing revenue transfers from the ambulance fund so that the ambulance fund may raise the amount of money they have necessary to replace ambulance number 3. Any comments to my right? Seeing none, comments to my left? Seeing none, Counselor Johnston?
Yes.
Counselor Smart?
Yes.
Counselor Minthorn?
Yes.
Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Gay?
Yes.
And Counselor Archer?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Next up, Counselor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to put forward the RAD titled Dyer Library Salary Increase to Match City for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $4,900 in ongoing expense requested by the Dyer Library to fund a salary increase to match the city's. This increases the city's administrator's budget.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by Counselor Doyle, seconded by Counselor Smart, for the purpose of an ongoing expense increase of $4,900 for the Dyer Library Association. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Counselor Johnston.
Is this for a union increase or the non-union to match? Which one are we
I don't
matching?
believe there is a union at the library.
I understand, but I'm saying,
Oh, this
it
is,
says that it's the increases to match the city's increases, and I'm asking, was it the union increase or the non-union increase?
I see, Glennis. Yes, Ms. Salas, would you answer that?
So this is the 1.1%. So,
This is the non-union that we just voted down tonight.
correct.
Okay, that's my answer.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions to my left? Any comments or questions to my right? Counselor Doyle.
Never mind.
Thank you very much. Counselor Archer?
No.
Counselor Gay?
No.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Minthorn?
Yes.
Counselor Smart?
Yes.
And Counselor Johnston?
No,
The motion passes 4-3.
the motion doesn't read accurately.
It's true.
So, next up, Counselor Minthorn.
I'd like to put forward the RAD titled Make Capital Plan Whole for Consideration by Council. Be it ordered, the City Council approve $302,175 in ongoing expense requested by capital projects to make the capital plan whole. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second on this motion?
Second.
So, motion is made by Counselor Minthorn, seconded by Counselor Johnston, and this would be a RAD to make the capital plan whole, which will cost an additional $302,175 in ongoing expense. Any comments to my right? Seeing none, comments to my left? Counselor Johnston.
So as long as I've been here, 6 budgets now, it's always been a point of mine to ensure that the capital fund stays funded at sustainable levels. So this again, would be putting this back at its sustainable levels. It's always the first thing to get cut, whether it's, whether the economy's good or bad, it's always the first thing that gets slashed, and you're just delaying these costs for future years.
Thank you very much. Any other comments to my left? Seeing none, any additional comments to my right? Councilor Archer.
Could I have what a yes vote does to the mill rate, just as a sample?
So, all by itself, a yes vote would be just above 10 cents.
13 cents.
It'd be 13 cents.
Thank you, that's.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any additional comments to my right? Seeing none, additional comments to my left? Seeing none, Councilor Archer?
No.
Councilor Gay?
No.
Councilor Doyle?
No.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-3. Next up, Councilor Minthorn, do you have a
I'd
motion?
like to put forward the RAD titled Senior Tax Relief Program for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $25,295 in ongoing expense requested by the City Administrator to fund an improved senior tax relief program. This increases the City Administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Smart. And it is a motion to approve a ongoing expense of $25,295 in order to support the improved senior tax relief program.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to read the amendment to the amendment.
Yes, sir. So, Councilor Minthorn, you would like to speak to your motion? Do you have an amendment to make?
Be it ordered, the City Council approve an additional $19,377 in ongoing expense to support increasing the senior volunteer hours to 100 and the volunteer tax credit to $1,200.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Minthorn, second by Councilor Copeland, to increase the allocation of an ongoing expense to the improved senior tax relief program of $19,377. The motion was made by the amendment to the motion was made by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Copeland. Councilor Copeland, Councilor Minthorn, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes. Representative Bailey was successful in submitting legislation this session in Augusta. It was signed into law by the governor, and it should be taking effect the end of September, early October, that raises the volunteer program to 100 hours at the current minimum wage, which is currently $11, and it will move to $12 in January. So with that in mind, this amendment makes that adjustment for this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my left? Seeing none, any comments to my right? Seeing none, this vote is on the amendment to the main motion, which is to add an additional $19,377 on ongoing expense to the improved senior tax relief program. Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The amendment passes 7-0. So the main motion now is that the City Council approve, and quickly, do you know the sum of the two numbers?
Your mouse there, $44,672.
672, right. So the main motion is now to approve $44,672 in ongoing expense for the improved senior tax relief program. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The main motion passes 6-0. Councilor Smart, do you have a motion?
I do not.
Excuse me.
I'm going to withdraw my support for
Oh,
that.
you're withdrawing your support for
Yes.
this one?
I'll take
So
it.
do I
Mayor, I'll take
have,
it.
you'll take this, Councilman Menthorn? Okay. So, Councilman Menthorn, you have a motion?
I'd like to put forward a RAD titled Council Wages for consideration by council. Be it ordered, the City Council approve $6,500 in ongoing expense requested to fund inflation-based increases to council wages. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Johnston. I have a motion by Councilor Menthorn, seconded by Councilor Johnston. I found that motion out of order. The city administrator by charter cannot change the wages of the city council. So thank you very much for that motion. I'd like to go.
No,
That's
I
understood.
don't,
All
I
you're
was just
doing is
trying to
put-
put money aside so
Right.
that we could then further have this debate about changing the charter. That's why I put this motion in.
Then we can certainly look at changing the charter and then amending the budget in that order. If the charter gets changed, we can amend the budget so that it matches the charter.
I tried to give you a wage increase.
I know.
tried.
I'm allergic to money.
But I also heard there were other things in there that
withdraw
it
your
wasn't
second. I'll
written
withdraw
there,
my
but
motion
that
and
was
we
going to
can
be
do
used for different.
I think we,
Well, you
Next
already ruled
item.
it out of order.
that's the next item.
I don't really think it's
So,
out of order.
Councilor Johnston, do you have a motion?
Uh,
That's this item.
You moving on?
Yeah, page 68.
Okay. I was just going to withdraw my second and let that die on the floor versus you ruling something out of order.
Well,
So,
it's my opportunity. I thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
anyway, I would like to put forward the RAD titled Support for Council Budget for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $4,915 in ongoing expense requested by City Administrator to fund an approved council budget. This increases the City Administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Menthorn. And certainly, this could be amended so that it has even more money in it. But it's a motion for $4,915 to fund an improved council budget. So any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Johnston?
What are we funding?
I think it's like awards, or Mr. Sutherland can explain that, and Ms. Salas can.
Yeah, those resources are there for a handful of items. One is I'd like to be able to provide some snacks for the council, water, coffee. I've been trying to do that during this budget, towards the end of this budget process for you. This also includes resources for additional trainings, should council decide to attend those, and travel if necessary. And I also included some resources for additional recognitions that we do with members of the public or with recognition of staff as well.
All set? Thank you.
I am.
Okay, so any additional comments to my left? Seeing none. Comments to my right? Seeing none. Then Councilor Archer.
No.
Okay. Councilor Gay.
No.
Councilor Doyle.
No.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Menthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Well, I guess since I made the motion, yes.
Stuck with it. Motion passes 4-3. Councilor Smart, will you take this motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
One moment. I'd like to put forward the RAD titled Increase to Internal Auditor Hours for consideration by council. Note, this increase is not sufficient to make the internal auditor full-time. Be it ordered that the City Council approves $12,600 in ongoing expense requested by Finance to fund an increase to internal auditor hours. This increases the City Administrator's budget.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Oh.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Smart and seconded by Councilor Johnston. And this would approve an increase to the internal auditor's hours equaling $12,600. Any comments to my right? Councilor Archer.
Yes, so I see a note here that the administrator said no. That's what his recommendation was, and we are 3 cents from 20 bucks on the mill rate. So I would have to agree with the city administrator that it's not a need of the city at the moment.
Okay, any other comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Smart.
As I'm following along in my mill rate calculator, I updated the 2020 valuation increase to 50 million based on what was said in the last, is that up there as well?
That's what this is based on.
Okay, because I have 1994, so I might have missed some in there, but, all right, never mind.
Where are you? You're at
Oh,
1990?
I'm using
where?
finance officers, directors.
Where is, what's the amount now?
As selected 2020, 1997, it's up there on that screen as well.
Okay, 19, yep, I see.
We're hovering at 3 cents from
1997.
20 bucks. And if you remember my comment at the beginning of this process, my heart stopped when the budget was even presented at $20, and we're still hovering at it.
There you go.
Still got ways to go, though.
So there's a comment, Councilor, so no additional comments to my right, Councilor Minthorn.
I would like to point out that in Glynis's presentation, that this individual was going to be picking up a number of her responsibilities in the future, and that since that is a certainty, I think we need to consider this strongly.
Thank you very much. Additional comments to my left?
Quickly.
Councilor Johnston.
This wouldn't be making us a full-time employee, correct?
That's correct. It just funds up to an additional 9 hours weekly so that the internal auditor has more flexibility to take on more responsibilities and some of the items I'd highlighted in my original presentation.
And I think that some of the things that this person has already found is ways to increase revenue, correct, currently?
Yeah, so she's focused on things like improving our collections rates on ambulance collections. She's worked on auditing employee salaries, which identified duplicate headcounts in our salary lines, saving about $41,000 on the enterprise fund. I mean, there's certainly a ton of work to be done going through and making sure that we're doing the work of auditing to make sure that where we're at in terms of our budget is really what we need, and she's been a great help with that.
Thank you. I mean, I think that the position would probably pay for itself pretty quickly, or the additional hours.
Concur.
This doesn't move the hours to 30, does it? 29? Yeah, 29 or less. Okay, that's important. Any additional comments to my left? Any comments to my right? Seeing none. Councilor Archer?
No.
And Councilor Gay?
No.
And Councilor Doyle?
No.
And Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
And Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-3. Next up, Councilor Archer, do you have a motion?
I withdraw this due to the current, where we're at in 1998.
I'm sorry, you're not
withdraw.
going to make the motion?
No. And it's been recommended as a no by the administrator.
Okay, so do I have somebody that is interested in making this motion? All right, seeing none, to my left, Councilor Binthorn will make the motion.
I'd like to put forward a RAD title, additional email licenses for consideration by council. Be it ordered, City Council approve $11,020 in ongoing expense requested by IT to fund additional email licenses. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Thank you very much. Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
The motion is made by Councilor Binthorn, seconded by Councilor Copeland. This is an increase to the requested budget. Motion made by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Copeland for $11,020 in ongoing expense to increase the number of email licenses. Any comments to my right? Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At a time when we're not approving positions and we're not doing some of the other things to spend $11,000 on email licenses to fix a problem that isn't a problem is kind of baffling in my thought process here.
Thank you very much. Additional comments to my right? Seeing none. Any comments to my left? Councilor Minthorn.
Again, this was one of those issues that was brought to us, and it's addressing two problems. First problem was trying to complete FOIA requests on personal email addresses. The second was it allows better use of technology to distribute materials to committees, commissions, boards, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Councilor Copeland.
If we could ask the department head to come and just tell us how many more emails this $11,000 buys.
So the question, Mr. Pinero, is how many emails does $11,020 add? As succinctly as possible.
It's about 140.
140. Any other questions?
Do we need that many?
According to the boards and commissions, that is about the number of people that are on those boards and commissions and committees and all of that stuff, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Any questions to my left? Any additional questions to my right? Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We funded iPads last year, and now we're going to fund email licenses this year. Where does it stop? Where does it stop? Especially when we're looking at not approving positions and so forth. Plus, I don't see the issue of the Freedom of Access Act. If somebody has a private email address and somebody provides a FOIA request for that and it's not allowed under the FOIA law, that's on the person to go through the legal process to get that information. The city can provide what it provides. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much, Councilor Archer.
So if these are going to the boards and commissions.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Sorry. If this is going for boards and commissions, is there a way to make these Gmail accounts where they're owned by the city of Saco but maintained by the board, the individual serving? Such as
Possible.
chair of board at gmail.com?
It is possible. However, that insight, that would require quite a bit of management for that administration of those email accounts.
Policy also, our
so
current
any
policy
other
doesn't
comments,
also
Mike?
allow Gmail.
Yes, our internal policy does not allow the use of privatized Gmail, Yahoo, any sort of commercial type of email like that.
So no, we
Internal.
have to have a change in policy.
But is that for employees? Boards and commissioners are not employees.
Yes, it is an internal policy.
Any additional comments to my right? Any to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston.
No.
Councilor Minthorn.
No.
Councilor Smart.
No.
Councilor Copeland.
No.
Councilor Doyle.
No.
Councilor Gay.
No.
And Councilor Archer.
No.
Motion fails 7-0. Next up, Councilor Copeland.
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Head Count, Parks Laborer Position for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $30,900 in ongoing expense and $825 in one-time expense requested by Parks and Recreation to fund a head count, Parks Laborer position. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second to that motion?
Hold on.
I see there's no
Hold
second.
on, hold on, hold on.
Oh, excuse me.
What are we adding? I'm
We're
sorry.
on page 71. It is the motion to
All right, I'll second it.
city administrator's budget by $30,900 in order to provide a laborer for the Parks Department.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilor Copeland, seconded by Councilor Johnston, in order to increase the city's budget by $30,900 and a one-time expenditure of $825. Any comments to my motion made by Councilor Copeland, seconded by Councilor Johnston? Any comments to my right? Seeing none. Any comments to my left? Councilor Copeland.
I would like the Parks and Rec, Director of Parks and Rec to come up and give us a minute and a half of why this is wicked important.
Wicked important.
So real quick, just to kind of talk about what Kevin talked about a couple hours ago, about head counts. So since 2017, our staff was been at 13. For 17, 18, 19, we were at 13. We increased it by half-time because the revenue increased in the department for this year, and it was a split position between Parks and Recreation to put us at 14. For us, we've increased acreage of land that we maintain, over 200 acres of land. We maintain about another 80 acres of land since that time. So what we've done is we've put more stress on the park side of it, but we've kept the park side of it at 5 staff members. So really at this point, we are stretched to the max. We are maintaining everything, but we're not doing a great job at it. You've given me some great equipment tonight to help, but the problem with it is we still can't keep up to what we need to do. By adding this position, it would allow us to maintain at a high level, but also expand the opportunity to do better work in the community, to plant flowers, to beautify the city, to enhance what we do all the time. But again, this would be a split shift position again, as our numbers increase. If the school department gets another 120 pre-K students, that puts more strain on my department as well. So this is a necessity, again, what I see, my hope is that you will support it, but it's something that down the road, this is something that will enhance us to allow us to do the job that we do at a higher quality versus just barely making everything.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? You went over the...
I know, I'm sorry.
So any additional questions? Seeing to my left, seeing none. Any additional questions? Mr. Doyle, Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a part-time position now, as I remember from your presentation.
It is what it is.
Can't fill.
What it is a seasonal 9-month position we can't fill. So it's a $30,000 RAD, and if you include the benefit, it's actually about a 52. We're using $21,000 of it through the 9-month position to give back, so that's how it gets to $20,000. So when you break it down, it's actually a $17,000 position if you add the $15,000. It's a $15,000 position with the $15,000 benefits. So we've included the benefits in this RAD.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Am I right? Seeing none. Questions to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Archer?
No.
Councilor Gay?
No.
Councilor Doyle?
No.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
No.
Councilor Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion fails 4-3. Next, Councilor Gay.
I'd like to pass on this. This bank is out of money.
Yes, thank you. Do I have anyone to make a motion associated with headcount increase police patrol, which is an increase in the city administrator's budget?
I'd like to take that.
You'll make that motion. So the motion will be made by Councilor Smart. Would you please make the motion, sir?
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Headcount Increase Police Patrol by 2B for consideration by the council. And before I read this, I would be open to a similar amendment that was made earlier. Be it ordered to the city council approve $137,536. We can try again. In ongoing expenses and $1,650 in one-time expense requested by police department to increase police patrol by 2 beyond what was already approved by the city administrator, but was not approved by this city council. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Do I have a second on this motion? Do I have a second on this motion? Motion fails for lack of a second. Next, Councilor Copeland.
I would like to put forward the RAD Title 4 Headcount Additional Staffing to work towards 40 members, 10 per shift for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $252,805 in ongoing expense and $3,300 in one-time expense requested by Fire Ambulance to fund additional staffing to work towards 40 members, 10 per shift. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Do I have a second on this motion? Do I have a second on this motion? The motion dies for lack of a second. Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put forward the RAD titled Garage Fabrication Equipment for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $30,000 in one-time expense requested by Public Works to fund garage fabrication equipment. This increases the city administrator's budget, and I have an amendment when ready.
Thank you very much.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Doyle and a second by Councilor Minthorn. Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Amendment.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if that language is good.
Be it ordered.
I should just say utilize the 110,000 fund balance.
Be it ordered that the City Council approve an additional one-time use of surplus for a total of $110,000 for the new Public Works facility.
Second.
So a motion has been, an amendment has been made by Councilor Doyle, seconded by Councilor Minthorn. That is the current motion on the floor, and that it would be to increase the amount requested in a one-time expense to $110,000 for use of outfitting the new Public Works garage.
Mr. Mayor?
Sir.
Just for clarification, this was talked about earlier in the evening. This is taking the remainder of the $325,000 set aside for the wash bay and using that to fund the garage fabrication equipment out of that, but just transferring that money, that entire $110,000 over to Public Works so that they can pay for this and also make any other upgrades to the the new Public Works building, just so everyone's clear on what we're doing. That is my motion.
Yep.
Or my amendment.
And I think
sorry.
that's clear. Councilor Gay.
Just a question, this will not affect the mill rate?
No, this money's already been assigned by a council 3 years ago for a shared wash bay.
Yep.
That didn't work out, but I think that these resources are best utilized with the new Public Works facility. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Doyle, for making this recommendation.
So any additional comments to my right? Seeing none, comments to my left. Councilor Johnston.
So, my original intent with this, when I took the 215 and put that to the Public Works garage, was to have the 110,000 that was left be able to be applied to this year's FY20's capital plan. So it would have been a use of surplus into next year to bring down that mill rate. I mean, now we're steering it off into a direction where it doesn't hit the mill rate, but we're still left with a hit to the mill rate on that screen up there. So, I mean, I'm fine with going in this direction, but I'm still wondering if council's, I mean, if you took the 30,000 out and just left the 70,000, that would fall to the unassigned fund balance at year end. We could budget the use of that for the capital program in FY20, thereby reducing the capital hit that's up there. But that was my thinking.
Thank you. Any other comments to my left?
I don't know.
Any additional to my right? Seeing none.
Can we have the city financial officer speak to Councilor Johnston's comments?
Ms. Salas, would you like to speak to Councilor Johnston's comments?
So I would say the intention of where this funding, so first of all, it's a use of surplus. So what would happen with the remaining balance on the wash bay is that it would fall to the unassigned fund balance at year's end. This motion basically just reappropriates it out of the assigned fund balance. Because it's a one-time use of reserves and a planned use of surplus, it would not impact the mill rate. And we could put it into the capital program,
Right. So
designating it for public works facilities.
my point when I said it hit the mill rate was that the other motion that I was in support of earlier, which was the 300,000+ for the capital program, my intent last week was to increase that spending and then use a portion of these funds to offset that. Now we're going in a different direction where we're putting into DPW in the new garage, and we still are left with the 300+ instead of reducing it. So,
I mean, I think an additional amendment could be made to convert a portion of the original capital projects motion to one time if we want to go back, but I'm not sure.
I was just, didn't want to confuse anybody. I'm just thinking of what my original intents were, and now looking at a climbing mill rate.
If we can get by without a motion to reconsider and just an amendment that moves that,
I'll make that amendment.
and you'll make the amendment. You want to tell me what the amendment
Sorry,
says?
you can't make an amendment to an amendment.
Gladys, do you want to tell me what that amendment was?
Well, I'm looking at this as a motion.
I think the intention is to reduce the,
We're on an amendment now.
Yeah, we're on.
Can't make an amendment.
I'm sorry, we're on an amendment
We're on an amendment.
right now. We have to vote down the amendment made by Councilor Doyle, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, to add an additional 80,000 in one-time surplus in order to create the 110,000 surplus that would be used.
Mr. Mayor, as I read it, we're just taking the balance of the 325, which is 110, and allocating that to pay for this garage fabricator and to take the rest and put it into the new public works facility. That's the motion that we're talking about, and I'd like to be heard on the motion.
I'd like to hear what the motion actually is then, so I can write it down.
That's what the motion is.
What? Well, why don't you tell me what the motion is, since you made it?
Be it ordered the City Council approve an additional one-time use of surplus for a total of 110,000 one-time use of surplus for outfitting the new public works facility.
Oh, okay, great.
Uh,
Just drop the 80,000,
That's
that's
it.
where we are. Okay, now speak to your amendment.
Thank you. As Director Fox pointed out when he came up on Thursday night, the utilizing the 110,000 to cover this equipment, which will help our city services long-term, and then the remaining 70,000 going towards, 80,000 going towards our capital improvement, in the sense of it's a new public works facility that we're going to have for 20-something years, makes sense. When we allocated 3 years ago the wash bay, the shared wash bay, when we allocated that money, it was supposed to be shared. Now we have the opportunity to get this equipment. We have the opportunity to have our own wash bay for all of our city vehicles. This is a good use of that money. I'm not saying that having it go towards, partially funding the $302,000 that was approved by the council, 20 minutes ago, but utilizing this 110 to go into the new public works facility to gain some of these things is, in my opinion, a good use of funds. Now, if the other side, thinks that's a good use, then maybe we'll get some.
So any additional comments to my right? Seeing none, first Councilor Johnston and then Councilor Smart.
Yeah, so, I mean, as I said at the beginning of the night, it's all going to something that I think we all agree is probably purposeful. I guess my question would be for Director Fox, if he could come up and if he feels this is better utilized in the new garage versus putting it towards a capital plan this year.
Mr. Fox.
I don't know what projects he might be looking at, funding this year.
So, Mr. Fox, we have 3 minutes.
Yep.
I do think the fabrication equipment's very valuable from day one. I would actually look to utilize a lot of the other funds that Councilor Doyle spoke of on more automated components now that we're trying to keep the wash bay just completely city. And that would mostly service the school fleet, because construction equipment, I've got guys that can wash that. But on the school side, it would be nice to have more automated components above the 215,000 that you already appropriated out of the 325, so that the buses can just drive through and get washed. They'll get washed a lot more often than they do now if it's more automated. So that's probably where those funds would go. It doesn't fix your dilemma with the mill rate hit. So you already put 325 back in to affect the mill rate. I guess I don't have a solution for that other than if you made another motion to affect capital projects in some way. But I mean, I can say that this is going to be well utilized over there, and we're very, very bare bones with our original budget on the public works, and it will all happen within the next year.
Okay.
Let me just point out that this meeting has not adjourned and might not for a little while, and so a motion to reconsider is in order, but I would like to be able to get through all of the printed motions if we do a motion to reconsider that original motion.
Again, thank you, and if Director Fox feels like this is best utilized this way, I'm fine with it. My only question would be, does this mean we're no longer looking for some kind of agreement with the A. Dewey Pile?
I think you've supported our new facility in a way that makes it less reliant on a private company that would only serve us for a shorter period of time. So I appreciate that we at least now have the flexibility to take care of our own fleet within our own facility and control that for the long term.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Smart.
I just wanted to clarify my intent prior to that was not to move the 30,000 away from the fabrication equipment, but just the additional 80,000. So either way, and I can maybe address this later, but I think we're all in support of the fabrication equipment. That was not my intent to move any money away from that.
Okay, any additional comments to my left? Any additional comments to my right? We're voting on the amendment made by Councilor Doyle, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, that reads, be it ordered that the City Council approve in a one-time use of surplus a total of $110,000 for outfitting the new Public Works facility. Any addition? So, Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle? Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Councilor Doyle? Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn? Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Next up, Councilor Archer.
Yeah, we're on the main.
Yeah, excuse me, I missed the main motion. So the main motion now reads that be it ordered that the City Council approve $110,000 in one-time expense to fund the outfitting the new Public Works facilities, including garage fabrication equipment. So that's the motion. It was made by Councilor Doyle, seconded by Councilor Minthorn. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Excuse me. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sutherland. Next up, Councilor Archer.
While I see great benefit in this due to budgetary concerns, I'm going to withdraw my support.
Okay, does anyone wish to make the motion to put forward a RAD associated with membership to GPCOG? See, to my right, a motion. To my left, anyone interested in making this motion? Seeing none, the motion fails for lack of a mover. Next up, Councilor Johnston.
I'd like to put forward the RAD titled End Use of Economic Development Funds for Operations for consideration by Council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve a reduction of $187,646 in ongoing revenue requested by Planning and Economic Development to to end use of economic development funds for operations. This increases the amount of taxes levied to the city administrator's budget by reducing transfer revenue.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnston, is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Minthorn, in order to approve a reduction of $187,646 in ongoing revenue requested by Planning and Economic Development to end use of economic development funds for operations. This is an increase to the city administrator's budget. Okay, so Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before this meeting, the Economic Development Committee met, and they are in favor of this RAD, and it does end the funding of several positions for operations of the Economic Development team, and it will have an impact on the mill rate. One of the problems, if it's not taken out of the Economic Development Fund, if it's not funded out of there, that fund will not have enough money to do some of the things in the upcoming year. And that was the concerns discussed at the Economic Development Commission meeting. Well, it is an impact to the mill rate, and we really have to look at this because the TIF funds allow for operations to come out of these TIF funds. And we did this a couple of years ago, 3 years ago now, I think, in a way to, during the lean time, make it so that there wasn't such a big hit on the mill rate. So this year we have to make a decision on which way we go, and whether operations is a cost of doing business, and we have to incur that cost, or we try to slow it down for one more year and push off projects in the upcoming year, like doing something with some of the parcels that we've bought, as far as the Clare parcels, whether we do a new industrial park. Those projects might have to be pushed off if this isn't funded. So big decision here.
Thank you very much. Additional questions or comments to my right? Mr. Sutherland, do you want to speak to this?
I think Councillor Doyle said it well.
Okay.
This was an intent of the department to move funding back to the general fund, and I saw a chance to try to help with the mill rate by doing this one more year.
Any comments to my left? First, Councillor Smart, then Councillor Johnston.
I agree with everything that was said, and I certainly see the wisdom of this. But again, I think with this, we're probably over $20.
9.6.
And this is something that I think we can push off for another year. I do see some things coming up that hopefully will help fund this. We've made some hard cuts already here, and I think that pushing this off for one more year can at least alleviate, a big tax hit this year.
Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Doyle definitely summed it up well. This was never the intent of the fund. And several years ago when we, switched this, I had serious reservations about it then. As Councillor Doyle said, there's a cost of doing business, and this is definitely one of them. And this fund was intended to be able to expand business parks. It's also a council goal of this council to do that. We purchased a parcel to do, just that, and these funds were intended to be used for, building out that infrastructure. So, it's definitely a difficult one, but I don't really think that it makes much sense to use this year as part of the regular operating budget for the city.
Thank you very much. Additional comments to my left? Seeing none. Comments to my right? Councillor Gay first, then Councillor Doyle.
Could we please see the difference on the mill rate on the chart for yes and a no?
$20.06.
8 cents.
Oh, 8 cents?
Total.
No.
Oh, it's an 8 cent total, right? Okay?
Thank you.
Councilor Gay, okay. Councilor Doyle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While I was not on the prevailing side of the vote with regard to the capital, to fully funding the capital improvement project, I do want to point out that, you know, these TIFs fund a lot of different things. You know, I'm just going to go through a couple so that I don't bore you with too much analysis, but you know, the Industrial Park Road TIF, you know, fire station land acquisition, workforce development programs, industrial park sidewalks, roads, the general obligation bonds for roads, zoning ordinance. You're looking at development lots, site engineering, development lots for road construction, the shuttle bus program, you know, U.S. Route 1 signalization and intersection improvements, the zoning ordinance coding, Cuts Avenue Project Grant Committee, Saco Main Street Facade Improvement Grant Program, the Clare Parcel Development, the Clare Parcel Match Grant. So the TIF funds fund a lot of capital and ongoing projects. So, you know, maybe there's a reconsideration vote on the prevailing side that we want to fund the doing operational business of here and not fully funding the capital improvement program this year. Maybe we want to look at taking the money here and not hitting the mill rate as hard. There's a way to do this that it doesn't have a over $20 mill rate. I'd invite the Economic Development and Planning Director down to speak on it, but I think I've kind of pointed out what these TIFs projects do. So.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my right? To my left, comments? Any? Councilor Minthorn, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, could we have Director Clavette come up and give us a minute on her thoughts, please?
I'll keep it brief.
Thank you.
Less than a minute. Councilor Doyle did a great job summarizing it. Just to keep in mind that if the fire station went to the tax rate, just the roads, the general obligation bond, and shuttle bus zoom, you're looking at $500,000, $900,000 of that anyway. So I think just keep in mind that we have a beginning balance in the Economic Development Fund of about $615,000. That's going to be a lot less. We're selling a lot. We're closing on Thursday or Friday of this week, with what's expected to come out of the Clare parcels. That's going to leave you after $187,000, potentially about $125,000 going into next year. That leaves me no additional funding for grant matches. So it's sort of like a shell game. So I think what we want to be looking at is you folks deciding whether it's the cost of doing business or not. If you want to have a modified amendment to that where half of it comes out of the TIF and the other half gets funded out of the general fund, maybe I can find something that way. But I think to come out of Economic Development Fund, we'll just wipe out that account and not give you a whole lot until we sell lots.
Thank you. Mr. Sutherland, I have a question for you. If money is needed for, say, grant matches or other items, that can be handled with a budget amendment, can it not?
Yes, it can. And again, that's
You-
a 3-meeting process.
Yes, it is.
And a 5-2 vote.
And a 5-2 vote. Any additional questions? Where do we have? On the left. On the left? Seeing none. Any additional questions on the right? Councilor Johnston.
Got to think about this. Yes.
Yep. Councilor Smart.
No.
Councilor Minthorn.
No.
Councilor Copeland.
So I would like clarification on.
Yes, ma'am.
If it's a yes vote, then we're reducing it from the Economic and Development budget, and we're putting it in the administrator.
Into the general fund.
General fund.
That's right. Which is why it increases the mill rate.
But it was our stated mission to do this work. That's one of the 6 council goals that we set. Yes.
Councilor Doyle. Councilor Gay.
No.
And Councilor Archer. 3-3 to you.
I know, but the problem is it does make sense. Except I hate what it's doing, but I still have a vote down the road, so I'll say yes.
The motion passes 4-3. Councilor Gay, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Remove Duplicate Headcount for consideration by council. Be it ordered, the city council reduce $49,025 in ongoing expense requested by Public Works to remove a duplicate headcount. This decreases the city administrator's budget.
Do I have a motion by Councilor Gay? Do I have a second?
Second.
Whoa. Who on the left? Okay, Councilor Minthorn. So a motion has been made by Councilor Gay and seconded by Councilor Minthorn that would reduce by $49,025 an ongoing expense from the Public Works Department and reduces the budget. The motion was made by Councilor Gay, seconded by Councilor Minthorn. Any comments to my left? Any comments to my right? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn.
Yes.
Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Gay.
Yes.
And Councilor Archer.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Councilor Minthorn, do you have a motion?
I do. I would like to put forward a RAD titled Leverage TIF Funding for Shuttle Bus Zoom Increase for consideration by council. Be it ordered that Planning and Economic Development leverage TIF funding to support the annual shuttle bus Zoom increase of $25,000 for fiscal year 2020 has no effect on the city administrator's budget.
Thank you. Do I have a second to this motion?
Yes. Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Copeland, Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Copeland, that would draw $25,000 from the Planning and Economic Development Leverage TIF Fund. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Minthorn? Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Next motion, Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put forward the RAD titled Flat Insurance Premiums for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the city council reduce $290,130 in ongoing expense as requested
Isn't
by the
this
school
a,
board
school
in their
budget?
revised budget to fund a flat insurance premium.
Yeah,
This decreases the city administrator's budget.
Councilor Doyle, I'm going to ask for you to make this motion when we're out of the municipal and into the school.
Okay.
So, just a little bit out of sequence, that's all. Hopefully, we're getting to the end. Councilor Smart, do you have a motion?
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Savings and Capacity Costing Energy Committee and Main Power Options for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the city council reduce $9,973 in ongoing expense as requested by Public Works due to savings in capacity costing. This decreases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Smart, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, to decrease the city administrator's budget by $9,973 in ongoing expense. Any comments to my right? Made by Councilor Smart and seconded by Councilor Minthorn. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn? Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Councilor Johnston, do you have a motion?
I would like to put forward the RAD titled Lower Than Estimated Demand and Usage Fees for CMP for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the city council reduce $15,914 in the ongoing expense as requested by Public Works due to lower than estimated demand and usage fees from CMP. This decreases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Copeland. This would decrease the city administrator's budget by $15,914 in ongoing expense due to lower demand and usage from CMP. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Minthorn? Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Councilor Archer, do you have a
Mr.
motion?
Mayor.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
Okay, 5-minute recess. Every 2 hours. I'm gonna get a refill of coffee, please. $20.06. How do you get that down? Good work.
Yet another day I'm not going to be caught up on Game of Thrones.
You are not going to get caught up, that's for sure.
I mean, it's just, this meeting is always
No, it's necessary. You know, I'd rather.
it's going to be a midnight to 2 o'clock.
I'd rather we take our time and get it right. Have second thoughts about stuff. Which I know, thinking back, I wish I'd said something earlier. Actually, going on the capital plan. Yeah. What was it? 13? Is that 13 cents? Even if we cut it in half, I mean, you're still getting halfway there.
Get up? What do you mean, get up? I just get in your car and drive home, you'll be ready to leave.
Yeah, I should just go right there.
No, I'm on board with you. I'm on board with you. I know.
Oh, before this next motion, sure. You want to give me a hint on the page number? Whoa, we practically just had that one, 65. Okay.
Marshall back in? Marshall, let's go.
Before,
Counselor Archer, we're paging you.
oh, we need the, we can't, according to the charter, we can't meet without the city administrator either.
I know.
And there they are together.
Just woke up the whole city of Saco that was dialed in.
Yeah, sure. So, before we, I'd like to call this meeting out of recess. And before we get to the next item, Councilor Minthorn, do you have a motion?
Yes, I would like to bring back for reconsideration the RAD titled Make Capital Plan Whole for consideration by council. Be it ordered, City Council approve $302,175 an ongoing expense requested by the capital projects to make the capital plan whole. I would like to bring that back on the floor.
I have a motion by, I'm sorry,
Councilor Minthorn?
no, I'm just wondering, you were on the prevailing side on that?
I was.
Okay.
We four were prevailing, those three were left field.
They were, yes, no.
And I'll second that.
So Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Smart. I have a motion on the floor to reconsider the original motion of making the capital plan whole. The motion's been made by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Smart. Do I have any comment to my right?
Do we have to bring it to the table?
Say again?
Do we have to bring it to the table first?
The motion's been made and seconded.
Oh, okay.
So a motion to reconsider has been made and seconded.
So we need to vote on bringing it back to the table.
And so we're rediscussing approval of $302,175 in ongoing expense to move move funds from the general fund to the capital plan in order to make that whole. So, any comments to my right? Councilor Gay.
I just would like to know the difference on the mill rate.
Significant.
So is it possible to,
13 cents.
13 cents.
so it's 13 cents on, oh, that's right, it is 13 cents on the mill rate. So 13 cents on the mill rate brings it down to 1993.
Now, or do we have to vote
That's
first
a no
and
vote?
then amend it?
Oh, no, this is the
yes.
motion
Oh,
to
it's a yes.
reconsider. This
It's
is
a
only a
yes to
motion to
reconsider.
reconsider.
Okay.
So,
Vote to
so this
reconsider.
is a motion to reconsider this item.
Okay.
That's all it is. So first of all, any comments on the motion to reconsider to my left? Any comments to my right?
I just, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank the prevailing side for entertaining a motion to reconsider.
You're welcome, sir.
Oh, thank you. So, Councilor Johnston,
Yes.
Councilor Smart,
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn, Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
Councilor Gay.
Yes.
And Councilor Archer.
Happily, yes.
The motion to reconsider passes 7-0. The motion that's on the floor for reconsideration was made by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Johnston, and passed 4-3. And it is to approve withdrawing $302,175 from the general fund and placing into the capital projects fund in order to make the capital plan whole. Any comments?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment to the original
Oops,
motion.
an amendment, okay. So we have an amendment. What is that amendment?
Be it ordered, City Council approve $150,000 in ongoing expense requested by the capital projects to make the capital plan half whole.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve, the council will approve $150,000 in ongoing expense to make the capital plan whole, to add to the capital plan
To partially fund the capital.
solvency. So, and the motion is made by Councilor Minthorn. Do I have a second to that amendment?
Second.
This amendment is seconded by Councilor Smart. So, be it ordered that the City Council approve amend the motion, original motion, to be $150,000 in ongoing expense in order to make the capital project whole. It was made by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Smart. Any comments to my right? Councilor Archer.
I can work with that compromise.
Thank you. Any additional on my right? Councilor Johnston.
I would just like to have Director Fox come to speak to that particular amount and what it would do.
Mr. Fox, can you come forward to the podium and speak to this?
3 minutes or less.
Without getting into all our capital categories and whatnot, there's $600,000 that we consider sort of annual need within all the different asset groups. We had cut that in half to meet the recommended budget of the city administrator. We fully expected or hoped that as staff and planning out these projects that at least a portion of that would come back in. We recognize that this probably wouldn't be a year we'd get back to the $600,000. So I believe with the numbers that you're juggling and what you have in mind, we can certainly make that work. And with the new TIF flexibility, that's another funding mechanism to still help take care of our assets. When we say make whole, it still doesn't all add up to what our sustainable levels are for our assets, but for all the different decisions you're making tonight, I think it's a reasonable goal. We still have a lot of ongoing projects right now, but we're also in a time when it's hard to find contractors and prices are coming in high. So I would say as a one-time thing and not a regular practice, it's a sound decision from staff standpoint.
Thank you very much. Additional questions to my left? Any questions to my right? Seeing none, the motion is an amendment. The motion on the floor is an amendment to change the amount to $150,000 in an effort to make the capital plan whole. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0, so that it's now $150,000, which brings the mill rate to $19.99.
Year I graduated.
Marked down from 2000.
Estimated.
So,
Estimated.
Already like it's 1990.
Councilor Archer, do you have a motion?
Yes, 1 second. I'd like to put forward the RAD titled Missed Step COLA Increase for Planning and Economic Development Director for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $935 in ongoing expense as requested by the Planning and Economic Developer to fund a misstepped COLA increase for Planning and Economic Development Director. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
Excuse me. We have to go back because we voted on the amendment. We have to do the main motion. So, pardon me, Councilor
No,
Archer.
understood. I was thinking the same thing. but-
The main motion on the floor was made originally by Councilor Minthorn and seconded by Councilor Johnston, and that is that the total of $150,000 in ongoing expense be used to make the plan whole. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Johnston? Yes. Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland? Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion again, or this motion passes 7-0. Again, Councilor Archer, would you
Yes.
make your motion and we'll look for a second?
Be it ordered that the City Council approve $935 in ongoing expense as requested by the Planning and Economic Developer to fund a misstep COLA increase for Planning and Economic Development Director. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Thank you very
Second.
much. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Copeland. So the motion on the floor is to increase in ongoing expense $935 to the Planning and Economic Development Department to fund a missed COLA increase. Motion made by Councilor Archer, seconded by Councilor Copeland. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn? Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Next up, Councilor Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to put forward a RAD titled Biddeford Saco Chamber Paid Out of TIFs for consideration by council. Be it ordered the City Council reduce $5,000 in ongoing expense as requested by the Planning and Economic Development due to Biddeford Saco Chamber being paid out of TIFs. This decreases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Gay, seconded by Councilor Copeland, in order to reduce the ongoing expense in funding the Biddeford Saco Chamber because it will be paid out of TIFs, transfer in the method of funding. Any comments to my right? Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as of note for everyone paying attention, on Thursday I spoke on a concern on this issue that there was going on ongoing expense, and then it was summarily repurposed into the TIF funds, into paying for it out of TIF funds rather than ongoing budget expense. But that aside, I want to bring up and have a good, honest discussion here with council about the fact that the chamber had the ability to move into a rent-free building here in our community in the hub of the transportation district for both Biddeford, Saco, and Old Orchard, and as it used to be at the train station. And the board decided not to do that, but yet they're asking for money. You know, here you have an ability to have a rent-free property where your Chamber of Commerce is supposed to be welcoming and bringing in all the groups of Saco, Biddeford, and Old Orchard. They had the opportunity to come here in the middle of all three communities and be at the center, right, where all the buses are going, from shuttle bus, where the train station stops, and they chose not to do that because of personality conflicts with people that aren't there anymore. So I have a real tough time approving money to an organization that says, oh, don't worry about it, we'll pay rent. Regardless, doesn't matter if you have a rent-free property, we'll pay rent. Well, that rent comes out of the money that we're giving them. I have real concern about that. So maybe I'd like to make an amendment on this that is contingent with the organization moving into the Saco train station. In fact, I will make that amendment.
And the amendment is?
Be it ordered the City Council reduce $5,000 in ongoing expense as requested by Planning and Economic Development due to the Biddeford Saco Chamber being paid out of TIFs pursuant that they agreed to move into the Saco train station as was proposed. This decreases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have an amendment by Councilor Doyle, seconded by Councilor Gay, that this transfer from the general fund to a TIF be contingent on the Chamber of Commerce moving into the train station.
And this is not about a power struggle, and before it gets characterized as a power struggle, this is not about a power struggle. This is about dollars and cents. This is about financial decisions. You have an area that they're paying rent now. They have the ability to move to a different location that makes better sense transportation-wise, that's free rent. I don't know how you can look at that as anything but fiscal. Not a power struggle.
Any additional comments to my right? Any additional comments to my left? Yes. Let me start with Councilor Copeland.
I'm wondering if we have a council liaison here to speak on that, or someone from the Biddeford Saco Chamber?
The mayor
Don't see
and
anybody
Councilor
here from the
Archer.
Biddeford Saco Chamber. Councilor Archer, do you want to speak to this at all?
Yes, I actually was not, I was working, so I was unable to attend that meeting in which the vote was casted. However, you have a very ongoing and executive director who's new, who's establishing relationships with the community of Saco outside of the Main Street area to include the industrial parks, the hotels, and so on. So I would say that this would probably hamper that relationship with a new executive director who is really willing to work with the two communities.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my left? Councilor Johnston.
I wholeheartedly agree with Councilor Doyle. It doesn't make much sense for us to fund an organization that was unwilling or what have you to move into a space that potentially, and that's the thing, I don't know if it was free rent or not. Maybe the city administrator could clarify that. But if it was, then why would we give them money just to give to somebody else? And then I guess my second question is, are they under a current lease, and is that potentially what's hampering their movement?
They are under a current lease
When,
with additional space that they're not collecting rent on at the moment.
right, I recognize, I mean, I drive by all the time, I realize half the building's empty
That's
that they're currently leasing, so.
Also, my understanding, a different nonprofit organization was seeking that space.
I mean, I don't really want to not fund the chamber, but it's kind of puts us in an odd situation when they're requesting money and we are willing to give them, a good space for them.
So,
Any additional comments to my left?
I was just curious.
Comments to my right? Councilor Archer.
yes, City Administrator, is that space still available? That would be my first question before we make a contingency.
So there are several parties that are interested in the parcel, but it is also, there's enough square footage to accommodate all three organizations. And we are anticipating a meeting in the next week or so to discuss the site and who can or would want to occupy it.
So
It would have to come to council for any terms of agreement, including if there's going to be rent payments.
So could Councilor Doyle amend the guarantee, like the
we're-
must
we're-
to a
We're in an amendment now.
discussion? We're under discussion.
That's right.
So-
But no, we're in an amendment.
Yes.
And so that amendment would have to fail for Councilor Doyle to have. a
Okay,
new
so my
amendment.
discussion would be, why not do it under good faith? Make a good faith effort rather than a demand.
Okay, any additional comments?
Mr. Mayor,
What? Yes, Councilor Doyle.
thank you.
Excuse me.
I will withdraw my motion, going on the good faith effort that the council liaison to that board will adequately reflect this council's concerns before their board.
Thank you. Councilor Gay, do you withdraw your second?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very much. So there is no amendment currently on the floor. The main motion is on the floor, and that was made by Councilor Gay and seconded by Councilor Copeland. And that would be reduce ongoing expense from the general fund and draw $5,000 for the Chamber of Commerce from TIFs. So that's the motion on the floor. Any comments on that main motion? Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Councilor
Minthorn, yes.
Minthorn? Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle? Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Councilor Doyle, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to put forward the RAD titled Split EDC Separate from SMFA for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council split EDC separate from SMFA. This has no effect on the city administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Doyle, seconded by Councilor Smart. Right? And this is to separate EDC from SMFA. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Councilor Copeland, do you have a motion?
Page 85.
Page 85.
I have it. I would like to put forward the read titled Realign Use of TIF Funds for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the city council realign use of TIF funds as recommended by the Planning and Economic Development. This has no effect on the city administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Copeland, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, to realign the use of TIF funds as recommended by Economic Development and Planning. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Copeland.
Very quickly, I just want to thank our Director of Economic Planning and Economic Development for all the good work she's been doing.
Thank you very much. Any other comments to my left? Comments to my right? Seeing none. Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Yes.
Minthorn, Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Councilor Minthorn, do you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to put forward a RAD titled Adjust Line Items to Reflect Correct Funding for the Electrical Inspector for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $7,000 in ongoing expenses requested by Code Enforcement to reflect the correct funding for the Electrical Inspector. This increases the City Administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Smart, and to increase spending to Code Enforcement to cover the electrical inspector by $7,000. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none, Councilor yes, yes, sir.
This was the result. Sorry. My apologies. This was the result of a study that was done that found that we were behind in what we were paying our electrical inspector. Is that correct?
Mr. Sutherland, is that true?
I believe this was a notice by our finance director, so I'll ask her to respond.
So, Ms. Ellis, is that true? This was done because of analysis comparing our code enforcement officer, electrical inspectors pay compared to other communities? Oh, you're not on.
So this amendment came out of the employee salary audit. It was the first year that we'd done a salary audit, and so certain positions like the electrical inspector that were part-time weren't captured correctly in the initial budget. So this just corrects the amount we appropriated for the electrical inspector. We had cut the electrical inspector in the directive budget as an error, and so we're just correcting that back.
Thank you very much. I believe your answer is yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. Any additional comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Councilor Smart, do you have a motion?
I would like to put forward a RAD titled Maine Municipal Association 2% Increase for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $662 in ongoing expenses requested by the Maine Municipal Association to fund a 2% increase. This increases the City Administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Smart, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, that would increase the City Administrator's budget by $662 in ongoing expense to cover an association fee increase. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Gay?
Yes.
And Counselor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Counselor Johnston?
I'd like to put forward the RAD titled Saco Pathfinders increase due to more snowmobiles registered, 428 last year, for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the city council approve $179 in ongoing expenses to fund the Saco Pathfinders increase due to more snowmobiles registered, 428 last year. This is funded by increased snowmobile registrations.
Second.
I have a motion by Counselor Johnston, seconded by Counselor Smart, to increase ongoing expense to the Saco Pathfinders by $179. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Counselor Johnston?
Yes.
Counselor Smart?
Yes.
Counselor Minthorn?
Yes.
Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Gay?
Yes.
And Counselor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Counselor Archer, do you have a motion?
I do. I would like to put forward the RAD titled Seeds of Hope incremental request for consideration by council. Be it ordered that City Council approve $2,000 in ongoing expense to fund a Seeds of Hope incremental request. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Counselor Archer, second by Counselor Copeland, to increase the city administrator's budget by $2,000, increasing the funding of Seeds of Hope in their annual request. Motion was made by Counselor Archer, seconded by Counselor Copeland. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Counselor Johnston?
Yes.
Counselor Smart?
Yes.
Counselor Minthorn?
Yes.
Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Gay?
Yes.
Counselor Archer?
Yes.
So that motion passes 7-0. Counselor Gay, do you have a motion?
Yes, sir. I would like to put forward the RAD titled America Red Cross request for consideration by council. Be it ordered the city approve $500 in ongoing expense as requested by the American Red Cross. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
I have a motion by Counselor Gay, seconded by Counselor Johnston, to increase as an ongoing expense payment to the American Red Cross by $500. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Counselor Archer?
Yes.
Counselor Gay?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Minthorn?
Yes.
Counselor Smart?
Yes.
And Counselor Johnston.
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0. Counselor Doyle, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would like to put forward the RAD titled Southern Maine Veterans Memorial Cemetery Association for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $1,000 in ongoing expense as requested by the Southern Maine Veterans Memorial Cemetery Association. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a second by Counselor Gay, right? Okay. So I have a motion by Counselor Doyle, seconded by Counselor Gay, that would approve $1,000 in ongoing expenses requested by the Southern Maine Veterans Memorial Cemetery Association. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Counselor Archer?
Yes.
Counselor Gay?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Minthorn?
Yes.
Counselor Smart?
Yes.
And Counselor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Counselor Copeland, do you have a motion?
I do. I would like to put forward the RAD titled Caring Unlimited, York County's Domestic Violence Program for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $5,545 in ongoing expense as requested by Caring Unlimited, York County's Domestic Violence Program. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
Smart.
The motion was made by Counselor Copeland, seconded by Counselor, excuse me, Smart. Shouldn't be chugging coffee at 11 o'clock at night. So, and this is to approve $5,545 in ongoing expense to Caring Unlimited. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Minthorn?
Yes.
Counselor Smart?
Yes.
Counselor Johnston?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Gay?
Yes.
Counselor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Next up, Councilor Minthorn, do you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to put forward a RAD titled "Make Internal Auditor Full-Time for Consideration by Council. Be it ordered, City Council approve $43,156 in ongoing expense, $2,305 in one-time expenses requested by Finance to make the internal auditor full-time. This increases the city administrator's budget."
Do I have a second for this motion? Do I have a second for this motion? Hearing none. Their motion fails for lack of a second. Next up, Councilor Smart, do you have a motion?
I do. I would like to put forward the RAD titled "Make Second Code Enforcement Officer Full-Time for Consideration by the Council." Be it ordered that the City Council approve $30,364 in ongoing expense as requested by Code Enforcement to make the second Code Enforcement Officer full-time. This ongoing expense is offset by $23,000 in anticipated incremental revenue related to additional inspections made possible by the position. Net impact to the city administrator's budget is an estimated $7,364.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Smart, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, to increase the city manager's budget for a second full-time code enforcement, or making the second code enforcement officer full-time. Any comments to my right? Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it my understanding, just from recollection, that this is because we hired a part-time code enforcement officer that was partnered with Old Orchard, and then Old Orchard backed out of the program, and so now we want to take that part-time person and make them full-time?
That is a correct assessment, and the goal here is to now utilize that other half-time person to get the ordinance we put in place about 2 years ago related to multifamily units in place, and the revenue generated from that will help to offset this. So again, the impact is about $7,000 in total.
Thank you very much. Additional questions to my right? Question to my left, Councilor Johnston, and then Councilor Smart.
So this person's technically full-time, they're receiving a full-time salary between the two communities. So if we don't fund this, you're left with an employee that is losing half their income, correct?
That would be correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Smart?
Initially, is the hit to the mill rate the full 30,000?
It's $30,000 of additional expenditures, but we anticipate $23,000 of additional revenue to offset that. Because this individual would be responsible for the multifamily inspections that the council had put in place about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now. We had always been anticipating this position would be responsible for getting that program off the ground. We finally have somebody in-house now that has the technical capacity to really take this and run with it. And now that Old Orchard Beach is backed out of having a split person, we think this is an opportune time to actually get the program off the ground.
So my question is, if this is approved, does the revenue increase by $23,000 to get that offset going?
Yes.
So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Revenues will rise. Any other questions to my left? Any questions again, Councilor Doyle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what happens if the ongoing expense is not offset, if the $23,000 in anticipated dollars, or anticipated revenue rather,
becomes a budget variance?
Doesn't manifest?
Sure. I can ask Code Enforcer Dick Lambert to come up and speak on this, but I will say that our revenue generated in the code enforcement and from our building inspections alone is greater than what the department costs currently.
Yeah, it's the same impact if Parks and Rec doesn't generate the same amount of revenue as is budgeted for. It just becomes a negative budget variance that has to be dealt with by the council. But Mr. Lambert's here to answer your question.
That's the point. I understand what happens. The question was a little facetious in the manner that I understand that if we don't get that anticipated revenue, we have to fund. But what happens to that position? Are we then going to look at telling a person, well, we can't, we can't do this because you didn't bring in enough revenue. I don't like that, tying that person to some
So
fictional money.
your inspectors don't work on a quota, do they?
Excuse me, they don't work on
Your inspectors do not work on a quota.
No, they don't work on quota.
So if they don't make the revenue, you don't get rid of them?
No. But we're currently, at the end of April, I believe, we're at about 134% of our projected revenues, with still 2 months to go. This month, we're about 18,000 just in building permit fees. Now, that doesn't include plumbing and electrical permits. The 23,000 that's noted in this account is a new revenue stream for the multifamily licensing program. We've never sent out licenses for people to get because we just couldn't offer the inspections. We're just too busy to do all the stuff that we're trying to catch up with right now. So that 23,000 is new income that you don't have coming through the door right now. Plus the extra money that we're generating off the building permit revenue, that's way above what we projected it to be. And I don't anticipate that that's going to change much next year based on what I see in the pipeline for commercial construction, which is our big revenue generator.
Thank you. Additional questions to my right? None? Questions to my left? Seeing none, the motion was made by Councilor Smart, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, to approve $30,364 to bring the second code enforcement officer up to full-time. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
No.
Councilor Gay?
No.
Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-2. Next up, Councilor Johnston. Page 95? 95?
Yeah.
Holy smokes. We're almost halfway through the agenda.
I would like to put forward the RAD titled TIF Valuations for consideration by council. Transfers to TIF funds are the domain of the city assessor, as they are a function of the final valuations of each TIF and the final mill rate. TIF valuations are separate from the city appropriation in state tax forms, but are included in the city administrator's budget for simplified reporting and tracking. Be it ordered that the city council approve $11,173 in ongoing expense to fund updated TIF valuations. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Smart, that would transfer to TIF, that would approve $11,173 to fund an updated TIF valuations. Any comments to my right? Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Procedural question, could this be paid for out of the TIF funds, since it's TIF transfers?
Mr. Sutherland, how could that be paid?
This is just recognizing that properties that are in a TIF and their values going up, we have to move the money out of the general fund and into the TIFs. This isn't paying for any expenditure. It's simply a transactional thing that has to occur. That makes sense? I don't.
Sure. And so, any additional questions to my right? Seeing none, questions to my left? I have a motion made by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Smart, to spend $11,173 to fund updated TIF valuations. Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Binthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. The next motion, Councilor Minthorn.
I'd like to put forward a RAD titled A Grant Match for Age-Friendly Saco for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the city council approve $2,500 in ongoing expense as requested by Age-Friendly Saco to fund a grant match. This increases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Minthorn and seconded by Councilor
Councilor Johnston.
Johnston. that would approve a $2,500 ongoing expense to support grant matches for Age-Friendly Saco. Any comments to my right? Go, Mr. Sutherland.
And just to be clear, there was already $7,500 in the directive budget for Age-Friendly Saco. This just increases it up to $10,000 as they had requested.
So this is an increase of $2,500 to make the total sum that is available to Age-Friendly Saco $10,000. Any additional comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Minthorn.
This is just covering the upfront general liability insurance costs for one of the grants they've received from UN to work with UNE to place college students in seniors' homes.
Thank you very much. Other comments to my left? Comments to my right? Seeing none. Councilor Archer?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Minthorn, second. Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Next up is Councilor Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
I'd like to put forward the RAD titled 1 cubic yard for consideration by council. Be it ordered the city council approve $30,000 in reduced ongoing revenue and $8,000 increase in ongoing expense to support the printing, distribution, and executive offering 1 free yard at transfer station to the citizens of Saco. This represents a net increased tax commitment of $38,000.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Gay, seconded by Councilor Archer, that would approve $30,000 in reduced ongoing revenue and an $8,000 increase in ongoing expense to support printing, distribution, and executions associated with the 1 cubic yard free program at the transfer station. This represents a net increase in the tax commitment of $38,000. Any comments to my right? Seeing none, comments to my left. Councilor Johnston, and then Councilor Smart.
How's this program going to work?
We discussed with staff before. I mean, initially when we were talking about doing this, we were talking about just the seniors, and they would come down to the finance department to pick up along with their beach pass. However, offering 1 free yard to all citizens of Saco, we looked at using creating a coupon in our system, in the Clover system at the train station, or at the transfer station, and printing off a coupon and mailing it to all of the residents through, Emily, what's the title of the program? Every door direct mail through the U.S. Postal Service. It's the most efficient way for us to be able to get that information out there, given the extra work it would have put on our finance.
Is that reflected in the cost?
That's the $8,000 is the cost of creating the printing. The $30,000 is the lost revenue based on our assumptions of what a cubic yard would have generated. We're not going to have every resident will not.
Well, that's why I'm thinking I'd prefer that you just make them come in.
Yes.
I mean, if you need it, you come in. It's on an as-needed basis versus.
Right.
I mean,
we don't have the we don't have the database in-house to track that, plus the additional work on our finance staff, the clerks. Right now, we have a new one coming on, so we have a brand-new clerk coming in. Adding that extra responsibility to the 4 staff downstairs would be a huge burden.
Councilor Smart was next, and Councilor Copeland.
Sounds to me like a good reason not to do it. But what would the mill rate hit be for that?
38 penny or so.
It's probably closer to 2 cents, but we're dealing with rounding right now, where some of these amendments are small enough that it's not getting you all the way to a penny. But usually a $40,000 amendment like this would be about 2 cents. Here, it's kind of just getting you over the edge into 1 cent.
Thank you.
Just so it's about $23,000 equals a penny.
Right. So, Councilor Councilor Copeland.
I would like to ask the Director of Public Works about that new person that we have at the transfer station, and if this is something that they could do and it doesn't have to be on City Hall to track
No,
it.
no, the second person is hauling waste to our different disposal centers and keeping the transfer station clean. And I will say an added benefit of that employee has been able to help residents with heavy bulk items. They might have help at home loading it into their truck, but they don't have help unloading it. So it's been a big help to the seniors. And the only thing I would add is I get a lot of complaints. My department gets a lot of complaints. We haven't raised the fees this year in the transfer station, and this is not something we get complaints about. The program seems to have been accepted. I would say the one gap is we get a lot of calls from seniors that are looking for ways to get their waste to the transfer station, but the fees in general for every household is not something that we're still getting complaints about at all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Gay.
Could I make an amendment to that?
You can.
Just have it for senior citizens.
Okay. So we have an amendment by Councilor Gay that changes the program to offer 1 free cubic yard at the transfer station to senior citizens of Saco.
Mr. Mayor.
Saco. So I have a motion by Councilor Gay. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Gay and a second. The motion on the floor is to restrict the program to senior citizens. Anyone to my right that wishes to speak to this? Anyone to my left that wishes to speak to this?
To the amendment?
To the amendment. Restricting it to senior citizens.
Do we know what the fiscal impact is?
Wouldn't the administrative cost exceed the like $3 for the yard on yard waste? I mean, this is crazy. We should just kill this and move on.
If I may, last year, this council made a conscientious effort to not hit the mill rate by charging the users of the transfer station. I know that I personally expected to have more blowback than I did, and the Director Fox just said he hasn't had a lot. Adding this back in really doesn't make sense to me. If you wanted to potentially down the road look at maybe one single day where we do a large item pickup or something similar to that other communities do, that way you're addressing seniors' needs or people that don't have transportation. I think that makes more sense than adding this additional money to the mill rate this year.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my left? Any additional comments to my right? Councilor Doyle.
I didn't get an answer. Do we know what the fiscal impact is?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Do we know what the impact would be if it's only seniors?
So we had put together a program based on feedback from the mayor. If the program's adopted as we had recommended from the finance department, which is to distribute the free coupons strictly with the Camp Ellis Pass to residents of Saco over the age of 62, there would not be any administrative costs to the city, and loss of revenue, $5,000 maybe. That was kind of what we had estimated. And we would start the program in association with the distribution of Camp Ellis passes next year, so for the summer 2020 season. And in that format, there's no administrative costs.
So in other words, there's no administrative cost of $8,000, and instead of the reduction to ongoing revenue of $30,000, it would be $5,000. That's correct? Thank you. Okay, Councilor Archer?
Well, then, if we're going to do it that way, would it be in our best interest to just transfer $5,000 using that number to Saco Age Friendly, and they can actually administer that program?
Well, if we don't really have any administrative costs, that is, the $8,000 goes away.
But they're more likely to advertise it, they're more likely to connect with it. They're the ones who deal with that population
The $5,000 is the loss in revenue.
Understood.
So we're going to have 5,000 loss in revenue plus $5,000 we're going to give to an outside agency that makes the program cost $10,000.
Beating the furniture.
So is that what you're saying?
No.
Spent more than $38,000.
I think that's what I'm saying, but that's not what I'm.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments to my right? So the amendment is by Councilor Gay, seconded by Councilor Doyle, is to make this available only to senior citizens, and the projected revenue loss drops to $5,000, and the projected expense drops from $8,000 to $0. Are there any comments, again, to my right? To my, Councilor Archer?
Sorry, it's late at night, so my brain's processing a tad slower than I'm used to.
Yeah.
Well, what happens if we just give $5,000 worth of coupons to Saco Age Friendly?
Because we still
Then
lose
it's not a loss.
$5,000 in revenue expense, and revenue.
Yeah, but it's now the person giving the coupon is a organization that works directly with the elderly.
But we're giving them an additional $5,000.
No, no
to do
cash,
that.
just the coupons.
We're still costing $5,000 because we're giving $5,000 worth of coupons to them, and
I just see them administrating it better than the city.
Horse died.
fine. Okay, well,
I didn't make an amendment.
well, let's get through this amendment, and we'll see if you make another amendment after this. So the amendment on the floor, any comments to my left? Seeing none. The amendment on the floor made by Councilor Gay, seconded by Councilor Doyle, is to restrict the program to senior citizens, which would drop the reduction in revenue to $5,000 and drop the increase in expense to $0. Councilor Johnston?
No.
Councilor Smart?
No.
Councilor Minthorn?
No.
Councilor Copeland?
No.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
No.
So that motion fails.
Amendment.
The amendment fails by 5-2. The main motion now is $30,000 in reduced expenses, reduced revenue with an $8,000 expense to deal with allowing all Saco citizens to have one free cubic yard at the transfer station. Any comments to that on my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
No.
Councilor Smart?
No.
Councilor Minthorn?
No.
Councilor Copeland?
No.
Councilor Gay? I'm sorry, yes, Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
No.
And Councilor Archer?
No.
That motion fails 6-1. Next up is Councilor Copeland, Councilor Copeland.
I would like to put forward the red titled Adoptive and Foster Families of Maine for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council approve $1,500 in ongoing expense to support the organization Adoptive and Foster Families of Maine.
Second.
So I have a motion made by Councilor Copeland and seconded by Councilor Minthorn. This would make a donation of $1,500 in support of adoptive and foster families of Maine. Any comments to my right? Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't remember seeing this in the supported entities budget
It
we
wasn't.
discussed.
It's new.
Oh, this is new.
I'm proposing this.
Okay. Where does the, what is the $1,500 for? Or I know it's a donation of sorts, but what for?
I'd be happy to speak on that. I'm on the Board of Directors.
Excellent.
They have an office on Lincoln Street here in Saco. They support foster families, which there are many. They provide free clothing, training, resources. Let's see, what else I'm not forgetting. They have a big event over at Ferry Beach Association where all the kids can come together and have a day full of art and outside. They have lending libraries, they have information on becoming foster families and parents.
What is the $1,500 going to, going for? What will it, how will it be divvied up?
It's going, we're going to earmark it for the event over in Ferry Beach Park Association.
Okay.
It's going to cost a couple thousand, but I just thought it was $1,500 would be a nice way to bring those people together.
Thank you.
Any additional questions to my right? Any questions to my left? Thank you. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes, and thank you.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. I have another item here that is a similar motion. That is, Councilor Doyle, a few weeks ago, identified $55,993 spread across several items. Councilor Doyle, are you interested in making a motion out of this?
Yes, thank you.
You want to make it as individual motions, or can we make a single motion for $55,993?
I would like to make it in a single motion.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
We all appreciate it.
I figured you would.
So,
I would like to put forward an amendment to the city administrator's budget for the following departments, multiple departments, for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the city council decrease the following department budget by the following amounts. Assessing line item 500-439, reduction of $200. Thank you. Department assessing line item 500-322, reduction of $500. Assessing line item 500-339, reduction of $1,100. Administration line item 500-113, reduction of $12,000. Administration line item 500-341, reduction of $1,000. Administration line item 500-317, reduction of $500. Administration line item 500-330, reduction of $1,000. Administration line item 500-321, reduction of $2,000.
I really don't remember.
Administration line item 500-350, reduction of $784.
Oh, maybe this is it right here.
Administration line item 500-301, reduction of $1,600. Administration line item 500-322, reduction of $1,000. City clerk, line item 500-114, reduction of $209. Code enforcement, line item 500-317, reduction of $400. Code enforcement, line item 400-322, reduction $400. Finance, line item 500-317, reduction $800. Fire ambulance, line item 500-114, reduction $4,085. Human resources, line item 500-322, reduction $3,000. Human resources, line item 500-330, reduction $500. Parks and Rec, line item 500-317, reduction $1,500. Parks and Rec, line item 500-322, reduction $1,000. Planning and Economic Development, line item 500-341, reduction of $2,750. Planning and Economic Development, line item 500-350, reduction of $1,500. Planning and Economic Development, line item 500-322, reduction of $3,750. Police, line item 500-114, reduction $5,415. Public Works, line item 500-114, reduction $5,000. Public Works, 500-114, reduction $1,000. And Public Works, 500-322, reduction $3,000.
Second.
culmination of the proposed requested reductions is a savings of $55,993.
Second again.
I have a motion made by Councillor Doyle. Do you need that any longer?
I do not, thank you.
And seconded by Councillor Archer to reduce the city administrator's budget by $5,993 across several accounts.
I'd like to speak on the motion. I'd like to be heard on the motion.
So, Councillor Doyle, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. I just want it to be known that the line items and the reductions put in there, not to say that we're not supportive of some of those things, but more than just put it into the budget. If you want training or you need furniture, come and ask, rather than put it in the budget and just have it sitting there. I don't think that the council is that abrasive that if you come and ask for a budget amendment, I think we had 16 in the past fiscal year. I don't think we're opposed to looking at things, and I don't think we're a body that summarily dismisses things. But this is a way to not impact the mill rate at this time and look to fund future endeavors in the future, not right at the moment. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my right? Seeing none. Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councillor Johnston.
I have no comments, but I'd be interested in hearing from the departments that are being cut and what that means to them.
Okay.
Just to prolong this even longer.
Mr. Sutherland, would you like to speak for several departments?
Well, what I'll point to is on the website, we did include Councillor Doyle's requested budget cuts in the line items, as well as our responses. I did send them all to council last Friday. I hope you had a chance to review those. Staff did spend a significant amount of time explaining why some of the numbers were different from what Councillor Doyle had suggested or made comments about. I can speak to my department, and I would, if council wants to entertain the further discussion or about this, but for example, the cut to interns, I already have 2 lined up for next year, so I'd only be able to sponsor them for the first 2 months, the second half of May and the month of June, and then I don't have resources. So I'll be coming to council for a budget amendment in July to fund the rest of the intern program. So just examples of additional challenges that will be faced for staff if they have training needs, if they have items that are looking to be cut. This council will have to meet multiple times in July and August. I don't know. It's up to you guys.
So, yes, Councillor Doyle, you want to speak again?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out that if you go to some of these line items, I did not fully, in the reductions proposed, they're not the full reductions of the full proposed amounts. As most of these were proposed increases, the reductions are not the total of all those. So there was an allotment allowed in some of the line items.
All of my interns.
The interns is an entirely different matter. As we've discussed many years, the onboarding of interns without consideration of council and what our budget is going to look like is a problem. Perhaps it might be a conversation to have with council if they support the intern program, and depending on what's going on. I don't know that there was a return on investment or ROI on the intern programs over the previous years. So what I'm saying is when you look at the culmination of all these, it's not that I said whatever was proposed reduced the full amount. There was a buffer left in there, and all I'm saying is for most of those were travel and training. If you want travel and training, once you're going through all your funds or all your budgeted amounts, if you want more, come and ask. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, any additional comments to my right? Seeing none, comments to my left, Councillor Johnston.
So I could understand where Councilor Doyle's coming from, but, you know, I spent way too much time this weekend going through other municipalities' budgets, and I would say that in all these lines, the city of Saco is actually reduced compared to even our neighbor across the river. They have significant amounts of these funds in those lines, and at the end of the day, if the funds aren't used, it falls to the unassigned fund balance, thereby helping our future bond rating because you're padding that line. But I don't know. I mean, I guess we could, again, training or traveling and wow, it's late. Training is part of the council goal when it came to ensuring that we had retention. And we wanted to make sure we were putting the investments into our staff. So, anyway.
Thank you. Any additional comments to my left? Seeing none. Comments to my right? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is a reduction of various accounts totaling $55,993. Councilor Johnston.
No.
And Councilor Smart.
No.
And Councilor Minthorn.
Yes?
And Councilor Copeland.
No.
And Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
And Councilor Gay.
Yes.
And Councilor Archer.
Yes.
The motion passes 4-3. Oh, my. Okay. So we're cruising right through this agenda. Are there any other motions associated with the municipal budget before I move to the next item? Any other motions? The municipal item to my right? To my left? Seeing none. So we now move rapidly to item F.
Shouldn't we go to
No,
page 79 and pick up the school?
I
Pick up the school insurance credit?
Yeah,
I think that's,
right.
I think it's
On
part of,
page 79?
that's part of item F, because that's associated with the school's budget.
Okay.
And so by starting item F, then I hope that means
You
that
go
we'll
back
pick
there.
up that and whatever else. So, I have to flip here, and I had my spot, and I, what page was that?
You're going to birth a night owl.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I have copies of the planned amendment related to the savings on the health insurance. Can I distribute to council
Okay,
so
yeah,
that they have it prior to the start?
please. So I have a motion by Councilor Smart that would put appropriations mandated by state statute on the floor. And, oh, okay. I don't need it. I don't. Right now, I can't read it. So, Councilor Smart, do you have a motion?
Yes, couple points of order before we get there. Do we
Yes,
need
sir.
to take any formal action with sub 2 under E before we get here?
The,
The adoption of
sub
the
2
city.
under E, right. Adoption of the operations budget. Ed, is that a motion? I thought we.
Motion was read.
We just
initially
amended.
Before we started making
Oh.
almost 100 amendments.
Yes, that's right. So the motion on the floor was originally made
By Councilor Minthorn and
By-
seconded by Councilor Copeland.
by, okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Copeland, and
This has now been significantly amended.
it's now, right,
Should we take a break and allow the finance director to figure out those numbers?
Yes, please.
okay.
The bladder things.
So we're going to go into a recess to permit the finance director to calculate what the new motion is for the amended item E. Great. All set.
What's the next one? Yeah, they're looking for.
Yeah. So I thought we were going to do that after H, but apparently we're going to do that now, and then we'll be back.
As written. As written. Start with, I make a motion to. And then the table. You can just say what's in there.
I think the suggested, I would skip, just do the suggested motion. Oh, you could say it that way.
So we all going out for breakfast afterwards?
Sure. No kidding. 5690 that. As written.
I think it's going to be about 6 o'clock. We're going.
No, you need to make
No.
the motion first, and that's
And
an
then-
amendment.
So we do that amendment plus we do this amendment too. So this is also part of the school budget amendment.
Okay, so I'm going to read this.
No, you're going to read the motion that puts F on the floor, and then this and this get to be made, so Minthorn gets to say this motion. If you want, we can have you say that motion. That's the savings in dental or something like that. It was mixed into E and it should have been an F.
Okay. The cops or the fire department? All of them, I think everyone.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, and I'm going to read this first because it describes what we can amend and what we can't amend.
If I'm doing the wrong thing, just tell me.
Aye.
I'll make F, and then I'll do this. And I'll do this.
No, you make yours, and then I'll ask for comments left and right. And so, that's right, and so you can make yours as a comment.
And this, but this is.
I'd like to make an amendment, exactly right.
It means that you will have, those line items will be reduced, starting fiscal year. Oh. Well, no, the RAD wasn't approved. Now you're gonna be cut further in that account.
Hey, we're under 20.
Yes.
No, it was a blanket
Below,
thing.
it was a blanket cut to all departments for that amount in those account lines. Which
I'm not sure if I can support it just based on constituent feedback. Yeah. That doesn't mean we want to pass. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
I was close on one of them that I said no on, but I thought it passed.
If it gets turned down.
I don't know, I haven't made up my mind.
Because it's one of the best ones. But you've seen so much padding over there.
Are we ready to get back? Roger, we haven't done yet. Oh, yeah. I'm going to work at 4 o'clock.
You might not make it.
You may be late.
I drained the battery in my laptop.
Oh, mine's getting there as well.
I'm down to about 30 pulled this out. Now it's pulled another 200 session. So this is down to 600, 700 and change. Well, in July, we'll come back with amendments and ask the council to reconsider some of this. That's all we can do. Hopefully get 5-2. These are, unfortunately, that's what occurred tonight, and we have to live with it.
Yeah. I was going to ask that. for some of those line items that were not approved initially?
You can make, well, I don't.
I mean, we're.
No, you can make motions, you can make motions. No, but you're now cut her budget to the point where she can't operate. Because the $209 was for a RAD. The RAD was cut, and now this additional motion cut it further. She's gonna have a tough time maintaining a $10,000 budget. The other thing that could happen is councilors could make one-off motions for those line items. That was a blanket motion for all of these things.
That wouldn't be out of order to write a contrary motion made by someone who was on the opposing side. Right?
I think,
I know, yeah.
I think that we could do, I think we can make a motion. Kevin is saying, I think we can do something in July that just is a budget amendment that makes a whole bunch of different changes. So it's not a duplicate of that motion, but it corrects some of those and corrects some of the other stuff that was voted down that Kevin would like to see. Just like the administrative assistant got cut completely, and then it was made a part-time, and then when we started the fiscal year, we made it a full-time.
It's not the same motion. You're not saying I want
That's
to
right.
include all of these again. I've identified a few of these that I'd like to see if there's.
Yeah, it's not the same motion.
In the next couple of weeks and go through some of those and then make a motion.
Yeah, no, it's, yeah.
The downside, I don't know if I can flip.
No, we'll see what let's see what it is, because I can't tell you whether or not right now, mostly because it's 10 to 12. But, we go down through the lists, then it's going to be, when we're more alert, it's going to be easier to talk about and understand and get a budget amendment through.
And have the affected.
Well, not only that, because,
well,
not just that, but it's a reduction in the general fund and not an increase in the mill rate. And that's part of what the problem is,
And I wish
is
this
it's
had
an
been
increase
discussed.
in the mill rate.
I wish this had been discussed Thursday night. We didn't even get into it.
Yeah, I thought you guys did a pretty good job of addressing it.
You read it.
I did.
That can't be said for everybody.
And I think it's clear that a lot of them were just, things that were shifted around as opposed to, there's 0 for 3 years and then there's an increase of 5,000. Well, probably
She
something
left
happened.
again. All right. So I'd like the council to come back to order. We have the new motion associated with E, and that's a motion by originally made by Councilor Minthorn and seconded by Councilor Copeland. Yep, we're all the way back to page 40. So this is the
Revised
the
motion.
revised motion, and I guess I would ask you to read the revised motion and second that, and then
That'll work.
we'll get a vote and move on.
For the revised motion, be it ordered, City Council move to approve an appropriation order for the adoption of fiscal year 2020 budget, excluding all school and county-related items per Section 606 and 607 of the Charter of the City of Saco, Maine, as follows. Approve gross expenditures of $23,725,956 in municipal expenditures, $84,862 for the Senior Volunteer Tax Credit Program, $2,046,840 in TIF transfers, and $2,967,257 in capital improvements for municipal operations. Expenditures are to be offset by $28,824,915 in anticipated revenue and other credits, which represents $8,908,869 in anticipated municipal revenue, $685,023 in transfers from other funds, $257,402 in use of fund balance, and thereby raising gross taxes of $18,973,621. I move to approve the order.
Do I have a second? Councilor Copeland?
Second.
Yes, so I have a motion on the floor. Any comments to my right? Seeing none, comments to my left? Seeing none, Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland? Councilor
Yes.
Doyle?
No.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
No.
The motion passes 5-2.
Okay.
So there we are, up all the way up to page 100. Okay. So before Councilor Smart reads his motion, I want to make a statement that the council acts under its authority, Title 28, Sections 1,485 and 1,486, Section 2,307, and the City Charter, Article 4, Section 4.01, and Article 6, Section 6.06. The council only sets a guideline in spending by cost center. It does not set the spending of any program, project, programming, personnel, or other category. The school board is the final determinant of all spending within cost centers and for any purpose. The 11 cost centers are regular instruction, special education, career and technical education, other instruction, student and staff support, system administration, school administration, transportation and buses, facilities management, debt service and other commitments, and all other expenses. Councilor Smart, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. School Board's recommended fiscal year 2020 budget totals $41,853,513 plus $122,977 for Saco's portion of the adult education. Fiscal year 2019 budget was $39,348,973. Note Title 20-A, Section 15671-A5B requires a separate recorded vote for additional local funds above the local share EPS and approval by the majority of the full council. Section 15690 provides for the school board's restatement of reasons to accompany the article as provided to the council. Be it ordered pursuant to Title 20A, Sections 2307, 1485, and 15690, that the following school budget cost centers be adopted and approved for expenditure for fiscal year 2019 through 2020. Fiscal year 2019 through 20, proposed K-12 Saco budgeted by 11 cost centers and adult education. as more fully laid out in the agenda. I'm going to skip the rest of that. I move to approve the order.
Thank you. Do I have a second on that motion? Do I have a second on the motion?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Copeland, by Councilor Smart, seconded by Councilor Copeland to place the school appropriations mandated by state statute on the floor. Any comments to my left? Councilor Smart.
Do I need to make this insurance amendment now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, make this amendment.
I'll amend this as follows. Be it ordered that the City Council approve a decrease to the fiscal year 2020 Saco school budget thanks to a flat insurance premiums year over year in the amount of $24,481 for Fairfield, $28,790 for Young, $44,956 for Burns, $62,245 for Saco Middle School, $5,618 for Health, $3,643 for Technology, $8,913 for Central Office, $10,876 for Operations and Maintenance, $18,287 for Transportation, $76,731 for Special Education, $1,307 for Gifted and Talented, $72 for ESL, and $4,210 for preschool instruction only. I move to approve the order.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Smart and a second by Councilor Minthorn. And let me just say that though it seems as if particular programming, or personnel or projects may be identified, the instruction to the voter, or the description to the voter, should be by the 11 categories, and that the school board itself has the determining authority on how finances are spent after the vote. So, any comments on the motion by Councilor Smart, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, on adjustments to insurance? To my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0. Next, Councilor Minthorn, do you have a motion? That one that was in E, which is the flat insurance premiums one. That
Okay, let me get back to
I
that
think that
page.
that's part of the school budget.
Okay, I've got
Page
it.
79.
Yep. Okay, I'd like to put forward a RAD titled Flat
I'm sorry,
Insurance
that's
Premiums.
Councilor Doyle, isn't it?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
I'll read it. I've started, so. I'll
Okay,
finish.
all right. So
I'd
go
like to
ahead.
put forward a RAD titled Flat Insurance Premiums for consideration by council. Be it ordered that the City Council reduce $290,130 in ongoing expenses requested by the school board in their revised budget to fund a flat insurance premium. This decreases the city administrator's budget.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Smart, that apparently recognizes flat insurance premiums within the school department's budget, for a total of $290,130. No, that was,
We're double entering this.
Is this the same as this? I'm sorry. Apparently, the initial motion
Covered
from
that.
Councilor Smart
Just covered that.
covered that whole thing. So the sum total is $209,130. It's a much better motion than the one that was read, because it's succinct and doesn't identify buildings or places. So that one is passed. The total was 290,000.
290130.
Right. So next, do I have any other motions looking to my right? Seeing none. Looking to my left, Councilor Johnston.
Be it ordered that the City Council approve a decrease in the FY 2020 school budget in the amount of $100,000 from each of the 11 cost centers for a total decrease of $1.1 million. I move to approve the order.
Do I have a second? Councilor motion. Councilor Johnston has made a motion that reduces each of the cost centers by $111,000.
Second.
So that motion is made by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Doyle. Any comments to my right? None. Any comments to my left?
I'm going to clarify for Councilor Minthorn.
Yes, please do.
My reduction was $100,000 from each of the 11 cost centers for a total of $1.1 million.
Right.
Understood?
Spread across the
Spread
11.
across all 11.
Or 11 cost centers at 110, did you 100,000, right?
100,000.
Okay.
Times 11.
11 cross centers.
Is
Perfect.
1.1
All right,
million.
1.1 million. So,
If I may.
yeah,
Again, before I get strangled by those that's left here from the school department, not too long ago, this council, I believe it was this council,
it
remember
was this council.
that we approved or reallocated 1.6 million some odd change from our unassigned fund balance to get the schools out of their debt. In addition, last year, the school department submitted a $3+ million increase on the tax levy, which was an increase from 23.7 million to 27.4 million, which resulted in a 55-cent increase to the school's mill rate. A significant tax increase was kept at bay by this council, reducing the city's mill rate by 75 cents. This FY 2020 school mill rate is a minor reduction due to increased state subsidy and projected increased revenues, yet consists of several $1 million in new spending. I personally have concerns we are creating new programs and positions without assurance money will be there in the future years. New cost remains whereas subsidies and revenues are unreliable. Last year, as several of you will remember, school board member Steve Scheinman recommended reductions of $1.5 million. Of those, two amounts stood out in particular. It was $635K from special ed and $54K from Thornton Academy. It's projected that fiscal year 2019 will be ending with a $1.3 million surplus. Well, it's 1.7 if you minus out the debt that the school again has. It's about 1.3 million in surplus. The key areas that were over budgeted is the TA headcount by 783,000, special education spending by 509,000. And what I would say is an unnecessary contingency fund of 150K. Mr. Scheinman's suggested cuts last year show reductions to some degree could have been made. This overestimation was a direct hit to the tax levy last year. The intent of my amendment is not to hurt the classroom or punish the school department. The intent is to control the mill rate by not adjusting or not budgeting on top of the previous year's overestimated budget. This reduction accomplishes that while also allowing for the surplus to be used to make up for any shortfalls in this current year.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Any other comments to my left? Any comments to my Councilor Doyle?
Thank you. So I'm looking at the 11 cost centers and
Right.
maybe, maybe I'm missing something here, but like CTE instruction, there's zero money in that line item or in that department. How are they supposed to take 100,000 from the zero? I guess is just a question.
The challenge, we were all faced with is the city council by law can't just make a suggested cut just to the end number. So, to do it fairly, I just looked at cutting it through all 11 cost centers and allowing the school department to figure out where they make the cuts, because ultimately they still can go in and I believe adjust 5% in each cost center. We're just really setting that final number.
Okay, Councilor Archer?
So is the actual reduction 1.1 or 900,000? If you're taking 0 out of the 2 zeros? Or is it 1.1 divided by 9 effective? Or, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's kind of confusing. I get that now that I
Well, and
processed
debt
it.
service is negative already, so.
Right.
So you wouldn't take 100 out of it. So you're really only doing 8.
No? Okay, you don't want to make an amendment at all?
No amendment.
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand.
So,
So what do you want to do? You got 2 zeros in a debt service. Do we want to do 100 on anyone that's greater than 0? And not debt?
Again, this is the challenge with the way the
I
city
know.
charter is written,
We need to
and it
rewrite the
requires us to make cuts from individual lines.
What's the total that you're interested in?
1.1 million.
Would you do 1.1 divided by 9 and then?
Sure.
Actually, it's 8, Marshall, because the one line is debt service.
Oh, okay. So 1.1
Really
divided by 8 times that by 11 to get your number? It's after midnight. I don't do math.
I agree.
Unless I'm counting sheep.
1.1 divided by 8, so.
1.1 million divided by 8 is 137,500.
From each.
so,
Can I amend my own
Yeah,
motion?
go right
Then
ahead.
then I amend my motion to change that 100,000 from each cost center to 137,500
500.
among 8 or 9?
138,500.
You'd still say all.
137.5.
137.5. Okay, so 137.5, and Councilor Doyle, this is your second hold. Okay, so we have, the motion now reads 137,500 across 8.
That's what we determined.
Excuse me, cost centers. And that motion is made by Councilor Johnston and seconded by Councilor Doyle. Councilor Archer.
So we can identify the call center specifically?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
But the final determiner is the school board. Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're talking about the facilities maintenance cost center, the transportation cost center, the school administration cost center, the system administration cost center.
Yes.
The student and staff support cost center, the other instruction cost center, the special education instruction cost center, and the regular instruction cost center.
Correct.
Yes,
Those are the,
those are the 8.
okay. Thank you.
Any other comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Councilor Smart.
I can certainly appreciate what Councilor Johnston is doing. I just don't know if I know enough about where these cuts are coming from and how they're going to be applied to support this.
That would be determined by the school board. But again, as I pointed out, they're sitting with or they will be sitting with a surplus. So that surplus will be there at the end of the year, that with this budget, if there's shortfalls, this is a question of clarity for the city administrator or finance director. Would the school department be coming to the council for a budget amendment to use that surplus? How does that work? Or would they?
To use the surplus they already have.
Right.
No, they would just
No.
be able to access that money
Right.
themselves
Correct.
without
Okay.
any council intervention.
So they would still have 1.3 million at the ready, so to speak, if it was determined to be needed. I mean, the overall point is that the mill rate was hit last year, sizable. This year, they've presented an increase, but because of, subsidies and revenue or projected revenue, the idea is that the mill rate increase is 11 cents or something. This, again, drops that mill rate for this year. I mean, it's going to go back up next year, but for this current year, I've said it before, I said it last year, for at least 4 solid years, we played this game after we approved the school budget, and we sat here and we said, oh, what can we cut from the city? What can we cut from the city? This year, we did it the opposite, and we're still left with a significant number that we still control, and this is a way of at least reducing that impact to the mill rate this year. What we do next year, well, I guess we'll find out.
And it also doesn't preclude, just as occurred at the beginning of the calendar year 2018, a budget amendment.
Right.
For $1 million or so.
I mean, as I pointed out before, last year, I believe, yeah, it was last year, we zeroed them out with the unassigned fund balance, 1.6 million. It was one of the first actions I believe that this council took. It was supposed to be down to 0. They still projected to come in at a negative fund balance this year, yet we then increased several $1 million last year on top of that, and then ended up with a surplus. How they ended up with a surplus, like I pointed out, some of it is TA headcounts being off. Some of it's not the anticipated special education spending. So they didn't need the money ultimately. And this year I'm asking that, hey, we're going to reduce it because you're budgeting on top of those numbers.
Okay, I see hands here, so let me go with Councilor Smart and then Councilor Copeland.
How would that surplus be affected by the projected revenues they're getting, though? I mean, if those projected revenues come in lower.
Okay, but that goes back to budgeting. You have projections that they're relying on. That's ultimately for the school department to prove their numbers were right, is the way I look at it. You're right, they could come in short and have a shortfall, and that surplus is gone, but then it goes back to the projections and telling all of us that, everything was going to come out perfect, and I have issues with that, so let's allow those numbers to prove themselves. And I hope they do.
Councilor Copeland.
The other instruction is only 215,000, so if you take 137.5 off.
But they can still adjust.
They can still play with those up to 5%, so they might take nothing from that cost center and take it from a different cost center.
So they can do that, okay.
Any additional questions to my left? Any questions to my right? Councilor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we, before we get all worked up about the mill rate and so forth, and the 55 cent last year, let's all remember that there was a back and forth that got rather uncomfortable between the school and the city because of the 55 cent increase that was never realized because of the assessors, the assessors where they came in and kept the mill rate the same. So before we look at this and have this as the end-all be-all, let's remind ourselves that the mill rate calculator is fictitious in the sense that the assessor can set the mill rate how they want. We just approve the expenditures.
Right.
Right. And so I don't disagree with the thought process and the rationale. I'm just saying let's not get worked up and have that same kind of rhetoric that we had back and forth between the school and the city.
But what I would say is that 55 cent increase was real. Originally, it was projected at 87 cents or something in that sense. But once the new valuations came in, it was reduced. But that was a real, it's up there on the calculator.
Right.
Can't see it from here, but.
Any additional questions or comments to my right? Councilor Archer.
Yeah, I may have made an error, and you counting error, but looks like the total budget as amended would be $40,700,000. And last year's budget, let me just make sure I'm doing it correctly. The final budget of 2019 was $39.3, so that's still an increase to the school budget of $1.5 million. Again, process could be slightly off, but I did it slowly to make sure I was getting accurate information.
Any additional comments to my right? Questions or comments? Any additional questions or comments? Councilor Milton?
I can almost see it now where they'll take it all out of instructional and we'll be beat to death, as we were last time it happened. As I see Dom shaking his head yes, because that's what they'll do. So
It is their
I'd like
prerogative to do that.
and it is their prerogative, it's the school board's prerogative to do
That's
that.
their choice to make a direct hit to the classroom.
I would like one of the representatives from the school department to at least have the opportunity to address this, because I'm sure right now they're feeling rather sandbagged by getting hit with a $1.1 million cut when we never talked about that from day one. And they were off in this direction, and now we're going over in this direction. So I respect Councilor Johnston, and I understand the intent, and having been on the receiving end of this several times in the past 3 years, I would appreciate hearing from them what their thoughts are on this before we vote. Thank you.
That was my plan. I want to make sure that there's no more council comments. Any additional comments to my left? Seeing none. Any additional comments to my right? Seeing none. Mr. Abramson, you're the chair of the school board. Who's more qualified to speak on this matter than you are?
I think the big item, and I addressed this when we first presented our budget, I think we've had lengthy discussions about this throughout our budget process. We deliberately this year looked at other revenue streams to fund the increases in the budget. It is not, I understand last year and the increased mill rate. This year, the budget was designed to not increase the mill rate intentionally, while also providing a level of service that we have not provided in Saco ever. This is an opportunity. I'll take the TA count as a perfect example. It was over budgeted this year, and that's a huge piece of the surplus. We dropped that number substantially in our current budget. So we play this game of cat and mouse, of the number's low, the number's high. If it's low, we end up with a surplus and it's a problem. If it's high, we end up with a deficit and it's a problem. So it's a tricky balance there. The overall, the fund balance, I think the numbers were a little off there in terms of what was there, what is there, and what's been forgiven, if you will, which really was coming out of the RSU. So that's old money from a decision that was made by the city to leave the RSU. So I think that, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the opportunity. I think, again, is it all going to come out of instructional? No, but I think what will happen is a lot of the areas that we're able to identify other revenues, we're going to end up losing those other revenues. And so the 1.1 million is going to compound itself and probably have a more detrimental impact on the city's finances than if we kept the expenditures in and are able to realize those additional revenues. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a moment, Mr. Abramson. Any questions to my right? Any questions to my left? Councilor Smart.
It is the school board that decides exactly where any cuts that we make are allocated, right? It's the board that makes that decision.
There is a limit of 5% in where funds can move. So to Lynn's comment about the other instruction, that may be a very tricky situation because 5% of some of those, it's going to be difficult to move around. Ultimately, yes, the school board has financial authority to allocate across those cost centers, and then that funding within the cost centers, the administration has the ability to expend those funds.
But it's the board that decides where those 5% buffers are applied.
We certainly can, yes. Once the budget's approved, the administration has the ability to do that as well.
Can you just clarify that? So if you decide, if you as, and by you I mean the school board,
Yeah.
decided that you were going to move, 5% from one to the other, the administration could then move it back?
Once the budget's approved, the administration has the purchasing authority on those funds. So, yes.
Councilor Smart, all set?
Yeah.
Councilor Johnston?
Again, my overall point, as I stated, was not a cut to the school department per se. There's a surplus. I'm essentially saying you budget the use of that surplus, but this particular year I'm eliminating it from the mill rate. That's,
Okay.
I mean,
Thank
that's
you,
the intent.
Councilor Copeland?
Can you see any reason why you couldn't use the surplus for that? What will happen with the surplus?
It'll sit there.
Jason? I'll call Jason up to clarify.
Thank you.
But I'll...
I mean, it's really no different than us budgeting the use of reserves as we do in our budget.
Well, the only reason why I would say it's a little different than what you guys have currently is because we don't have a surplus right now. So essentially, it's frowned upon by the auditors to budget a surplus for the following budget year that hasn't been realized yet. So when you referred to the city paying off the school debt this past year, there was a portion that the city was able to pay for to help eliminate the RSU and TA, but we still have a negative fund balance of $460,000 or so. So until we know the true final realized surplus at the end of this fiscal year, which again, I am estimating approximately be around 1.6 million, not knowing the exact amount, I would be hesitant to, I wouldn't say use some of it, but use all of it to pay down on the mill rate for this year, not knowing where revenues and programming is coming in for next year as well. And because we don't have technically a surplus. We're projecting it by the end of the year, but we just don't have it on the books.
Again, the numbers I had was once you pay off that 400 and change, it was 1.3, so mine was 1.1, so you essentially should have a couple $100,000 left, essentially.
Yeah, and again, though, assuming that does come in by the end of this year.
But we do know that the TA headcount is accurate.
TA can still where it's at. I believe, we haven't actually gotten the final number from them, actually, now that you mention it, but I believe it actually went down one more student, last I knew. But other areas such as your special ed revenue, we do have a child that came to our districts back in March that had significant, and will through next year have significant pricing that we have to make sure he has housing for. So I'm not saying it's unrealistic. I just don't know. We don't know what the number is, so I'm just very hesitant. And from an auditing standpoint, they kind of look down upon it without knowing what your budget is, what your surplus will be, and you're using it for following year's budget already.
We have a similar experience with our assessor, that he very cautiously looks at how much growth we've had, so. And you would expect that. It's an appropriate financial point of view. Any additional questions to my left? My right? Thank you very much, Mr. Abramson. And so I have a motion on the floor. Councilor Archer?
State the motion again.
The motion is an amendment that would cut $137,500 from 8 active cost centers. It does not affect 2 inactive cost centers, nor debt service.
And the school board can always do an amendment down the road?
They can, and certainly the council has been open to that at the beginning of your council term, where you voted to transfer over $1 million.
Yes.
So it's a yes. Councilor Kay.
Yes.
And Councilor Doyle.
Yes.
And Councilor Copeland.
Yes.
Yes. And Councilor Minthorn.
No.
And Councilor Smart.
No.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
The motion prevails 5-2. Wow. So that is, are there any other amendments to the original motion under F? Item F on the agenda, which is appropriations mandated by state statute. Okay, so on that original motion, as read by Councilor Smart, the amounts listed there have each been reduced by $137,500. So that is the motion that's now, I believe that's the motion that's now on the floor.
Correct.
So, Councilor, any comments on the main motion to my right? Any comments to my left? So, Councilor Archer?
Main motion again, my apologies.
The main motion is the school budget cost centers will be adopted as for approved expenditures for the fiscal year 19, FY 19 and 20. The proposed K-12 school
Yes.
budget is as follows, and totals $41,853,513. And
41 million.
I'm sorry, $41,853,533, and now it would be changed to $40,753,513.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the motion that's currently on the floor. How do you vote?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
No.
Councilor Smart?
No.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
That motion, the main motion prevails 5-2. The next item is item G, which is another long motion for Councilor Smart.
School board's recommended fiscal year 2020 budget totals, what?
$40,753,513.
Plus 122,977 for Saco's portion of adult education. The fiscal year 2019 budget was 39,348,973. Note Title 20A, Section 15671-A5B requires a separate recorded vote for additional local funds above the local share EPS and approval by a majority of the full council. Section 15690 provides that the school board's statement of reasons to accompany the article is provided to the council. Be it ordered that $9,041,568 be raised and appropriated in addition to local funds which exceeds the state's essential programs and services allocation model by $9,041,568 as required to fund the budget recommended by the school board. I move to approve the order.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilor Smart. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilor Smart, seconded by Councilor Archer, to provide $9,043,568 in additional local funds as required to fund the budget recommended by the school board. Any comments to my right? Mr. Sutherland.
Would this number also have to be lowered by that full 1.1? Mike, please.
Oh, turn your mic on.
So this motion needs to be amended by the 290,130 plus the 1.1 million, so a total amendment of 1,390,130 reduced from the local appropriation.
Are we double booking something if we're subtracting it from?
No, the first motion only contains sufficient local appropriation to cover the state mandated minimum of 18 million.
Okay.
And these amendments would come off the top of the local appropriation in excess of the state minimum, because the local appropriation is higher than the state minimum. So it would go from the 9 million, and it would be reduced by 1,390,000. And I can calculate that number for an updated.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
And Counselor Smart, once the number's created, you could consider that a friendly amendment to your motion?
Absolutely.
The updated total should be 7,651,438.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that number? 7 million?
7,651,438.
Okay, and so that's a friendly amendment accepted by Councilor Smart and Councilor Archer, because you seconded this motion? Yes, okay. So the motion on the floor is be it ordered that $7,651,438 be raised and appropriated in additional local funds. Any comment to my right? Any comment to my left? Seeing none, Councilor Archer? Aye. Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
No.
Councilor Smart?
No.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Can't.
The motion prevails 5-2.
Whatever.
The next motion on the floor, Councilor Smart.
Adult ed?
Before I do this, I need to get an updated number for this too. The school board's recommended fiscal year 2020 budget totals. Kevin?
She skipped the background and just read the
You
motion.
have to read the background.
Be it ordered that 122,977 be appropriated for adult education and that 122,977 be raised as the local share with authorization to expend any additional incidental or miscellaneous receipts in the interest and for the well-being of the adult education program.
Second.
Motion is made by Councilor Copeland, motion is made by Councilor Smart, seconded by Councilor Copeland. Any comment to my right? Any comment to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. We're up to item I. Do we need to go into recess for a little while for you to update the calculator?
Yes, and we have a point of order raised by the school finance director.
A point of order raised by the school finance director. Yes, sir. Do you want to address from the podium, or you?
It's probably just easier right here.
Okay, great.
So the original order for the additional local included the reduction already of the health insurance. So we actually reduced an additional 290,000. So is there a way we can adjust that and amend that? So the total additional local should have been 7,941,568.
Oh, and you would like to increase that by,
The 290,130.
right.
So moved.
So I need a motion to reconsider from somebody on the prevailing side.
So moved.
Second.
The prevailing.
not on the side.
Yeah, you weren't
That's all right.
on the
So
prevailing
moved.
side. So, motion by, to reconsider by Counselor Copeland, seconded by, need a second? Or a motion to reconsider is Counselor Copeland, and the motion to reconsider. So those, any comments or questions associated in the motion to reconsider? To my right? To my left? Seeing none. The motion to reconsider item, excuse me.
You have a second, right?
Yes,
Yeah, I did it.
Counselor Archer.
Yeah.
You said,
I'm slipping.
Oh, you're not keeping up, Counselor, Mr. Sutherland.
Another counselor.
So I believe this is item H, so this would be item G, I believe it is, up for reconsideration, and so that would be
Vote of.
Counselor Archer.
Yes.
Counselor Gay.
No.
Counselor Doyle.
Yes.
Counselor Copeland.
yes.
Counselor Minthorn.
Yes.
Counselor Smart.
Yes.
And Counselor Johnston.
Yes.
So motion to reconsider passes 6-1. On the motion, is there a friendly amendment that increases the amount by 290,000 something? How much is the,
291,130.
it raises it to
$7,941,568.
Will you accept that as a friendly amendment, Counselor Smart?
Yes.
And your second was Counselor Archer. Do you accept that?
I do.
So we have a friendly, so the motion now on the floor is to accept the greater number. Any comments to my left? Any comments to my right? Seeing none. Counselor Archer?
Aye.
Counselor Gay?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Minthorn?
No.
Counselor Smart?
No.
And Counselor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-2 with the increased amount. So, do you need some time to come up with I?
I don't think so.
Did we complete the adult education motion?
Yes.
We did.
Yes.
Yes, I need some time.
All right, so we will recess for another 5 minutes,
Pillows, please.
and more coffee was improved.
All right, Tori, where's the chocolate?
Did somebody say chocolate?
Well, maybe. I'm into my third water. That would be good. That'll keep me up. million plus 290. So it was 41, 3, 5, 13 minus. It wasn't 41, it was 40. Yeah, no, it's just, and so that ended up in 753, 5, 13, and then we add 290. We also need to read the updated so the 290, 130. So add 290, 130 back into that.
So you're at 41,043, 643?
So 6, yes. 41, 43, 643. So that will be the new motion. So, Micah, will you make that new motion?
We were the no.
No, it's a new motion.
New motion.
This is a new motion.
Okay.
So
Let me get that again.
just go with you, and Lynn does a second to that. And then after that's done, we go into I, and JK are a couple of performer motions. So I would like to call this meeting back out of recess before we go back into recess. So thank you very much. Oh, look at that. Got all the right numbers, everything. Thank you very much, Glennis. Whoop. Okay, so I need a motion to reconsider. Councillor Johnston.
Make a motion to reconsider item F.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Copeland to reconsider item F. Any comments to my right? Seeing none, any comments to my left? So on the motion to reconsider item F, Councillor Johnston?
Yes.
Councillor Smart?
Yes.
Councillor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councillor Copeland?
Yes.
Councillor Doyle?
Yes.
Councillor Gay?
Yes.
And Councillor Archer?
Yes.
So the motion to reconsider passes 7-0. Now, so the motion F is now different. And so Councillor Smart, if you could basically identify the new total for the K-12 budget as your motion.
School Board's recommended fiscal year 2020 budget totals $40,463,384 plus the $122,977 for Saco's portion of the adult education. I move to approve the order.
Second.
The order is written. So the order as written has been moved by Councillor Smart, seconded by Councillor Johnston. The total being $41,043,643. No?
40 million.
40 million.
Okay, excuse me, we're calling it now 40,
That would drop the mill, right?
$40,463,384.
yes. And so any comments to that, to my right? Seeing none, comments to my left? Councillor Johnston?
Yes.
Councillor Smart?
No.
Counselor Minthorn?
No.
Counselor Copeland?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Gay?
Yes.
And Counselor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
5-2.
5-2, excuse me. 5-2, how can I forget?
Together.
And the next motion we have to consider is agenda item I, Counselor Johnston. Basically, it would be, you would move 28 million plus for municipal expenditures, 26 million plus for school expenditures, and
Right.
and
Do you-
$1 million plus for county appropriations. Do you have that sheet?
I have
Does that
this.
school appropriations reflect based on the 40 million total? Is that number now? Okay.
Do you want me to still read?
Yeah, inserting the right numbers for municipal, school, and county.
Peter, the approved amount set in the following attached schedule titled City of Saco FY 2020 Budget Overview shall become part of the city clerk's records and shall designate the form of the City of Saco budget for fiscal year 2020 as authorized under Section 6.04 of the Charter of the City of Saco of Maine. I move to approve $28,824,915 in municipal expenditures, $26,079,064 in school appropriations, and $1,236,890 in county appropriations. And let the record show that the departmental budgets are presented in the attached exhibit should be amended to reflect previous council motions.
Thank you. Do I have a second on that motion? So I have a motion by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Minthorn, to accept the the 2020 city operations budget as detailed by the finance director. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
This is on the final adoption of the municipal
This is the
budget
final-
as a whole?
Exactly.
No.
No. Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-1. It looks like an estimate of the mill rate of 1949. The next item on the agenda is item J, Councilor Johnston.
Under Title 36 MRSA Section 505, a municipality may, by vote, determine the interest rate that shall apply to delinquent taxes committed during the taxable year until those taxes are paid in full. The Treasurer of the State of Maine determined the maximum rate of interest that can be charged per Title 36 MRSA Section 505-4 for the taxable year 2019, tax date 4/1/2019 is 9%. Therefore, for the FY 2020 tax commitment, the maximum rate allowed is 9%. As the normal course of business, the city has adopted the maximum rate as its rate. Under Title 36 MRSA Section 506, a municipality may set the interest rates and authorize the prepayment of taxes. Therefore, we are requesting the City Council set the interest rate of 0% for the overpayment of the FY 2020 taxes and authorize the application of any prepayment of taxes directly to the tax account as they are received without having to pay interest on these prepayments. The tax payment due dates are as follows. First half due 9/13/19, interest accruing from 9/16/19. Second half due 3/13/20, interest accruing from 3/16/2020. Amendment to the Easy Pay due date. Continuation of the Easy Pay program for fiscal year 2020 with 8 monthly payments starting September 15th, 2019 and ending April 15th, 2020. Be it ordered that the City Council set the interest rate for delinquent FY 2020 property taxes at 9%, set the refund interest rate of fiscal year 2019 tax payments at 0%, and authorize the tax collector to accept prepayment of taxes not yet committed without having to pay interest on these prepayments, and to establish the due dates for tax payments as follows. Payment for the first half due on September 13th, 2019, with interest accruing from September 16, 2019, and payment for the second half due on March 13th, 2020, with interest accruing from March 16th, 2020. I move to approve the order.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Gay seconds this motion. Councilor Johnston made the motion. Councilor Gay seconds the motion. Ordering the property tax due dates and interest rates. Any questions or comments to my right? Any questions, comments to my left? Councilor Johnston.
Just to clarify for the public, this is an increase on the allowed interest rate, correct? It's like currently 7% or 8%?
No.
Yeah, wasn't it 7 or 8 before, and now it's 9?
It was 8% last year, and the state has allowed us to go up to 9%,
Okay.
so we're going up to 9%.
Okay, I just wanted to
Yep,
clarify.
exactly, so a change in state law. Any other comments to my left? Any comments to my right? Seeing none, Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Gay?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle? Yes. Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0. Item K, Councilor Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On October 6, 1986, the City Council approved a tax collection policy which allowed the treasurer or the tax collector to apply tax payments received from the individual to the oldest unpaid tax bill first. We would like to reconfirm the existing policy with the onset of the new year. Tax collection policy. The municipal officers of the city of Saco have approved the request of the municipal treasurer and the tax collector that any tax payment received from the individual as a payment for any property tax, personal property, and sewer user fees be alleged against outstanding or delinquent taxes due that property in congressional order being with the oldest unpaid tax bill. Taxes may not be applied to a period for which abundant request for appeal has not been resolved unless approved in writing by the taxpayer. Also, the 30-day lien notice for 45 to 30-day foreclosure notice. A statement will be added including the city's tax collection policy. Be it ordered that the City Council accept the tax collection policy as presented pursuant to Title 36 MRSA, Section 906. I move to approve the order.
I have a motion by Councilor Gay, seconded by Councilor Doyle, to accept the a tax collection policy pursuant to MRSA 36 MRS Section 906. Any comments to my right? Any comments to my left? Seeing none, Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle? Yes. Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. I would like to have a motion to go into recess until Thursday, May 16th, Thursday, May 16th at 6:30.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilor Minthorn, seconded by Councilor Smart, to go into recess. Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Any comments to my left? Any comments to my right? Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
Yes.
Councilor Minthorn?
Yes.
Councilor Copeland?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle? Yes. Councilor Gay?
Yes.
And Councilor Archer.
Yes.
We are now in recess until 6:30, May 16th. Thank you very much, one and all.